All right, ladies and gentlemen, if we could ask the chambers to please come to order so that we may welcome you all to this Board of Supervisors meeting. We are scheduled to begin at 9:30, and that time has arrived. So what we're going to do is begin with a roll call and establish the presence of a quorum. Madam Clerk, if you could help us in that regard.
Supervisor Ellenberg? Here. Supervisor Wasserman?
Here.
Supervisor Cortese? Vice President Chavez? Here. And President Simidian?
Here as well.
You have a quorum.
Thank you very much. That means that we do have a quorum. We expect our colleague Supervisor Cortese to join us shortly. We will, however, begin with the Pledge of Allegiance, and we will ask that the Pledge of Allegiance be led today by our colleague Supervisor Susan Ellenberg. Ms. Ellenberg, if you will rise if able, and please lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all very much. Item number 3 is the invocation, and for that I will turn to Supervisor Wasserman to introduce our invocator today. Supervisor?
Thank you very much, President Simidian. I'd like to invite Brenda Carlson and Mark Gustafson to the podium, please, to join me.
You're not the first person to
Thank
ruin
you.
it.
Thank you. To ruin it, I love it. That's Mark Gustafson. All right. Brenda is currently an Office Specialist 3 in the Customer Service and Collections Unit of our very own County of Santa Clara Department of Tax and Collections. She helps resolve property taxpayer issues at the front counter and over the telephone. Prior to joining DTAC, Brenda worked at the county's Technology Services and Solution Department for 18 years as an office administrator. Brenda is a cantor at her church and has been for the past 30 years. She caught the musical bug by watching musicals while attending West Valley College, where she performed As You Like It as Phoebe. She has also appeared at the Gaslighter Theater in Campbell as a singing telegrammer. At 19 years of age, she auditioned for Fiddler on the Roof at the Center of the Performing Arts in San Jose, where she sang You Never Walk Alone from the Broadway musical Carousel. She currently enjoys stints at Val's Piano Bar in Alviso, where she can be heard on Friday nights. Brenda also does occasional karaoke appearances throughout the Bay Area. Brenda will perform Downtown, written by Tony Hatch and made famous by Petulia Clark in 1964. She is accompanied by Mark Gustafson on the guitar. Mark is an excellent pianist and musician and has been performing for over 60 years. Please, a round of applause.
Now, this is an audience participation song, so I hope you all remember Downtown. Some of you may not. You might be too young to remember Downtown. But whenever I say Downtown, you can say Downtown too with me, okay? When you're alone and life is making you lonely, you can always go downtown. When you've got worries, all the noise and the hurry seems to help, I know. Downtown, just listen to the music of the traffic in the city. Linger on the sidewalk where the neon signs are pretty. How can you lose? The lights are much brighter there. You can forget all your troubles, forget all your cares. So go downtown, where the lights are brighter. Downtown, no finer place for sure. Downtown, everything's waiting for you. Don't hang around and let your problems surround you. There are movie shows. Where? Downtown. Maybe you know some little places to go where they were never closed. downtown. Just listen to the rhythm of a gentle bossa nova. You'll be dancing with them too before the night is over. Happy again. The lights are much brighter there. You can forget all your troubles, forget all your cares. So go downtown, where all the lights are bright. Downtown, waiting for you tonight. Downtown, you're gonna be alright now. That's you. We're not done. He gets a little solo. That was part of the deal. And you may find somebody kind to help you understand you. Someone who is just like you, who needs a gentle hand to guide them along. So maybe I'll see you there. We can forget all our troubles, forget all our cares. So go downtown. Things will be great when you're downtown. Don't wait a minute more. Downtown, everything's waiting for you. Where? Downtown, downtown, downtown.
Yeah.
That's it.
Thank you both. That is a great way to start the day. And at the risk of revealing an inner music nerd, Brenda, I'm going to ask that you come back sometime and do the B-side of the record by Petula Clark, which was "You'd Better Love Me While You May."
Better learn it then.
All right, we'll look forward to.
Thank you,
Ms.
Brenda.
Ellenberg's
Thank you,
looking
Mark.
at me like, how old are you anyway? Not to worry, the B-side. All right. Thank you very much. How about one more round of applause? That really is just a great way to start the day. Thank you. With all the serious business of our board, that's just a wonderful way to start with a smile. Thank you. And I'm going to give you just a minute to pack up because on a more serious note, I know Supervisor Cortese has an in memoriam as our next item of business, and want to make sure we can do that in a respectful way. So if you'll all just pause for just a moment, we're good. Thank you again, Supervisor Wasserman, and we turn now to Supervisor Cortese, who I know has an adjourn in memory. Folks, for those of you who are at your first board meeting, this is the time during our board meetings when we take just a moment to reflect, acknowledge, and honor folks who have passed, who have been significant parts of our community and our county in some way. Supervisor Cortese, I turn to you, sir.
Well, thank you, President Simidian. And I know there are members of the Andrade family here. After I conclude my comments, I'll ask that we acknowledge them. Let me just ask you to bear with me for a moment because the person that we are recognizing in memoriam today was a major, significant figure, particularly in the eastern part of the valley, in the Elm Rock area, and a matriarch of a very large family that continues in public service to this day. Mary Elias Andrade was born on September 12, 1926 in San Fernando, California. She died at 93 years of age on October 12, 2019 in the family home in San Jose. She's survived by her sisters Isabel Velez, Rosie Villarreal, and her 4 children, Marianne, Alice, Esther, and Abraham, and her 10 grandchildren and 14 great-grandchildren. She worked early on at the Del Monte Cannery and was a proud member of Teamsters Local 287. Her civic participation included Friends of the Elm Rock Public Library, PTA, Scouts Den Mother, American Legion Women's Auxiliary Post 791, St. John Vianney Catholic Church Altar Society, St. John Vianney Senior Club, and she was a parishioner of St. John Vianney Catholic Church going back to 1955. She loved gardening and always welcomed a stranger, and often those strangers became close friends. We offer our condolences to the family for her passing, and we'll miss the love she spread throughout our community. I want to go on a little bit more in terms of her background. Again, as President Simitian said, there's a part of this that's intended to recognize and memorialize people who have made significant contributions to the county. She was born to Bernardo and Trinidad Elias on September 12th, as I said. She was the second of 6 children and the eldest daughter. The family moved to Hollister, California in the late 1930s. Well, she was obviously still a child, and they worked in the fields around Hollister and San Juan Bautista. It was working those same fields where she met her future husband, Abraham M. Andrade. After courtship spent bribing Mary's younger sister with candy so she wouldn't tell her parents that she was on a date, Abraham enlisted in the Army Air Corps to fight for the United States in World War II. Abraham and Mary shared a rich correspondence throughout his deployment, and through those letters knew that they had found in each other the loves of their lives. They were married at Sacred Heart Church in Hollister on June 22nd, 1947. They initially settled in Hollister, continuing to work in the fields while they started and grew their family. Marianne came first, followed by Alice, who was born while they were working the fields in Madera. Esther and Abraham Jr. arrived after the family returned to Hollister. And as the family moved and grew, Mary was the center that provided the foundation of what would become a large, loving family. Seeking stability, better jobs, and a permanent home, Mary and Abraham moved north and settled in the Elm Rock neighborhood of East San Jose. She raised her children in San Jose while working at Del Monte. As I mentioned, she was a proud Teamster, and many of her friends and co-workers became very close to her during that part of her life. Her civic participation was deep and rich, with activities over the years too numerous to count. I mentioned several of those already, and I think what's important about that is the spirit of service and being of service to others that she imparted on the rest of her family, including her children and grandchildren. She had a gift for nurturing, including the plants in her garden. Her fiery 6-foot-tall poinsettia growing in her yard was indicative of the love and care she gave to all in her family. Mary created a beautiful, sustaining home for her family that extended not only to her husband and children, but to everyone she encountered. She lived the gospel ethos of welcoming the stranger. But for her, there were no strangers, only friends. Every person who walked through the door of her home was welcome and immediately offered a meal. Her tortillas and beans are legendary, and she taught generations of Andrades the art of making tamales. She lived her life weaving together a community, a place for her large and growing family. Her children married and had growing families of their own, but Grandma Mary continued to be the center, the matriarch of the family. She was present for all those who loved her, for the big moments like baptisms and weddings, but also the day-to-day moments like her grandchildren's sporting events and birthday parties. She died peacefully, as I said, surrounded by her loving family on October 12, 2019, in the family home, which is, I'm sure, exactly how she would have wanted it. She's survived by her sisters, I mentioned them, and her 4 children. I mentioned them as well, but I want to mention her 10 grandchildren. Angela, married to Brian, Jason and Leslie, David, married to Marcella, Joseph Sandati and wife Anita, Mark Rodriguez and wife Irene, Abraham III, married to Chandra, Chris Sandati, Anthony Andrade, Johnny Sandati, Elisa McCrae, and husband Jared, and her 14 great-grandchildren, Ashley, Robert, Nick, Eduardo, Hannah, Rachel Barnes, Aaliyah, and Matthew Sandati, Marina, Olivia, Maya, Lorena Rodriguez, Abraham Andrade IV, and her 3 great-grandchildren, Allison, Brantley, and Oliver Menke. She's predeceased by her loving husband, Abraham Andrade, and her brother, Gregoria Elias, and sister Martina Sanchez and Guadalupe Ruiz. As you can see, quite a legacy, and fortunately for us, a legacy that continues through numerous family members who continue to be very giving people. Several have served in public service and continue to do so. Abe, as you know, runs the Fair Management Corporation, appears here at the County Board of Supervisors frequently, probably more frequently than he desires. And I know Jason served on the Elmwood School Board and among other endeavors in public service that he has taken on. So thank you. And I would just like to ask any family members who are actually physically here with us today to please stand and be acknowledged if you're here. Thank you. Well, thank you, colleagues, and to family members, keep up your good work. Thank you.
Let me add the thanks and condolences from the entire board. Thank you for being with us today. Our condolences on the loss of someone who led such an extraordinary life. Thank you for being with us. Colleagues, that is our only adjourn in memory today. That takes us to item number 5, which is commendations and proclamations. And I do, in fact, have a commendation for presentation, so I'm going to step up to the podium here. And I'm going to ask some folks to join me so that we can welcome them and celebrating the 15th annual Silicon Valley Turkey Trot. So come on up, Carl Guardino, and your... This is a moment for recognition and some celebration because after 15 years, the Turkey Trot just keeps getting bigger and better, and perhaps most importantly, doing more and more to help more worthy folks here in our county. Began 15 years ago. Applied Materials was in the act, working partners as well, working partnership, and in the intervening years has now raised, the number keeps going up. Every time I say, what's the number, I get an adjustment, so it was 7.9, now I think we're at 8.7 million. And it is an enterprise that is run almost entirely by the volunteers and community partners and co-sponsors who are part of this. It has been voted one of the best turkey trots in the country by folks who know, like Runner's World and Men's Journal. For the record, I'm not really in a position to judge. But you know, we've had tens of thousands of registrants, millions of pounds of food, tens of thousands of vision screenings, thousands of pairs of glasses to kids. All of this has been made possible with the good work of the Turkey Trot. I am thinking about the Healthier Kids Foundation, the Housing Trust, the Second Harvest Food Bank, all of whom have been beneficiaries over the years. And just to give you a sense of the growth, in the first year, 15 years ago, there were fewer than 2,000 participants, about 1,900 participants, but 250 volunteers, and more than $100,000 was raised in that first race. In year 7, those fewer than 2,000 participants had grown to number more than 20,000 participants, supported by 1,000 volunteers, and raising more than $600,000 for worthy causes here in our valley. And just a couple of years ago, in year 13, we were at more than 22,000 registrants, supported by 2,100 volunteers, raising $905,000 for charity. And I have a hunch that the sponsors are going to tell us that it's on us to make sure that all of those numbers are even higher again this year. Please join me in welcoming Carl Guardino from the Silicon Valley Leadership Group and the rest of his teammates.
Yes. And I'm joined by two of our 5 amazing beneficiaries helping families in need, Michelle Liu with the Health Trust and Kathleen King with the Healthier Kids Foundation. The supervisor says I have 90 seconds, so start your clock. If everyone could stand, because this is the public participation portion of the board agenda today. At the Silicon Valley Leadership Group, we set ambitious goals so we reach high. Reach high, that's right. And without poking out the eye of your neighbor, we also build bridges across the community to bring people together, so stretch those fingers. And if you're 58 years old like me and don't want to throw out your back, carefully we bend down to help others in need. You can do it, and now pull them up without injuring yourself. And that's what we do through the Applied Materials Silicon Valley Turkey Trot through our Silicon Valley Leadership Group Foundation. So positive impact, here it is. This year's goal alone is Mission 1 million. We want to raise and give away $1 million. So what? What does that do? Second Harvest Food Bank of Santa Clara and San Mateo counties, that's 520,000 more healthy and nutritious meals. For the Healthier Kids Foundation, that's 3,100 dental, vision, and hearing screenings for kids in the safe space of our public schools. That's 3,000 folks dealing with chronic medical conditions served through the Health Trust. It's 300 currently homeless people served, permanently taken off the streets in safe, sustainable homes by Housing Trust Silicon Valley. And for the food bank in Santa Cruz County, 440,000 more healthy, nutritious meals. So the goal, supervisors, please join us today. Cindy, you didn't stand. We'll talk afterwards. Sure.
Hey,
Well,
Carl,
either
you're not
way,
the boss of
Cindy is
me.
outstanding. But we've brought each of you a
No
shirt.
shaming and no blaming. And if you keep it up, Carl, we're going to ask you to sing Downtown for the entire crowd.
He would do
Brenda
it.
Carlson was the makeup artist applying my makeup in high school for Midsummer Night's Dream.
Wow.
Yes, we just celebrated our 5-year high school reunion. So, supervisors, we want you and your great county executive to sign up and show up for the race so that the Mayor's Cup comes back to the county. It's been too many years since it's been here. So we have posters and flyers for your offices and shirts fitted for gender and size for each of you today. In all honesty, thank you. Please join us or sign up for our remote runners race if you can't come, and we'll send you your shirt and your bib in the mail so that we can serve families in need throughout our region.
Thank you very much. We're going to turn around for a quick photo.
Yeah, 'cause
Oh, I thought we were the.
roses, thorns, you know.
Why don't we get all 5 members of the board down, please? I'm sorry, I should have announced that earlier. We do have the hard word of the way.
Spam. Here, we can.
I was not going to let him blame the shame.
10 years in a row.
We're waiting.
Eat the turkey.
All right.
Okay, I have 2 phones, so we need this one first.
Okay.
And 1, 2, 3, smile, very nice, one more time. Okay, that's another phone.
Anyone who retweets gets an extra shirt.
You're not supposed to bribe us.
Encourage.
And again, thank you guys.
Thank you.
One more round of applause, please, for the turkey trot and all the good work that it does.
Here you go. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you for that, too. All right, colleagues, we have now the opportunity to go to item number 6, which is public comment. Public comment is that portion of our agenda set aside for comment by members of the public on non-agendized items, meaning items that are not on our agenda today, but that are properly within the jurisdiction of our board. As it happens, we have 31 cards today on a range of subjects. So I'm going to call folks out in order, ask you to line up if you're able in order, and so we move along expeditiously. And I know it's a little noisy at the back, so if we can just do, the acoustics in here are great, but that means we hear all the conversations in the back. Because we have so many speakers today, our rules provide for 1 minute for each speaker. So if you can come forward, there is a microphone embedded in the podium, even though it is invisible. I assure you, if you speak up, we will hear you loud and clear. If for any reason that is not accessible or convenient to you, there is a second microphone, and I'm going to ask the clerk to adjust it right now to make sure that it's easily accessible to anyone who would like to use that microphone instead. So please come on up, and forgive me if I mispronounce your name, and do us the favor of correcting the pronunciation when you come to the podium, if you would, please. Tuvan, I believe it's Bui, followed by Lusana Esparza, followed by Sharon Vallis, followed by Dwight Johnson, and then Rebecca Williams, and Sharon Sugarman. Come on up, and you can just march up to that podium. And if you're not quite in order, don't worry about it. We can keep track within these small numbers. Who's coming up first? Come on up.
May we speak together? Tuvan and Lusana.
You may speak together, but again, 1 minute each, please. Come on up.
Hi, good morning. My name is Luisana Esparza, and I am a Spanish interpreter for the Social Services Agency. This is Tuvan. She is a Vietnamese interpreter, and we are here representing all the interpreters, all the contracted interpreters for the Social Services Agency offices. And we are here to ask you all if to reconsider keeping us as interpreters in our position instead of bringing in an agency. Some of us have been interpreters for over 20 years. Not over 20 years, close to 20 years. I'm exaggerating there, sorry. And we understand the complexities of the services provided at each respective office. Through our collective experiences, we have become an amazing team of interpreters, which are over there, hey. And we understand.
Okay, we help individuals who suffer from mental illnesses, homelessness, drug addiction, and illiteracy. We also serve refugees and immigrants who often come in upset and afraid. Our dedication and experience have allowed such individuals to return to our office unafraid and with confidence that they will be provided help by a familiar face. Our focus as interpreter goes beyond bridging the language gap. Our personal value adhere to the needs of the community we serve on a daily basis. We ensure that the population we work with feel visible and acknowledged. With the breakdown of the language barrier, the knowledge we have acquired and our cultural sensitivity, we are able to assist clients to obtain the adequate resources. We have a developing trust relationship with our client, and seeing a familiar face eases their anxiety and confusion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both. And before you step away from the microphone, just so folks know, the two speakers we've just heard from are speaking actually to an item that is on our agenda, item number 11. Ordinarily, we ask folks to speak to the item as the items come up. I understand you got to get to work. But if there are other folks here who would like to speak on item number 11, we'll ask you to speak at that time if possible. If not, if for any reason you need to go, we want to make sure we hear from you, just as we heard from these two folks. And so just come on up, but it's only one comment on the item per person. Thank you both very much for being here this morning, and we appreciate your comments. Sharon Vallis, to be followed by Dwight Johnson and Rebecca Williams and Sharon Sugarman.
Good morning. Rumors are flying at the Timpani Center with the notion that it will close on December 31st. Needless to say, the news is shocking and devastating to all of us. I am Sharon Vallis, a member and instructor at the facility with more than 8 years. I teach Aichi Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, take additional classes, and have added more certifications to my resume while there. I am a victim of physical assault resulting in severe injuries that kept me nearly bedridden for 16 months and off the work I loved. When my doctor finally released me for water therapy, it felt like I'd been released from prison. My healing began at the Timpani Center. I was rated 40% disabled with mobility issues and constant pain. Warm water therapy is the only choice I have for consistent exercise, weight loss, and improved health. I'm a retired speech pathologist and audiometrist, and I now have the opportunity to work with the students from my alma mater with stroke victims and have the opportunity to observe their progress. On the contrary, the endless...
Just ask you to wrap up because we are at the 1 minute mark.
I'm
Thank you.
asking you today to stand with us so that we can continue to have this operation, this Timpani Center operating in the black. We're a valley of billionaires.
I really do have to say thank you, ma'am, and let the
Thank
others
you.
behind you speak to
you.
add to your comments. Thank you very much. And our next speaker is?
Dwight Johnson. Good morning. And I'd like to continue on behalf of the Timpani Center. And I'll start with a brief story. My wife came to the Timpani Center because her physical therapy visits with our medical plan had run out. I got involved at the Timpani Center because she challenged me after working out there, telling me that I couldn't survive the workout. So what I found, though, is Timpani is the only institution that I know of that is medical plan neutral. In other words, individuals can come and actually deal with some of their healthcare risks without regard to the medical plan. That's unique. The other thing that's unique about Timpani is everyone is engaged in personally improving or diminishing a risk factor or recovering from a risk factor. That is something that we cannot find anywhere. I urge you to consider supporting keeping the center open. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca Williams and Sharon Sugarman. Folks, I'm sorry. We ask that there not be demonstrations of support or disapproval, and I know you're enthusiastic about your point of view, but we want to make sure that everybody who speaks feels comfortable speaking, whether you're with them or against them. So if you can just keep that for later, and then everybody who comes will feel like they can say their piece without concern. Ma'am, welcome, and thank you for your patience.
Good morning. I also came here today to ask all of you as county supervisors to do everything that you can to ensure that the wonderful facility called the Timpani Center does not close in December as scheduled. I've been using the center for about the last 2 years since I moved here. I walk with canes due to long-time leg injuries and degenerative back disease, so land-based exercise isn't realistic for me. However, I've been using the Timpani pool. I take exercise classes, I swim laps, and it keeps me mobile. I get aerobic activity. And without the pool, I'd be less physically active, and I'd be in a lot more pain and a lot worse shape. The important thing is Timpani is a unique treasure. There are no other warm water therapeutic swimming pools open to the general public in Santa Clara County. This is a very special place. It would be a significant loss of resource for Santa Clara County's disabled community and others in need of rehabilitative physical activity environment if it were to close. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate everybody's effort to try and hang into 1 minute. I know that's a tough limit, but when the buzzer goes off, that means time has elapsed. Thank you. And is it Ms. Sugarman who's making her way up? Yes?
No, I am Rebecca Williams.
Forgive me, I have the cards backwards. But after you, Ms. Williams, we're going to hear from Carolyn Johnson and Bruce Roberts and Melanie Brophy and Elizabeth Myers, Jonathan Im, and Barbara, I believe it's Moreland. So if those folks could line up, and we'll hear from you now. Thank you.
My name is Rebecca Williams. I'm a retired nurse practitioner. I retired from the county of Santa Clara. I discovered Timpani Center after I fractured my ankle. I tried other pools, but they were too difficult to enter and to exit and too cold. The cold made my bones ache. Timpani Center has a pool that's like no other pool in this area. It serves 400 people daily on average, most with some type of injury or disability. This is a vulnerable population that can't go to other pools. I believe it is false economy to close since it helps this population remain healthy and independent and thereby decreases the costs of care. I am asking the supervisors to halt the closing of Timpani Center to give time to find other solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have cards from Carolyn Johnson and Bruce Roberts. Come on up, folks. Melanie Brophy, Elizabeth Myers, Jonathan Im, and Barbara Moreland. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. My name is Bruce Roberts. I live in Los Gatos. And I want to urge you to keep the Timpani Center open. Work your magic or whatever it takes. 10 years ago, I was in an accident from a fall and I broke my neck. I went to the Santa Clara Valley Medical Center, did several surgeries, and my doctors basically told me I would never walk again. And I think that would have been true had it not been for the Timpani Center. Zero gravity and buoyancy helped my recovery tremendously. And I just urge you to keep it open. And because I'm talking for hundreds of others that come in there on a daily basis that depend on it. So please work your magic.
Thank you. Thank you so much. If we could have our next speaker make their way to the microphone, please.
Hi, I'm Melanie Brophy, and I have chronic pain, and I use the warm water pool at Timpani Center. I drive from Palo Alto 3 times a week because it's such a unique place, nothing else like it. I'd like to invite you all to come and visit the center if you ever have that chance. We have some letters from all the other members that use it that aren't able to speak today. Is it possible for me to hand them to you?
It is. I'm going to ask the clerk to walk over and take those from you and make sure they get distributed to each member of our board. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we're going to welcome our next speaker. Hi there.
Good morning. My name is Carolyn Johnson, and I am a member of the Timpani Center, and I've been there for about over 6 years. I am a 6-year cancer survivor, and without Timpani Center, I just don't know what I would do. I have neuropathy where I am unable to walk, and because of the Timpani Center, I am like a ballerina. I'm able to walk, I'm able to run, I'm able to do all kinds of exercises that I'm not able to do on land. I take classes and I participate in all of the activities, including the gym. I would like to also say that the Timpani Center is the only place in town that really represents the city. If you look out over here, you can see all the people of different races, ethnic groups, cultures who come there, and we're like a family. No other place in the city does that.
Very much. And we're going to welcome our next speaker, whoever he or she may be.
I'm Elizabeth Myers. I'm just here to represent the Timpani Center closure. I don't have a lot to say, but it's really brought me out of the house and I've lost 30 pounds, and I've learned to be a person, and I really enjoy the exercise, and I'd appreciate it if you do something to keep it open for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. And why doesn't our next speaker come on up, please?
All right. Good morning. My name is Jonathan Im, and I'm a pharmacy student at UCSF, but living in the Cupertino area right now. And the one issue I'd like to bring up today is the high drug price in this county. Actually, the drug price in this county is higher than any other place in the United States. So I understand that this county started the Better Health Pharmacy program to deal with the high drug pricing in this county, but there's a lot of limitation on this program. So today I'd like to ask you to work with other local government to increase the drug pricing transparency in this county. High drug price is actually one of the most important public health crises in this county and in the United States as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And as our next speaker makes her way up, let me just say that we invite Sandra Carreño and Linda Kennedy and Mark Trout and Charlie Lockwood and Lori Elliott and Janice, I believe it's Zajac, up to the microphone as well. But first, we're going to hear from...
Hi, I'm Barbara Moreland. I'm here to represent the Timpani Center as well and the impending closure. The county owns the center and operates it in conjunction with San Jose State University. I'm not aware that they're here today. I'm a retired county employee and was a PHN for 34 years. I am a stroke survivor. I have had multiple orthopedic surgeries, and Timpani is a lifeline for me. In addition to Medicare, I have Valley Health Plan insurance, and through them I received the pool membership to Timpani as well as the ability to participate in many of their programs, including health prevention and rehab activities. I also use the Omega Physical Therapy Program, which is a licensed contract agency to Timpani. My primary goal in using the program and services, like many others, are to attain, improve, maintain mobility in all the activities of daily living. Please help the Timpani Center, Santa Clara University, or San Jose State University, and the county find ways to keep the center in operation, and especially permanent funding. Thank you.
All right. We have cards now, colleagues, from Sandra Carreño, Linda Kennedy, Mark Trout, Charlie Lockwood, Lori Elliott, and Janice Zajac. Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon, good morning. So I'm here to represent Timpani. I've been going there for several years now. I am a native San Josean and searched far and wide for an opportunity to have a pool that met my medical needs. I didn't realize it until it was right in my own backyard. It has just been a godsend. I make use of the Omega Physical Therapy there for my neuropathy, my frozen shoulders, my car accident neck, and the list goes on and on. We often joke that we need a name tag and it lists our operations and our ailments. It is a pool full of wisdom and a pool full of pain and a pool full of healing, and we just need it in San Jose. Thank you.
Thank you. And your name, once, if you don't mind?
Sandy Carreño.
Just wanted to make sure I had the right person. Thanks so much, Ms. Carreño. Linda Kennedy, come on up, followed by Mark Trout.
Hi, my name's Linda Kennedy. You've heard the people that are coming here from the Timpani Center. We got here early, it's challenging, and we still got here. Most of this audience is the Timpani Center. If we can try this hard to get here with all the things that are wrong, then you guys can please keep that open. Cindy's even used that place, and it's tremendous. It's tremendous. It gives us our life back. They told me in '87 I would never walk again, and there was nothing they could do. And I'm still going. So please keep it open. Please find a way to keep it funded. And thank you all for joining us today, because I know it was so hard for everyone, every one of us to get here. Thank you.
Thank you. You are to be followed by Mark Trout. Mr.
I
Trout?
think it was in 1989 when I worked for Accufax Security that on the post orders it said that you can't smoke. And I remember there was a vice president that was smoking, and right next to the cubicle, you know, the people that don't like smoke, you know, I rebuked him and he chewed me out and later apologized. But because it was in the post orders, you know, I had to uphold the post orders. Well, I was told today as I was getting signatures here to recall Gavin Newsom that it's against the rules of this, and I didn't find it in the rules, you know, that you can peaceably get signatures. That's not right, okay? What's happening in this nation is awful. James O'Keefe is now being death threatened on Project Veritas because he's showing us not only how treacherous the Democrats are in stealing our votes, but that Jeffrey Epstein was murdered. The cameras went out. He had the goods on Bill and Hillary Clinton. Hillary went there 3 times, Bill 26 times on the pedophiles island. And I'll tell you what.
And our next speaker is Charlie Lockwood, to be followed by Lori Elliott and Janice Zajac. Welcome. Good morning.
Hello, I'm Charlie Lockwood. I'm a senior at Lincoln High School, and last year I was addicted to vaping for a year. I'm here because I'm for the ordinance that will ban the sale and manufacturing of electronic cigarettes. I started vaping my junior year because I joined a new friend group and absolutely every single person was vaping, and it was just like the way of life there. I come here today to tell you also that the statistics are incorrect. I heard that about 1/3 of people are vaping in high school, and it's more like 50 to 60 to 70% of people. It's pretty hard to find a classroom where people aren't vaping. I was so addicted, it was almost like I had a hunger for it and a thirst for it, and it was really hard for me to fall asleep, and it took me about a year to get off of it. Eventually, I got off of it because I started counting down the days, and I told myself I would make it to 90 days, and I did. I would also like to introduce an application, hopefully, that we can develop that would stop.
You can finish that sentence, John.
Okay, yes.
That
I
would
wanna
stop?
Yes, that would stop vaping for kids and unite children and teenagers.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, sir.
And again, if you're here on a specific item that is agendized, if your schedule permits, I would love to have you speak when that item comes up on the agenda so that we can connect your comments with the item at that time. So now we're going to ask Lori Elliott and Janice Zajac to come forward. And just before they begin, I'll announce that we then will hear from Craig Maloney and Judy Lorenzo, and I believe it's Liz Lacey and Diane Foote and Tom Shea. But right now, the microphone is yours.
Hi, I'm Janice Zajac, 61 years resident of Santa Clara County. I attend the Tiffany Center with my 89-year-old mother. We both are there to save ourselves from a car accident and extensive surgery. I second everything everybody says about getting better there. I also want to add that this is a community gathering place, and I know that this is a priority of Santa Clara County, to find places where people come together to build community. It happens naturally here. It is diverse, it is unique, it is absolutely beloved, and something that, as we have explained, we cannot do without. There is nothing like it anywhere else. I honestly don't know what I'm going to do without it. Please, please reconsider this closure. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have one more speaker that is in the first
Lori
batch.
Elliott.
Thank you. Welcome.
As you can tell, I'm also a big fan of Timpani. Some of us who attend look very healthy, but we might not be. I have been going to Timpani for over 6 years, and I have not needed cortisone injections in my back for 6 years. No coincidence. But who I'd really like you to see, I wish you could come and see, the people who attend who couldn't be here today. There are people who are recovering from strokes, people who cannot speak, people who might not have ever been able to really get up in front of a crowd and speak because of their disabilities. And those are the people who really benefit from coming. Thank you so much. Please find a way to keep it open.
Thank you. Now I have cards from Craig Maloney and Judy Lorenzo and Liz Lacey and Diane Foote and Tom Shea. Welcome and good morning.
Hello, my name's Craig Maloney. I'm an occupational therapist at O'Connor Hospital.
And could I ask the clerk to give us a little more volume, please? Thank you. And let's reset the time since I'm the one who interrupted you.
So my name is Craig Maloney. I'm an occupational therapist at O'Connor Hospital. I was elected by our hospital to be an advisor for the negotiations, and I've also been a part of labor management meetings before the contract negotiations begin, trying to address some of the problems with the hiring process with O'Connor Hospital. So I'm here today just to dispel any perception that the health and hospital systems hiring process problems are fixed. I do want to say thank you to Susan Ellenberg for sending out her team to address some of our people and give them a chance to have a voice. I think that was very well taken at our hospitals. But currently, there's hundreds of outstanding open positions. I have handouts that I can provide that show those unfilled vacancies. We have hundreds of people that have left beforehand that are leaving now. The hiring process, as they get notion of how it works, people are leaving the hospital. The mapping issues, the serious mapping issues, people are coming in, there's problems with that. So what I want to ask is that we stop this prolonging the unfair testing process and the procedure, and we come to an immediate solution to this problem.
Thank you. Next speaker. I believe it's Jody.
Judy Lorenzo, sir.
Okay, your twin sister Judy Lorenzo is here. Thank you. Forgive the misreading of the name. Go right ahead.
Dear board, I am here for the Timpani Center. And I want to remind you all that the Timpani Center was a gift given to the county, and the county is the people of Santa Clara County. So I believe you have a duty to help us in our recovery, to be well-heeled, well-maintained citizens. And we are doing our part. We are using the Timpani Center for the service of which it was entitled. And I'm wanting you to live up to your duty as county board members to keep this jewel of the county alive and well. Not only keep it open, but please, we need some cleaning and restoration, and consider upgrading it for your citizens of Santa Clara County.
Thank you very much. Whoa, no. Thanks, folks, please. Gonna hang in there with the rules of decorum no matter how excited you get, please. And Liz Lacey, I believe, yes?
No, I'm Diane Foote.
Forgive me, Ms. Foote.
That's okay. Like half the people here, I'm with Tiffany, but I'm going to ask that you just make sure it doesn't even close for a couple months. The contract ends on December 31st. And even if they say, oh, it's only going to take a couple months for us to find someone new, that couple months is going to put me in a wheelchair. I mean, they told me when I was 22, I'd be living in a nursing home by the time I was 60. The warm water, we lost Betty Wright up in Palo Alto. Tiffany is the only place left. And it keeps us being vibrant. I'm still volunteering. I've retired. I'm still volunteering. I volunteered this last month over 100 hours. But I can't do it if I don't have Tiffany or some other warm water pool. Don't even let it close for a day. Figure out some way.
Thank you for your comments. We're going to welcome our next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Liz Lacey, and I've been going to Timpani Center for 7 years. I tried the Y pool before. It's much closer to my house, but I'd come home freezing. I'd sit under a blanket and drink hot tea for at least an hour to get warmed up. That doesn't happen at Timpani. It's like warm bath water. It's good for the arthritis. It's good for support. We support each other. It's an important, in so many ways, for seniors to come out and join each other, support each other, talk to each other. And this is what we do. When somebody needs help, there's somebody to step in. Seniors that are isolated don't live as long, they're not as happy. So this is a social thing as well as a therapeutic tool. I think you need to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. I do have a card from Tom Shea. Mr. Shea have to leave us. I'll call his name again a little bit later just in case he stepped out. We have cards now from Bambi, I believe it's Moise, forgive the pronunciation, and then Judith Wensian, and then Socorro McCord, and then Fong Pham, and then Kevin Gaetan Baez, and Will Sanders, and Dr. Nancy. Dr. Nancy has doctor's handwriting. From San Jose State University. Forgive me, I meant no disrespect there. Welcome. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bambi Moes, and I also attend the Timpani Center, and I'm here more for other people than myself, though I think I would be. I have arthritis in my back, and it just keeps me standing with good posture and upright and free of pain. I don't take any pain medication since I've been doing all these exercises in the warm pool. And by warm, for those of you who've never experienced it, it's kept at 92 degrees warm. And it's the only pool I can get in without my muscles tensing. Rather, they relax when I get in the pool rather than tense up because of the warmth. And that allows me to do a lot of exercises that I wouldn't otherwise be able to do. But what everybody said, it's a place where people come and get rehabilitated mentally, spiritually, physically, emotionally, in every way. And race, age, condition, it makes no difference. Everybody there seems to be friendly with everyone, and it's just a wonderful place. I invite you all to come.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please come forward.
Buenos dias. My name is Judith Wensing. I grew up in Saratoga. We have close relatives from Iran, Russia, Egypt, England, Germany, Denmark, and the Netherlands. I have my master's in social work and my master's in clinical psychology. My focus has been on children in the law. My first job experience was in 1989 at Casa Se in Mountain View. I'm here today for a non-agenda item, which is to highlight the extreme social violence our family is experiencing in the community. Implantable technology, infrared technology, social tracking, so much violence beyond belief. We're asking for your advocacy and asking the community for our privacy. Also, to ask law enforcement to refrain from engaging in improv-associated activities. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker, I believe, is Socorro McCord. Yes, welcome. And then Fong Pham, and then Kevin Gaetan Baez, and then Will Sanders. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Socorro McCord, and I am also a Timpani client. A couple of years ago, I was rear-ended, and it made my back very bad. In fact, they've said that I should have surgery, but it's so intense that I want to stay away from it. They want to operate my stomach one day, and 3 days later my back. So thanks to Timpani, I'm able to stay mobile. I can do a lot. I don't want surgery. And it's the only place where I'm able to get exercise without the pain because of the gravity. So I appreciate that, and I hope that you can do everything you can to keep it open. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, welcome. Please come forward.
Hi, I'm here to help interpreting Ms. Pham comments.
Thank you, and I'm going to ask the clerk to reset the time so that if you need interpretation, you'll get 2 minutes and you'll have enough time to speak, okay?
Thank you.
Welcome.
Chào, tôi tên là Phương Phạm, tôi là một nạn nhân trong bạo lực gia đình và tôi có một lời nói đến mọi người rằng tôi rất cảm ơn vào sự giúp đỡ của chị Tiên là nhân viên trong chương trình của Universe Access Plus văn phòng Office Company đã giúp tôi trong suốt thời gian qua. Tôi ra đi với hai bàn tay trắng và không người thân, không tiền bạc, không mọi thứ khác, nhờ một người bạn gọi cho chị Tiên và sau đó chị đã liên lạc và tận tình giúp đỡ tôi. Và giúp đỡ con tôi là có 2 đứa Lucas và con gái 9 tháng được nhập vào mầm non của Kids Dango. Chị Tiên đã giúp tôi cho học tiếng Anh và nhờ chương trình của chị và đã giúp tôi rất là nhiều và cho tôi được cái sự mạnh mẽ và biết đến cộng đồng.
Good morning. My name is Phương Phạm. I am a survivor victim of domestic violence and would like to tell everyone that I'm very appreciated and in depth of all the help and support from the universal program of the Office of Cultural Competency. My 2 children and I escaped domestic violence with empty hands, no relatives, no money, nor anything else. A friend who knew about the situation called Tien. Tien then contacted me and she worked diligently to guide and help me navigate the systems to receive much needed services for my children and myself. Also thanks to Tien and the Universal Access Pilot Project, my son Lucas, 4 years old, and my daughter Joliana, 9 months old, have now been attending full-day preschool and early Head Start programs at Kidango, respectively. With my children are in school, Tien helped me enrolling in ESL program to learn English so that I can find a job to be self-supporting for me and my children and to be able to plan for my long-term economic growth. The support from Tien and the Universal Access Pilot Program empower me in many ways. I have learned about self-esteem, self-worth, and many community resources that I did not know of their existence before. I am forever grateful for everything the Universal Access Pilot Program has done for me and my children. I hope that this valuable Universal Access Program will continue for a long time.
Thank you. And next speaker, thank you very much. Clerk, you can.
Hello and good morning to the board. Today I'm here to speak on the values of equality and fairness. I work for the Universal Access Pilot Program. I see these values reflected each and every single day in the work that I do, with the families that lack adequate services to housing, healthcare, food assistance programs. Both you and I understand that it is a disservice to our communities to fund a project and allow the people that work in this project to fall through the cracks halfway. We constantly find ourselves in conversations about structural change and upward mobility of our communities. It is this work precisely that allows our communities to move forward in this way. I urge you to continue this funding. It is vital and crucial to our communities. Thank you for your time in engaging in this work. I hope you can consider the funding and the positions of this program as it continues the upward mobilities of our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. And your name one more time, sir?
Kevin Gaitan.
Thank you again. And I think that takes us to Will Sanders and then Dr. Nancy. That's what I was just about to say. There you go. Welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the council. I'm retired Army Sergeant Will Sanders. I spent over 20 years fighting for this country and county and state. I'm in extreme support of the Timpani Center. What you see is a facade of an old soldier that's propped up by old people, warm water, and gentle hearts. I don't have a whole lot to say, but please don't close the Timpani Center. It is an anchor in our community. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. And if the rules didn't prohibit it, I would applaud. Doc, welcome.
Hello, I'm Dr. Nancy Meganson. Nice to see you this morning. I was one of the initial members of the relationship between San Jose State and the Santa Clara County, getting the Timpani Center operation. So I'm very happy to be here. I represent the Department of Kinesiology's faculty and students. The Department of Kinesiology has successfully ran the Timpani Center since 2009 and have enjoyed working collaboratively with the county in its effort to meet the university and county's public health missions of providing recreation and rehabilitation opportunities to marginalized populations in the Santa Clara County area. We very much wish to continue this endeavor. We have not been involved in any of the recent discussions between San Jose State Research Foundation and Santa Clara County Facilities and Fleet, but would very much like to be. We thank you. We want to continue this relationship.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Meganson. And I believe it's now Scott Largent, Sister Mary, Mario, Sylvia, Pratik Shah, and Isaac Gomez. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Sister Mary Becker. I am a Holy Name sister, and my sisters in the same community have lived in the Santee neighborhood for 25 years, as I have lived for 10. I'm here to speak in favor of the Universal Access Program. Having lived in this community for over 10 years, I know the people, I know the agencies such as the city, nonprofits, and the educational collaborative that's been going on is essential to help that community. It's an immigrant community, a lower income, and people do not know how to navigate the health, education, and social service systems. So I speak in strong favor of supporting the Universal Access Program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Soy Mario Martínez.
I'll be interpreting for him.
Great. Hang on just a second while we reset the time. There are 2 minutes now. Welcome.
Soy Mario Martínez. Vengo a apoyar a Acceso Universal porque ellos me han ayudado en todo y quiero que no dejen de ayudar este programa, porque ellos ayudan a todos, ellos no distinguen a quién ayudar, ni sea niño, sea grande, y quiero que no dejen de apoyarlo.
So his name is Mario Martinez, and he's here because he's supporting the UAP program. And in the community that he lives, he's very happy with the program. He wants the program because it doesn't distinguish between children and adults. It helps everyone. So it's a great program, and it's given to the community. So don't take this program away from the families and the community. So he's supporting the program to the fullest, and he counts on your support coming from District 2. So he counts on Cindy Chavez as well. So that's our supervisor. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Martinez.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
I'll be interpreting as well.
Thank you. And again, we'll set the clock at 2 minutes. Welcome.
Buenos días, soy Silvia Álvarez. Yo también quiero que sigan apoyando el programa porque yo tengo 4 hijos y siempre que necesito apoyo, allí me lo dan. Gracias.
Okay. So her name is Sylvia Alvarez, and she's also from the community in the Franklin McKinley School District, and she supports the UAP program. And she's here because she has 4 children that are in the district, and every time she needs assistance and any resource, she goes there and she gets the service, and she's very happy with the program, and she counts on you to support the program. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Alvarez.
And I think
Next
it's my
speaker, please. Come on up.
turn. Am I next? It's Isaac.
And your name is?
Isaac Gomez?
Then let's have Isaac Gomez be the next speaker, please.
All right. Good morning. Thank you so much for the 60 seconds. I'll come in as a
Mr. Gomez,
father.
we're going to reset your time.
Thank you.
Lots of phones. If we could ask everybody, just let's take this brief break to double check. I'll do the same, because it would be really embarrassing if my phone went off during the course of the meeting. So we could all check our phones, make sure that they're on the off mode, and then that way we can hear Mr. Gomez without interruption.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So good morning, everyone. I'm coming as a father and a community member from District 2. 100% backing up the UAP program. It's a beautiful program. I don't think it's never been done before. It's coming from the Franklin McKinley School District and the Allen Rock. The name says it all, universal access. So it doesn't distinguish anybody. So it doesn't matter what community you're from. It's a beautiful name. It's a beautiful program. It's effective, but we do need the support. I saw the video from the last meeting here, and it was a little bit disappointing because not a lot of people knew about the meeting, the families. It's very difficult for the families to come here and speak. They have a family, they have to feed the kids, take the kids to school, they work. So on behalf of that community, I feel I'm an asset. I've always been a volunteer in this community all my life. I'm from District 2, so I hope I count on your support. Cindy Chavez, you're my supervisor. You said if I ever needed help, ask you for your help. So I ask for your help and your support. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And well-timed on that 60 seconds, sir. That was, all right, I believe we have cards from Pratik, is it Shah?
Yeah, Pratik Shah.
Welcome.
So, my name is Dr. Pratik Shah. I own Omega Sports Rehab, which is a subsidiary of iMotion Physical Therapy at Timpani Center. I got on 5th October, I got email that 24th of December will be the last day at the Timpani. And first thing came in my mind, all my patients who are in the wheelchair, which they cannot do any therapy on the land, who are getting one extra step to walk in their life with the pool therapy. It's getting shut down just because San Jose State and county has some disagreement. So I urge every council member to support this program, and it is life-changing for a lot of people as other members came. And I'm 5 seconds early. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. That means Scott Largent's up next, but Mr. Largent, before you come speak at the microphone, let me just announce that the next speakers will be Ha Nguyen, Hope Nguyen, Shirley Tran, Christy, I believe it's Hun, and Michael Hubbard. Mr. Largent, good morning.
Great. Good morning, everyone. The law enforcement leg of our county, I always considered it to be the Sheriff's Department. That's kind of how I thought it worked. I'm wondering who decided to make up our own police department here? Who decided to make up cops for SSA? Who decided to purchase them badges that look exactly like our Sheriff's Department badges? Who authorized them to start saying that they're deputized officers through the Santa Clara County Sheriff's Department? Because they're not. They're wearing costumes. They're county employees. There's no chain of command if any of these people do anything wrong to anybody. I was harassed over at the GA office by somebody that said he was a cop, said he was a sheriff's officer. He was not. And when I went to go complain, people started coming down that I was just shocked. Little old lady comes down with a little notepad, starts writing my information down. There's no complaint process for it. They're deep, fake Santa Clara County cops. Somebody needs to fix that. They're at every SSA location, and this is not right.
Thank you.
And it's a felony when you impersonate a police officer, right, Joe?
We're done here. Thanks.
Sounds good, bud.
Ha Nguyen, Hope Nguyen, Shirley Tran, Christy Huynh, and Michael Hubbard. Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning, supervisors. I'm going to translate for Ms. Ha Nguyen today.
Thank you. And would you help me? The name again is Ha Nguyen?
Ha Nguyen, yes.
Thank you. Welcome. We'll give you 2 minutes so that the translation time is not counted.
Tôi tên là Hà Nguyễn, tôi là nạn nhân của bạo hành gia đình. Hôm nay tôi đứng đây được vui vẻ và tự tin như thế này là nhờ có chương trình UPS đã giúp đỡ tôi rất là nhiều về vấn đề, cho tôi gặp được các cái hội đoàn bên luật sư và bên bảo vệ trẻ em cũng như là bên ICANN và bên sức khỏe Mekong để cho tôi thoát ra khỏi được cái vấn đề trầm cảm và vấn đề bị áp lực trong một cái gia đình bị bạo hành, và tôi được yên tâm sống ở trong cái quận hạt Santa Clara và làm việc một cách tự tin, an toàn và độc lập khi không có một người thân nào bên mình. Nhờ có chương trình tôi cảm thấy yên tâm và tự tin hơn. Xin đừng đóng chương trình này lại. Cảm ơn rất là nhiều.
Ms. Ha said that my name is Ha Nguyen, and I am able to stand here confidently today before you is because of the Universal Access Program. I'm an immigrant from Vietnam, and I am a single mother who faced domestic violence. And because of the Universal Access Program, I was able to connect with services that help me feel safer in Santa Clara County, such as Sacred Heart services for rental assistance. I was connected to ICANN for my children to be connected and engage in the youth program. I was connected to mental health services at Mekong, and now I am going through a divorce and restraining order And I would not be able to get legal representation with Step Forward Foundation if there wasn't the Universal Access Program to work with me and guide me through the process. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms.
Hà đứng ở bên cửa. Yeah. So now it's my turn.
And you are?
I'm Hope. So.
Thank you.
So
Welcome.
thank you. Good morning, supervisors. My name is Hope Nguyen, and I'm the Universal Access Community Worker or Navigator at Franklin McKinley School District. I want to first thank you for extending the UAP to 3 years back in May 2009. Your decision to extend the UAP showed that you recognize Santa Clara County's growing marginalized families and the long-term risk this will bring to our community. I am here today to urge you to uphold the UAP's 3-year extension because all children are capable of achieving their full potential in school and in life. However, many children begin life with the odds stacked against them. Homelessness, poverty, and domestic violence, to name a few. When you add language and cultural barriers, it's nearly impossible to find the light at the end of the tunnel. Oh.
One last sentence.
Okay. So, UAP is capable of improving the multiple and intersecting factors that influence the health, education, and well-being of children that influence their lifespan, because UAP is more than just a touch and refer service.
Thank you. That was a long sentence.
Thank
you.
yeah.
That was, you chose wisely on that one. Good for
you.
you. How about Shirley Tran, and then followed by, thank you, and then Christy Quinn, and then Michael Hubbard. Welcome. And would you like time for translation, or is there?
Yes, hi. Good morning. My name is Shirley Tran, and I'm here to interpret for Miss Christy Huynh here.
Please.
Tôi tên là Christy Huỳnh. Tôi đến đây để ủng hộ chương trình UAP.
Hi, my name is Christy Huynh, and I'm here to voice my support for the program UAP, which is Universal Access Pilot Program.
Tôi biết qua chương trình này là tôi đến trường của con tôi để sinh hoạt. Con tôi học ở trường Kennedy của McKinley School District.
How I learned about this program was through a school event. My daughter is currently attending Kennedy Elementary School, which is in Franklin McKinley School District.
Tôi gặp cô Shirley này để giúp đỡ tôi là tại vì tôi không có biết tiếng Anh nhiều. Và cái chương trình này tại vì con tôi nó bị tự kỷ, cho nó được vô cái chương trình IEP.
I was connected to UAP and Shirley specifically because there was a language barrier in trying to access the IEP, which is individualized educational plan for her daughter who has mild autism.
Và cô đã giới thiệu cho tôi qua cái chương trình về luật pháp gia đình và việc làm nữa.
And later on, I was also connected to legal resources and also employment opportunities.
Cô dẫn tôi đi đến những cái chỗ đó để cho tôi biết, tại vì tôi là cái người mới tới San Jose được 2 năm.
Our family recently moved to San Jose for about 2 years, so I'm still pretty new here. So then Shirley was able to not only connect me to the resources, but also accompany and navigate me, provided transportation to all those appointments.
Thank you both. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael Hubbard
And
Shirley Tran, but Shirley's going to speak for herself first. Yes, go.
yes. Hi, good morning, everyone. Again, my name is Shirley Tran, and I am a community resource specialist for Universal Access Pilot Program, also known as UAP, for our county of Santa Clara. I'm here today, both personally and professionally, to respectfully request for your consideration to grant extension for this pilot program. I am a mother of 2 children, and I truly believe in the work that our team does every day, though it may seem a small difference, but it does indeed have a long-lasting impact to my children, all current children generation as whole, and many future generations to come. Every child needs an adult who is crazy about them in a positive, loving way. The way I can contribute to this is through UAP program. I support and foster positive relationship with the parents, and hoping that in turn they are able to provide a nurturing and loving environment for our children to thrive and also to reach their fullest potential. So please, please consider our request, and thank you for listening.
Thank you for being here. Now I believe Michael Hubbard is up next. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Michael Hubbard. I'm the brother and conservator for Lisa Hubbard, who we were told when she was born she wouldn't live past age 10. She's now 62. Lisa has cerebral palsy. She's worked hard all her life to fit into our society and live independently. Lisa struggles to walk. She uses a walker, but she can only move a few feet before she has to stop and rest. Her knees turn in, her feet don't sit flat on the ground, and her muscles cramp. It's horrible. Lisa's been coming to Tiffany Center for 4 years. Oops. She's been taking the swimming program. Twice a week she comes and gets greater freedom and flexibility and strength in her legs. Lisa depends on her days at Tiffany Center. What struck me are the smiles of everybody that I see when I get there. This is a haven for these folks in a world that's harsh to people like them. Please keep it going.
Thank you very much. We have just a few more cards. I want to confirm with the clerk that there are no additional cards. Then could we ask Jose Gamboa and Brett, I believe it's Sunham, and Carol Abate, and Tom Shea if he is still here with us. So Jose Gamboa, Brett, and forgive me if I'm misreading, Sunham, Carol Abate, and Tom Shea. Come on forward, folks, and welcome. Welcome. And in the spirit of inclusivity, we're going to welcome you even with all that Raider gear on, okay? Well, welcome. Welcome.
Well, I'm a longtime member with Tiffany Center, along with my dad, Justin Garcia, who's a retired teacher. And, you know, I've seen remarkable things happen at the Tiffany Center, and so I've been a member since 2005, so we've been there for 13 years. So, and I've seen people with injuries, you know, have gotten better, like after 4 weeks later, and gone back to work. So I urge you guys to keep this Tiffany Center open. It's a great forum for people to talk to and, you know, open up. And so this is a great program, and the Tiffany Center needs to stay open for the community. So give much love to everybody.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your patience today. Next speaker, come on forward.
Good morning. My name is Carol Abate. I'm a resident of Santa Clara County. I've been a member of the Timpani Center for the past 5 years, and I'm devastated by the possible closing of the center. I have a medical condition which has been greatly helped by warm water therapy. Good options to go elsewhere are not available to me. Please keep the center open for me and the 400 other members who use and enjoy the pool. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Let me see, is Brett here? Is Brett Sunham? All right, and we have a card from Tom Shea, who I called earlier. Then, Madam Clerk, one last time, I want to just make sure I've got all the cards on this item. I do? Good. Thank you all very much. We had a lot of speakers today, and I appreciated, as I know the board did, your presence and participation and working your comments into a relatively tight time period. Just to be clear about how things progress at public comment, because these are not agendized items, we are not permitted under state law to take any formal action today because there wasn't public notice of any possible action. That doesn't mean we can't listen and hear, so please know that we can and we did. And I know I've got two colleagues who wanted to ask our county executive if he could provide some clarification about how things stand and how we might proceed. Now I see a third light on as well. So in order, I'm going to go to Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you.
And then Supervisor Ellenberg, and then Supervisor Cortese. And colleagues, let's just sort of play it by ear as to whether or not we should hear from all three of you before we go to the county executive so that he can pull together a response that perhaps not only addresses all three of your concerns, but the things we heard from folks here today. Supervisor
Great.
Chavez.
Thank you. For those of you who just came today, I wanted to let you know that in April 2019, I did a referral to my colleagues, and everybody unanimously looked at it because we were actually trying to figure out how to give more access to more people because of the limited hours of the Timpani Center. So what I was very interested in is, so in September of this year, FGOC, our staff reported to us where they were in progress working with San Jose State. We've received an update, and I just wanted to ask Dr. Smith to make the update clear with all of you, and so that you all understood the direction that we were trying to take here.
Right. Thank you, Supervisor. First of all, the county has no interest in closing the Timpani Center and will not close the Timpani Center. What happened is...
Do this. So
there you go.
What happened is we have 3 contracts with the San Jose Research Foundation. One is a lease, one is for employee wellness, one is for VMC. And we had received surprisingly, without much of an explanation, notice from the foundation that they intended to terminate their contract. We've been working since we received the notice, which was a 90-day notice, which would expire in December, trying to figure out why they want to do that, what we can do to prevent it. And we're working right now to see if we can change their minds. I've asked staff to get a formal list from the foundation of what they think they need, and we'll move ahead to provide it. But even if they follow through in their desire to terminate the contract and move their services, we will be coming back to the board with alternate strategies to keep the center open. This is not something the county is interested in closing. We're not interested in stopping the service. We're interested in maintaining the service. We were surprised to get the letter of termination from the foundation. We'll do whatever we can to convince them to rescind their intentions, and if they don't, we'll take it in our own hands.
So just as a follow-up, Dr. Smith, I know staff was going to bring something back to us in December.
Right.
But what I would like to recommend is that we put something on the agenda in the next couple of weeks so that there's less nervousness about having any
Sure.
dark time at the...
We will.
Thank you.
This center is very important to us. You know, VMC or VHP uses it for services for our clients through the health plan, and Employee Wellness uses it for our employee services. So we definitely do not want to see it terminated, and we'll keep it open whatever it takes.
Thank you. Let me go next to Supervisor Susan Ellenberg. Supervisor?
Thank you. That addressed my concern as well, and I wanted to make sure that everyone understood that it is not in the county's interest or desire to close the Timpani Center.
Supervisor Cortese.
Thank you. I thank the county executive for addressing the issue. I just want to say I was here when the Timpani Center was sort of rescued at the 11th hour the last time. I think we should acknowledge former Supervisor Yeager for his efforts in that regard, bringing it to our attention. And recall at the time, the Evergreen Valley College, which is in my district, was considering a similar arrangement on a facility that they were going to build. They never built it, but it caused me to suggest, hey, how about we ask San Jose State to take a look at partnering with this? And I just want to, as difficult as it is when we get, you know, a partner that is wanting to pull out or do whatever they need to do, we should really acknowledge San Jose State University for stepping up. We would not, I'm not sure how we would have been able to keep it open in the first place without their partnership, and hopefully we can figure out if there's some way to keep them happy going forward. I just wanted to be a little bit of institutional memory or knowledge on what happened, you know, way back then, and make sure nobody gets vilified here because our partner stepped up, really did step up to help us all these years.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I agree. You're right.
Supervisor Mike Wasserman. And Dr. Smith, the only thing I would ask and add, I was couldn't help but take note when Supervisor Cortese referenced the recent rescue or more recent rescue, and of course here we are again. And I was on the board here in the late 1990s when there was a Timpani rescue, for those of you who go back that far. And it strikes me that while obviously people here today are concerned about the immediate threat, that it will be important as you and your team think through the possibilities and the options, that we be thinking about something that is sustainable over the long haul for people, and so that we don't lurch from crisis to crisis every few years. And I know that's the goal, of course, but it's, you know, where this is now 3 that are within my own memory and experience, and I'm sure I was gone for some others, a 4th one that Supervisor Chavez is remembering. You know, you want to avoid that under any set of circumstances, but particularly avoid it when you've got a particularly vulnerable population with limited choices. So that's just my long-winded pitch for a long-term sustainable plan for the center and the services, in addition to the attention to the immediate need. So that being said, I'm going to let you offer some additional comment if you think it will be helpful in clarifying, and then we'll go on to our next item. Dr. Smith.
Right. I also wanted to address the UAP issue.
Please.
I'm not quite sure how people got the impression we were terminating the Universal Access program, but we're not. We're actually trying to figure out a way to expand it. And so I just want to clarify there's no termination in the works. And if people have concerns about that, maybe they can talk to me after the meeting or give me a call or send me an email, and we'll try to figure out how that rumor got started.
Dr. Smith, on that item, would it be possible for your staff to prepare a very brief off-agenda report that could be shared with our offices, that could then also be shared with the community, providing those assurances, or at least a status report?
Sure.
I think having something in writing that we can share with the community, and making sure that we've got that brief document in appropriate languages as well would be helpful. Okay, thank you. Anything else before we leave public comment? All right, then the only thing we'll do at this point is say thank you to all of you who took time out of your day and made the effort to be with us. And colleagues, a little unusual, but given the number of folks who may want to exit right now, I'm going to suggest a 5-minute recess while we let people exit the chamber. So without objection, we stand in recess. Thank you. Thank you all once again.
Thank you, Jeff, for making that clear.
Yeah.
Why San Jose State hit send on that? And I'm not emotionally attached to us keeping San Jose State. I'm not, but I don't know what their strategy was. Maybe it was just that they wanted to do full disclosure.
Well, it seems a little like
They're telling
really
what I
good
heard this morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, if we could ask you all to take your places again, ask the chambers to come to quiet. And again, if we could bring the chambers to a hush, please. Ask board members to please retake their places here at the dais. And maybe we can get those doors closed in the back so we don't have all the... Thank you, Mr. Lorden. Okay. All right. We are back in session. That takes us to item number 7, which is to approve the consent calendar and any changes to our board agenda. And let me just turn to the clerk and ask her to confirm that the goldenrod copy I am holding in my hands is the most recent update we have. Yes?
Yes, it is.
That is correct, colleagues. So, question then is, are there additions, deletions, changes? And we do have a few folks who would like to speak on the consent calendar when the time comes. But first, what we'll do is try and sort out what is and isn't on the consent calendar and see if there are any changes to our agenda order or content. I'm going to start with Ms. Ellenberg. Nothing this morning. Thank you. Supervisor Cortese.
Thank you. I know there's a request from Supervisor Ellenberg to consider items 27 and 28 concurrently that's already been submitted. Those are the 2 firearms items that kind of appear back to back on the agenda. The first one, 27, is a report from the sheriff relating to outreach regarding the safe storage of firearms. The second one is the actual ordinance. We've continued that a couple of times, mainly because there's been some modifications that the county council has worked on, which I think are good. I assume to some degree individual supervisors or their staffs have been sort of monitoring the posting of the actual ordinance language with any changes. But there's one final change that is just focused on the definition of residences in the ordinance so that it's clear where there are hunting and sporting affiliated facilities, sporting facilities, especially in rural areas versus the urban areas. And council actually already has proposed some language, so I'm confident if we can continue 28 one more time, we can have an ordinance back here that's going to be a lot better for mass dissemination and public input. That said, maybe it makes more sense to just keep 27 with the item, just so that whatever we're doing with the sheriff in terms of outreach, just comes back and we can have the full discussion like you were saying, instead of today, though, at the next meeting. Lastly, and I'd like to hear from Supervisor Ellenberg on that, President Smedian, but before I turn off my microphone, I just want to say that my office would like to begin some preliminary outreach efforts with the draft that's before us today, along with the latest changes from County Council, just to organizations that are known stakeholders around firearms use. We have a whole list of those from the Firearms Summit that we conducted last year. Some of them are sporting organizations, some of them are public health folks who are concerned about firearms, and some are firearm enthusiasts. But that would be just an informal effort on my office's part before we launch something perhaps more formal when we have our discussion next time around. So just all in the interest of a continuance with a little bit of full disclosure on my part as to what's going on, if there's such a thing as a little bit of full disclosure.
Just want to confirm that I understand the request. Rather than holding them together, you want to hold 28 until the next meeting, keep 27 today for an update on the outreach efforts, or hold both? Hold both. Okay, that's fine with me.
So, without objection, Madam Clerk, at least thus far, the request from Supervisor Cortese is that the items 27 and 28 both be continued, I believe, to our next meeting, scheduled meeting, Supervisor Cortese, on November the 19th, yes?
That would be great.
Thank you very much. Anything else, Supervisor Cortese, before I go to Supervisor Wasserman?
No, if I can just say on item 25, I know that Supervisor Wasserman asked that it be put on consent, and that is a piece of a referral that was done back in April that asked for this information to come back, prompted by the civil detainer discussion we were having at the time. And I just want to acknowledge the folks who worked on that on the administrative side for getting it back to us. I don't have any further questions at this time, so I'm fine with it going on consent, but I did want to acknowledge that the work was done, and I suppose if we need to do any more work, we can always bring it back again. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Wasserman, any additional changes? Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. I would like to put item 73 back on, and this was the rejection of all proposals for CMAR. And the question I had, I can ask offline of staff. And then on item 81, this is the additional hospital positions that are being requested. And what I'm interested in understanding is there's a time certain on these, and so I just didn't understand what our strategy was during the meantime. So I was going to pull it to make sure that staff could just inform us of that. And if they could do it during consent, it's up to the chair, obviously. And then on item 39, this is positions for the registrar of voters. And what I noticed for these positions is that the salary bandwidth dips below the living wage, and I didn't know why the living wage policy wouldn't apply to those positions. So those are just to sunshine them. They could be done during consent or not. Up to you, Chair.
Staff, let me just follow up on those. And Dr. Smith, if you can share with us on items 81 and 39. Right now, those are both scheduled to be on consent. Supervisor Chavez has raised questions about both items. And the question is, would you like to respond to those now, or would you like us to simply pull them from the consent calendar so we can take up those questions at that time? If they're extended, and I don't gather that they are, then we can do them now if staff is ready, but I don't know if you're prepared to take questions at this time.
I think John Mills can come forward and give you an answer.
And is that on both items, Dr. Smith? Yes. Okay, Mr. Mills. On item 39, and I'm just going in order of the agenda, this is the election aid extra help question. And Supervisor Chavez, I believe your question was with respect to living wage requirements on that item, yes?
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Mills.
Yes, thank you, President Simidian. John Mills, Employee Services Agency Director. The salary recommendation for the elections aid extra help classification was made pursuant to a salary survey of similarly situated classifications in other jurisdictions. Relative to the living wage policy, I would ask potentially County Council that question, because it was my understanding that the living wage policy doesn't necessarily apply to public jurisdictions. But I would defer
We don't apply it to ourselves?
That's correct.
I guess I will be bringing a referral. And we can leave that on consent, but I'll be voting no on it because that's kind of appalling. And then on the other item?
Could you clarify, please, Vice President Chavez?
Excuse me, Mr. Mills, I apologize, Supervisor Chavez. Before we go to the other item, staying on that item, is there any reason why that item couldn't be continued? I know we have an election coming, but on the election aids job, could those be continued for a couple weeks, just to give us a little more time to understand the interaction between our own existing ordinance and policy and those particular positions?
So the only concern I would raise with the timing is that because this involves a salary ordinance amendment, which needs to have 2 readings before the board before the implementation date, We're getting close to where the Registrar of Voters is hoping to be able to bring people on within that job classification. And so to the extent we wait 2 more weeks, that delays their timeline 2 weeks, and then we're likely into mid to late December. But they were hoping to be training the election aid workers starting in January for the March 3rd primary. So our timing is short.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
I'm concerned about it as well, and if there aren't enough votes to approve it today, then it's essentially, it's either dead or the option is being held for 2 weeks. So we might want to think about which is the lesser of two evils. Obviously, I don't know how my other colleagues will vote, but I'm inclined to vote no on that as well.
Supervisor Cortese and then Supervisor Wasserman and colleagues, I'm going to remind all of us, myself included, that this is a consent calendar review. Yes, Supervisor Cortese.
Well, if we need to pull it off to do this, fine, but I would suggest, and I would move that we just change the compensation to be equivalent to our living wage, and then
That's a good idea.
so that it can keep moving, and then bring back the fiscal impact with the second reading just for public disclosure purposes. I don't think it's going to be that significant given the number of employees.
Dr. Smith, before I go to Supervisor Wasserman.
Yeah, Supervisor Cortese took the words out of my mouth. Just change the numbers and we'll move ahead.
Okay. Supervisor Cortese was trying to make a motion, but there's no motion panel on the screen. I think what we'll do is incorporate that, Supervisor Cortese, within the consent calendar, but with the compensation level revised per your suggestion to be compliant with our own living wage policies. Does that work for everybody?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you again. Supervisor Wasserman.
Thank you very much. In the referral, I think it said a range of $17 to $23, and I think the living wage is about 19. Is that correct?
Yeah, I want to say it's near $20 an hour.
20?
Yeah.
Okay. And so the referral then would be for our living wage, whatever that number is, to 23.
Yep, my understanding of the board's direction would be that we would start the first step at whatever the minimum living wage is, and then the fifth step would be a little higher than the 23 that's the top of the range right now.
Gotcha. But the 23 would stay. It wouldn't go 26.
Well, the steps are 5% apart, so the top step would go up a little bit higher. Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you. I understand that. I'm in favor of that. Thank you.
All right. Supervisor Chavez had also asked about item 81.
Oh, yes, thank you, President Smitty. I was just wondering, Supervisor Chavez, if you could clarify your question about the strategy that you referenced.
So in the staff report, it has a deadline for how long these positions exist. At least that's the way I read it, and maybe I read it incorrectly. So if that's the case, let me know. But the way I read it on 81 was that these positions would expire May 16th, 2021, but there was no attachment, not in this ordinance or the last time that we voted on something similar that just explained what, that we're using that time because blah, blah, blah. And I was just wondering if you could explain what that is, given that there was a timeline.
Yes, absolutely. So these positions that are on second reading, the salary ordinance amendment, they're unclassified positions, and unclassified positions are added with a term limit because individuals can be appointed to unclassified positions without going through a merit system process. They just need to meet the employment standards of the job classification. So these particular positions are being added to facilitate the hospital acquisition process and to the discussions that the board has had previously related to individuals who transitioned from Verity Health System to the county as part of the acquisition and then have had trouble with the testing process for a probationary appointment. They're being offered unclassified positions to give them additional opportunities to participate in the testing process.
So What I was interested in getting was, and I think this would be fine to have it be an off-agenda report, but there's been, I think, a little bit of confusion for the participants. You know, are they taking a test? Are we restructuring tests? What are the actual next steps? I know that you've had verbal conversations, and I guess some people have received letters saying that they are going to be unclassified, but not the follow-up of what the implications of that are and what the timeline is for us to address it. So if what could get to the board and to those employees would be the answer to that question, then you know, obviously I want to support this, so that's not my issue. My issue is understanding how to explain the implications of it and what the timeline is of the county's plan, and whether or not we are in fact restructuring testing or not. And if we're not, then what are we doing to help support people? So what are the answers to all those questions?
Absolutely happy to provide all of the above.
How long would it take to do that, John?
We can do it in short order. It's just a matter of, I know the answers, just need to write them down
So,
and
like,
get
within
it
a
out
week?
to you.
Okay, great.
So,
thank you.
sure.
Thank you. Then, Madam Clerk, forgive me, let me go back to Supervisor Ellenberg on this item.
Supervisor Chavez, I want to thank you for calling that out. My team and I met with John on exactly this issue just a couple of days ago and have requested a report. We did talk about this as well in HHC, and one of the pieces, and maybe you can just speak to this, as an alternative for the test is an oral interview. So part of the plan should not only include the lists and the classifications and the timelines, but some specifics about alternatives.
Absolutely.
With that assurance, that Supervisor Chavez, then that item can stay on the consent calendar in your view?
Yes, thank you.
Good. Then, Madam Clerk, I believe, and colleagues, please double check my work here, that the goldenrod version of our consent calendar update stands with the following additions, deletions, and changes. Items 27 and 28 will be continued to our next board meeting on the 19th of November. Item 73, which had been requested for removal from the consent calendar, is now back on the consent calendar. Item 39, dealing with the issue of elections aides, has been amended to incorporate the county's living wage policies. And notwithstanding the discussion about item 81, it remains on the consent calendar. Colleagues, is that square with your understanding? It seems to do. One other item that I should mention is that Supervisor Ellenberg had asked that items 44 and 45 be held to our next meeting. And I just wanted to say thank you for that. I share her view, apparently, that we would be well served by delaying those items to the next meeting. And I wanted to surface that so that as staff is trying to assess the lay of the land, they know that there are at least a couple of supervisors who had questions and or concerns. Now, colleagues, before we go to a vote, we do have some folks who would like to speak. And one is Dan, I believe it's Fiorenza, I can't tell which, forgive me. And then Gail Osmer, Scott Largent, and Mark Johnson. So come on up.
I'm the chairperson of the Santa Clara County Senior Care Commission. Our executive meeting is starting right now, but so my colleagues had to leave. But I just want to thank you all so much for your support on supporting us in the Senior Commission for the exemption. And we have a lot of great meetings coming up for the Senior Care Commission. We have a lot of good programs that we're starting. And I just want to thank you very much for your support. Also, I just want to put in a PS to thank Rhonda for all her support. I've been a real pushy broad to her, and I'm glad that we're here today because we have a great meeting November 13th. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And if you think you're going to get me to comment on that, you're absolutely wrong. So we've got another card from, welcome.
Dan Fiorenza.
Thanks, Dan.
Good evening, board members. My name is Dan Fiorenza. I'm here as an election specialist with the Register of Voters. I'm here today to make the board members aware of the issue at stake here with the use of election aid workers. Initially, the use of these workers was to staff the vote centers during the 11 days leading up to and on election day. The Registrar's Office has now added duties to the job specs of these temporary workers to include duties far beyond the duties that require the election workers perform tasks that are normally performed by elections experienced office specialists 1 and 2. It is our concern that election aid workers with little or no elections experience can be used at a pay rate slightly above the minimum wage. Employment standards for election aid workers is to have only completed 8th grade. Many of the tasks expected of them are beyond the vote center are higher level assignments that require strong knowledge of English and the elections process. We urge the board members to help us maintain the high level of accuracy and process integrity expected of our agency, outcomes that can only be achieved with the use of seasoned, knowledgeable staff assisting the ROV with in-house elections processes. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 2 other cards, one from Mark Johnson and one from Scott Largent. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, everybody. I am a Master Gardener. I'm also part of the Friends of Master Gardeners of Santa Clara County. Our mission is to extend research-based knowledge and information on home horticulture, pest management, and sustainable landscape practices for all of the residents of Santa Clara County. As part of the Master Gardener program, we maintain and build 10 demonstration gardens. We provide classes and outreach programs, and also talks and events to support the community. Last year, the Master Gardeners had a total volunteer hours of almost 38,000 hours, which amounts to about $970,000 in financial value to the community. The Friends of Master Gardeners is a 501c nonprofit, 3C nonprofit that provides the funding to run the Master Gardener program. We've invested over $250,000 in one of those demonstration gardens, that garden being the Marshall Cottle Park Demonstration Gardens and Community Educational Center. The item that's up is item 29, and it's a report out from the Parks Department about some infrastructure needs at that parcel. And the Friends of Master Gardeners is putting up about $46,000 to support that road work inside of the parcel. And we've invested over $250,000 in that park since 2015 when we were gained access to the facility. The reason that we need to have this work done is really to provide access that's safe to all of the partners in the park, with the volunteers that come to the activity, the Master Gardeners that manage the parcel. A couple of you have been there, you know what it's like.
And I apologize, but your 2 minutes is up. So here's what I'm going to ask you to do, though.
Yeah.
Pause for a second, think for a moment. What would you like us to do if you could get us to do it? One sentence.
I would like you to consider funding our road project.
Got it. Thank you. That's what I wanted to make sure I got the ask in there with you. Thank you. Supervisor Cortese?
Yeah, thank you, President Smidian. And I was remiss earlier in not asking, I think receiving the report on the consent calendar as recommended by one of my colleagues at this point is fine. However, the report references that a grant writer is coming on board with parks that may be useful to this endeavor. And I would like to ask that it be brought to the attention of the Board of Supervisors with an off-agenda report as soon as that person is available, so we can consider further direction to the department to have the grant writer engage in seeking funds for this project. This was a referral on an operational budget request originally, so that would be that would be additional direction I would like to include in the motion. I'm sorry to be late with that, President Simonian.
Not a problem. We have yet to actually put the consent calendar motion on our screens. So I will say thank you to you, and I hope you didn't mind my
Thank you for your time.
pressing you a little there
Appreciate
at the end. And Mr. Largent, I believe you're the final speaker under consent calendar today.
Okay, ready, Tiffany. Thank you. Thank you. On the consent calendar, I was sitting back there just kind of checking things over like I normally do, and now when I see any of the social service agencies, any of the other facilities, I start really thinking security now. And I start thinking, the people that have the hardest are the ones that are using most of these agencies, and what the homeless, mentally ill, and poor are just not worth having real law enforcement interact with them. These people that the county has hired they're county employees. They couldn't even get rent-a-cops. They're not deputized, and these are the first responders. And you people need to do something about this, and it's called pull them off the line. They do not have chest cameras. They don't have badge numbers. There's no complaint system in place. Somebody here, and is it coming from the county executive's office, decided it was a money-saving option right there. But that's not okay. You still should be able to file a complaint, access a chest camera, and it's not going to happen with these people that are out there right now. They're working all the Social Security locations. Every location right here that you're allocating money to right now is paying for people that have no experience with law enforcement. They don't know. And they're putting together rules that none of you have voted on. They're government codes. Nothing is out there. It circles around bicycles. As you can't do this, you can't. They're making up the law. So there's this leg off to the side. Who created this? Who came up with this idea? And these badges that they're wearing right now? Who came up with that? Get them a $900 badge that looks even better than the sheriff's department so they can fool the public? I would request if you guys can act on this fast. It's just not okay. These people are bullies, they're mean, they treat people like garbage. Our sheriff's department does not do that anymore to the poor, the mentally ill, or the homeless. These new people do. Thank you.
Colleagues, I believe that's the last speaker under public comment. Let me just confirm that with the clerk. It is. And again, as things now stand, the goldenrod copy continues to be the baseline for consent calendar and changes, but with 2728 continued to our next meeting, with item number 73 back on consent, with the item number 39 addressing the living wage concerns, item number 81, there are requests from information from Supervisor Chavez that will be responded to, and the clarification about grant writing that Supervisor Cortese has offered just a moment ago, and I referenced my own support for Supervisor Ellenberg's action on numbers 44 and 45. Could we ask the clerk now to please post a voting panel on the screen, and if we have a motion to approve as submitted with amendments as noted, that motion comes from Supervisor Ellenberg, second from Supervisor Wasserman, and we'll ask all 5 members, please vote on the screen. We have 1 board member. There we go. Now all 5 votes have been cast, and I can say thank you very much. Passes 5-0. That completes our consent calendar. Thank you all once again. All right. Thank you. Apparently that means some folks get to go back to work. Okay. Time certain to be held no earlier than 10 a.m. We don't have to worry about that. Item number 8 is a public hearing. This is a TEFRA hearing, and board members are, I think, accustomed to these. But having said that, let me ask on item number 8 that staff come forward, make a brief presentation. We will then go to clarifying questions, if any, from our board members. Then we'll open the public hearing formally. So let me begin by saying welcome. Before I do that, though, Supervisor Cortese, your light is on, so I just want to make sure I'm not overlooking you. Okay. Then to staff. Welcome.
Thank you. President Simonian, members of the board, I am Maria Oberg. I'm the county's Treasury Administrator. We have two actions for you today related to the Virginia Street Studios. The first one is to hold a public hearing authorizing the issuance of revenue bonds for the Virginia Street Studios. And the second item is to adopt a resolution approving the issuance of those bonds. The bonds will be issued in an amount not to exceed $105 million. They'll be used to finance or refinance the acquisition and construction of 301 studios for seniors. And if you have any questions related to the project or the financing, we have representatives from both the issuer and the developer.
All right, let me look to our board, see if there are any questions that are clarifying in nature. There do not appear to be at this time. So then let me turn to the clerk of the board and announce that I am formally opening the public hearing on item number 8, which is the public hearing on the TEFRA item. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers on this item? We do not. Let me just ask again. The public hearing is open. Are there any members of the public who would like to speak during the public hearing portion on this item? Yes, ma'am. If you'd like to come up to the microphone, you may. And if there's a issue we can help you sort through, we're happy to do so. And we're on item number 8. And the microphone actually will work a little better, believe it or not, right there. And it's built in.
Hi,
Hi.
I'm Mariana Frias. Can I ask a question? How many units for the senior elderly homeless people?
We don't do question and answer. If you have that's
sorry,
okay.
Sorry.
If
Okay,
you have a statement.
So I don't know if it's a statement per se, but I wanted to suggest maybe like something my friends and I have been suggesting, like maybe have another respite center open for the mentally ill, and then also for the homeless who could be mentally ill but not always, have more extremely low income apartments open at a single spot. So versus units are only 40 or 50 in a spot, instead make like 300 or 400 in a single spot to make more room for in one spot for the homeless and disabled, and that way shorten the wait list from 2 years to like 2 or 3 months, and that way when they're in the homeless shelters, when they get three months worth, by the time they get out, they already have a place to go to on the wait list from one of these senior or homeless apartments, extremely low income apartments for the mentally ill and disabled.
Thank you very much for your comment.
Thank you very much.
Good. Now, Madam Clerk, I think that's the only speaker we had on that item. So, colleagues, that being the case, I will formally close the public hearing. The public hearing is now closed. We'll bring the matter back before the board for additional debate, deliberation, discussion, and hopefully action. We're going to ask the clerk to post the motion panel on our screens so that if somebody, in the absence of any additional discussion, would like to simply make the motion at this time. The public hearing having been closed, we have a motion to approve the requested action from Supervisor Ellenberg. There is a second from Supervisor Cortese. We will ask all 5 members to please vote on their screens. And all 5 votes having been cast, we will have the clerk post the results overhead so that we can announce that the motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much. And I believe that completes item number 8, Madam Clerk. Yes, and staff, we're good. Thank you. All right, that would take us to item number 9, but that item, as you will recall, colleagues, has been deleted from our agenda in the absence of a pending application. So that takes us to item number 10. And Supervisor Chavez, we are into board referrals, and this one is yours. Would you like to lead us off on this?
Thank you very much, and I just want to apologize in advance to my colleagues. There are quite a number of them today. This referral I'm bringing forward because based on both information and feedback we've received from our educational partners as well as our medical partners, I am very interested in knowing whether or not it makes sense for our Valley Medical Center health and hospital system to create an early diagnostic center for children who are in need. The county has services in place to conduct screenings and assessment for children that enable children and families to access prevention, early intervention, and treatment. However, the systems of care that assess and provide services for children are largely divided between the school system addressing educational challenges and the medical system addressing physical and mental health concerns. Depending on the age of the child, the prompting concern or the type of insurance the family has, the child could be sent and family could be sent in many different directions for screening, assessments, and services by their respective agencies. As the child's well-being cuts across various organizations, seeing as their mental health and physical health will affect their outcomes in school, the need of children may fall between the gaps, and we know that many, many children are not diagnosed until much later in their educational careers, and it impacts their ability to thrive as adults. There is definitely a lack of fluidity and access to resources between screenings, assessments, and diagnostic systems. And the county has an opportunity to better understand the gaps and to have a deeper dive into what exists and conduct research to learn how we can ensure that children get diagnosed early and access services in a timely manner. This referral requests from administration that we procure external expertise to conduct an in-depth study of the current landscape and provide an analysis of system gaps, areas for improvement by specific providers that look at the overall well-being of a child, including development, educational, behavioral, and mental health. And our experts should research and study the feasibility of a diagnostic center, and that center, the space it would serve, and where it could more closely knit together our systems. Through this diagnostic center, children will get connected to the proper agencies early on, so they will not fall behind in their academic, behavioral, or medical development. This is a request for administration to come back in January with options for consideration, including their thoughts about funding, timeline, and expected outcomes. Just one other point I wanted to add is that part of the genesis for this has been conversations that I've had both with our school systems, our medical professionals, and outside experts. And I did have a conversation with Dr. Smith to discuss whether or not there would be a need. I think both he and I agreed that an assessment would make most sense to determine that, but also with some interest in considering whether or not the placement of such a center could be located at O'Connor Hospital, if we saw a need for it.
Thank you. I'm going to go next to Supervisor Ellenberg, and we also have 3 speakers who we'd like to hear from in a minute. I'm going to hand those cards to Supervisor Chavez as I step away briefly. But first, we're going to go to Supervisor Ellenberg.
Great. I want to thank you for bringing this referral forward. I think that the in-depth analysis that's proposed here can offer some valuable insights on the needs of both kids and their families. Some of the initiatives that I'm passionate about, including the Universal Access Pilot, the Universal Developmental Screening Initiative, and my recent youth mental health referral, could be informed by the findings of this analysis, as each includes elements of screening, assessment, and linkage to services. I would like to offer 3 suggestions in the planning of this study. One, that we focus the study on the needs and challenges identified by the children and their families who are engaged in the systems. I would like to see parent, caregiver, and youth input on system challenges and improvements at the core of our approach, and that would inform the selection of any solution. Second, giving the unique needs of children in foster care, of which you know considerably more than I do, Supervisor Chavez, in navigating these assessment systems, that we be sure to include input from families, again focusing on families served by DFCS, both parents and resource families.
Oh, great.
And third, that the project be considered in relation to other child-focused initiatives as part of the CAST integration work group, to make sure that we are aligning resources and efforts in this area.
So I think the first 2 suggestions are really, really good ones. I would say on CAST, I think there would be value post the study of understanding where this might fit into our overall body of work. And what I would suggest is that maybe the senior members of the CAST committee participate in this
In the
versus.
assessment or
Yeah,
first?
versus putting it into any single placement yet. I know I think that's not what you're saying, but I want to just be clear about that.
I think that's.
But I just did a double negative. What I mean to say is that, that I want to make sure it's informed by CAS, but I don't
Right.
want it to be placed yet.
Oh,
Yeah, I think that's what you're saying.
that's fine.
Okay.
And really, the heart of the first two is that we are including
Yeah.
the families who are
Well,
impacted.
and actually, I really appreciate you raising that. It's very smart of you, because I think the other thing that we have to consider are families who've had a difficult time accessing services. And so one really important area I think we're going to have to talk to are the schools and parents who haven't been able to have success in getting their children services. And so in some ways, it's even people who are children who are outside of our current systems, because I think they're having a hard time getting in. So I like the idea of
defined them,
empathetic
but good.
design.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
That's
Thank you
really
for this.
smart. All right, we have 3 speakers on this. I'm going to invite them all up, and they can come up in any order, and that's Kathleen King, Claudia Hardy, and Maria Dawn. And please come in any order and come right up. You each have 2 minutes.
Greetings, county supervisors and county staff. I'm Claudia Hardy, program manager for Parents Helping Parents, and I've been there for 13 years. I'm a mother also of an 18-year-old child it's not a child anymore, with autism. And each year at Parents Helping Parents, we help 5,000 parents locally who are raising children with disabilities. And now, thanks to you, we expanded our services to South County. I would like to thank you for paying attention to assessment in Santa Clara County. I have spoken to thousands of families over the years who are struggling to get an assessment for their child. Without an assessment, the children don't qualify for appropriate services. I want to share with you some stories that I have heard this year. At the beginning of 2019, I got a call from a family considered low income who have a 4-year-old. He has severe behavior problems. He cannot speak in complete sentences. Mom got referred to referral from the pediatrician for the full assessment last March. They waited 7 months to finally to get the assessment done. The doctor referred the child to all the different treatments. The waiting list is 9 months for that child to start receiving treatment at home and any other treatment center. Unfortunately, that child will not get any treatment anytime soon. Please imagine how these parents might be feeling. They're desperate, they feel helpless and hopeless. They have contacted everybody, but no matter where they go, the waiting list is in everywhere. I often know parents, sorry.
Thank you, Claudia.
That's okay? Thank you.
And if I could just ask you to come on down. Kathleen, come on down.
Hi, greetings Supervisor Wasserman, Supervisor Chavez, Supervisor Cortese, Supervisor Allenberg, and Supervisor Simidian and county staff. I'm Maria Dane, Executive Director for Parents Helping Parents. We serve 5,000 families locally who are raising children with disabilities. Anecdotally, we talk to hundreds, if not thousands of people each year seeking quality assessments for their children. There are many reasons that our families fall through the cracks of services. And as with most systems of care, disparities in assessment are particularly prone to happen to those who are low income and who are non-native English speakers. Without an assessment, as Claudia said, children don't qualify for services. So the longer you wait for the assessment, the longer you wait for treatment. Bureaucracies working in silos may be able to determine their own gaps in service, but the pieces they may neglect to see is the gaps that happen between the different service systems of care, or the extended length of time that happens when you get an assessment in one system of care that is not recognized in another system of care, which requires you to then get 2 assessments before your services begin. For this reason, The experience of parents and guardians can provide the only truly nuanced view of the gaps in our service coverage, as you mentioned, Supervisor Ellenberg. I want to thank you for considering a deep dive into the state of assessments in our county, and would like to urge the Board of Supervisors to make sure that the study encompasses a rigorous study of parental experience, especially seeking the voices of those who are at risk of disparity. After the problems have been defined, I would urge the county to continue seeking parental feedback as possible solutions are identified. We appreciate your awareness that it is worth determining how improvement in assessments in our county can be achieved. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kathleen King, Healthier Kids Foundation and trustee of the Santa Clara County Office of Education. I am very supportive of early childhood development and a diagnostic center. Anything that can be done early helps our children. A parent just wrote us and said, all that we can do at the beginning with health establishes the foundation of education and making individuals survive and do well in our world. And the earlier, the better. I just want to say that Healthier Kids Foundation in the last 6 years has had a cumulative service of 290,917 services. Of the 260,149 vision, dental, and hearing services, we've had successful 156,089 outcomes. That's as of last Friday. And what we've learned is it requires a lot of trust with our families. We have the highest percentage of families with one parent born outside of the United States in this county. And it takes someone talking, I think, in a language that's comfortable for the family and helping them understand how to break down the barriers. And I think that's a big part of setting up a diagnostic center. It's not just diagnosing, but helping families get the treatment and never giving up until they get it. And I think one of the things we've learned is there is no barrier too great for us. That as a county, we know how to break down every single barrier that comes against us, and helping children is one of the well-known establishments of this county. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen.
Thank you. Further comments or questions from members of our board on this referral?
So I would make this a motion and include the feedback of Supervisor Ellenberg with an emphasis on let's talk to parents.
Motion by Chavez.
Yeah. And schools, yeah.
Second by Ellenberg. We'll ask all 5 members to please vote on their screens. We have one more we're waiting on. Now all 5 votes have been cast. We'll ask the clerk to display the results and announce that the motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much, and thank you to those who came to speak and to listen today. That takes us to our next item, which is item number 11. And here again, this is a referral from Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. I wanted to, this referral seeks to ask the assistance of staff to take a look at the interpreters that we have working at social services. The interpreters came to see me and let me know that they were notified by the Equal Opportunity Department that they were going to be phased out by mid-October when the new vendors were in place. Recently, that didn't occur, so recently they were notified that they would be phased out in December. My objective is to ensure that the 17 incumbent interpreters, some of which have worked with the county for almost 20 years, will receive a priority consideration to remain in their jobs when a new vendor becomes active. The incumbent interpreters have developed extensive knowledge, vocabulary, and are effectively assisting clients with CalFresh enrollments, Medi-Cal applications, general assistance appeals, and many, many other kinds of cases. In addition, they provide interpretation services in IHSS, our in-home supportive services programming. They work with homeless clients and adoption cases as well. Therefore, this referral asks administration to report to the board on November 19th with recommendations relating to ensuring that the incumbent interpreters at SSA have the opportunity to remain in their respective roles long-term, even as the county moves forward with new vendors. When the staff takes a look at this, I'd also like a recommendation on how we address incumbent workforces. Often we change contracts and we may want to keep the workers but not maintain the same management companies. So if staff would be willing to come back with that information, I'd appreciate that as well. And that would be a motion.
All right. We have two folks who would like to speak on this item. We do have a request from Supervisor Chavez to offer a motion, so the voting panel is up on our screens. And we have cards from Armando Cruz and Natalie, I believe it's Barraza. Yes, welcome to you both, and come on up.
Good afternoon.
I think I can handle any order when there's only two of you. That's easy to keep track of. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Natalie, and I'm one of the many contracted Spanish interpreters. I have been working at the Social Services Agency office for about 6 years now. And on behalf of all the interpreters, I urge you to please reconsider the decision to terminate our contracts at the end of this year. There is a misconception that interpreters simply translate a language, but I can assure you it transcends that simplistic definition. Because most of us have worked with the county for several years, we have developed trusting relationships with the marginalized and underrepresented populations we have the privilege to assist. The population we serve on a daily basis come in afraid of being detained by ICE, but unlike most of us here, they have no choice because they're seeking resources such as food stamps to feed their children. Their only reassurance, as many clients have expressed to us, is knowing we will be there to assist, advocate, and support them. Keep in mind, many of these individuals have been coming into our office for years. Struggles of poverty and homelessness plague the communities we directly serve on a daily basis. I was once in their shoes, and many of the interpreters have also endured struggles of severe economic instability. So we speak to them with compassion, empathy, and understanding. I urge you to please reconsider the decision. I confidently can say that I believe it will devastate the community that we work with. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And our next speaker?
Yes, Armando Cruz. Thank you, Cindy, for giving us a chance to meet with you, and for you staff for being able to put the referral on the county agenda. As Natalie and the rest of the interpreters mentioned, we're an asset to the county. We represent the county with competency. When the people come to the office, which is Benefits Assistance Center, we do the best to help them out because we are their initial contact. And usually people come with a lot of issues, whether they're homeless, whether they've been abused, whether they just gotten out of jail, they're looking for help, for assistance. And when they see a familiar face and they look at us, they're like, can you please help me? And that's something that nobody can really sometimes do at times, because they just hand them the application and they don't understand even their own language, because some of them, they're illiterate. They can read, they can write. Others, they have disabilities, and they always tend to come with us, and they see us as a really helping hand. And we just want to make sure that you look at all the signatures of the eligibility workers, supervisors, leads from that office, even some of the social workers that are saying, look, the interpreters are an asset. They've been here such a long time. They can help us make our work so easy, and that's what we do. Because when people come and they have to fill out forms that they don't understand, we're there to help them. We go above and beyond everything we do, and it's really helpful for this community, constituents of yours that are there to support anything that has to do with community, and they just want to be able to be helped. And we just wanted for you to consider the fact that we're there to help, and let's make it happen for us and for the community so they can continue benefiting. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just confirm with the clerk, we have no other cards from speakers. We do not. I see that Supervisor Ellenberg's light is on. I turn to you, Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thank you. I want to begin by thanking the interpreters. Your jobs are difficult, and I fully understand that they are more than translation services. I expect that there's a little bit of therapy in there and a little bit of navigation, and you provide tremendous value to very vulnerable members of our community. I do have, and I also want to add an apology, perhaps, because I think that a lot of what has transpired here is miscommunication and perhaps incomplete communication on the part of the county. So I'd like to direct some questions to staff to understand how we got here and what happened with the RFP for interpretation services, what led to the confusion about whether that RFP would supplement or replace the independent contractors. Is there someone here who can do that?
I can give you well, Deborah, you
Thanks,
want to
Deborah.
come?
Good afternoon, supervisors and county staff. My name is Deborah Porche Usher. I'm the Chief Deputy Director for Social Service Agency. In response to your question, Supervisor Ellenberg, the county did do an RFP for interpretation services, I believe, a little over a year ago. Within that RFP was the understanding that it was to provide services to complement what already existed, not only within SSA, but for other departments. What wasn't clearly understood at the time of that RFP was the volume and the on-site needs and the number of on-site supports that SSA would need. So we've been in communication with and meeting with EOD, with the Office of Cultural Competence, with procurement, and ourselves around that particular issue.
So procurement and SSA are currently working on a solution to this?
Yes, along with the Equal Opportunities Office, as well as the Office of Cultural Competence, because the Office of Cultural Competence holds the new contract, EOD holds the contracts with the independent interpreters. And so we are now working on how we can address that issue with procurement as well as with EOD. In addition to that, we recognize, as you've heard, that there is special skills and knowledge related to our programs and our populations. And in addition to the language, there's the cultural nuances that also have to be understood. So we're trying to work through that with procurement, which is why it was extended through December. We're having some further conversations around the solution and whether we need to extend it beyond that.
At the moment, they're only valid through December of 2019?
That is correct. However, there have been discussions because we're in the process of trying to figure out the best way to adhere to the procurement requirements in addition to trying to meet the nuances and the requirements that SSA has, that there has been some preliminary discussions around maybe possibly extending it beyond that until we come up with a solution.
So I'm a little bit torn here, and I'll explain why. Since we are in the process as a county overall of moving toward competitive procurement, I'm reluctant to support something that is kind of a work around that and promising permanent or ongoing employment outside of that system. I also don't want the current folks to be left high and dry on this very short notice. So if I knew that there was a system to keep them in place in their current roles for at least another year or so, and I'm a little bit reluctant to be the one to call out a specific time, but for a sufficient amount of time to help them understand what the new process is going forward. Again, I don't want to set up a system now where we're exempting people from a competitive system that we are talking about building.
Supervisor Chavez, let me turn to Dr. Smith, whose mic is on.
If I'm understanding
and then
this
go to you, if I
correctly.
may.
I think it'd be best if we came back with a off-agenda report to the board. You know, this is a complex and confusing issue, and I think the intent of the administration would be to keep the incumbents here and continue the contract that currently exists while we work through the new contract and the full scope of work that current or the new contract has. Essentially, what it was is we have one contract that's already been in place, and another contract that was the result of an RFP. Having the two of them together poses no conflict, but we have to make sure that we define the scopes of work in both contracts appropriately. So I think we're working on it. It'd be best, I don't think we have a definitive answer for the board today, but it would be best to come back with a, well, we'll definitely come back with a response to the referral, but in the interim, give you an off-agenda report.
So would a yes vote today continue this, I'm calling it a workaround, and I'm not sure that's the right term, but would it continue this current state as a result of the referral in perpetuity, or do you envision this only until the end of a particular contract period, after which point the interpreters will be part of the competitive procurement system along with everyone else?
So let me just make distinguish something from this. So we, in 2014, 15, put forward a language policy. That language policy was intended countywide to expand all of our language capacity in a whole bunch of different environments. The methods for doing that are varied. Some are telephone calls. There are different services that we're providing. At the time that, and this was something that I brought forward, at the time that we brought this forward, it never occurred to me that we would be eliminating the current human resource that we have, in part because the phones really make more sense for places where we have such a unique language we couldn't get somebody, or we had, in some instances where what you're explaining is a birth certificate or something kind of minor. So I was surprised to find out that these workers had received not one but two notices ending their contracts, because my expectation, and this isn't a fair expectation now that I'm, now that we're this far down the pike, that we would have a right of first refusal for the current staff we have. And I think the reason that didn't happen, honestly, is we don't have an incumbent workforce policy, which I will be bringing forward for my colleagues. So I think that what happened is that we went forward with a contract without embedding in a right of first refusal for the current workforce that we have. What I'm hoping is that through conversations with the second contractor, they can address that issue. Even though, so I think what Dr. Smith is saying in terms of getting an off-agenda report, whether that has to be under the cover of county council, because we're still in the process of frankly, of procurement or not. I understand there may be some complications to it. I'm fine getting an off-agenda report. I think what this does is tell the staff, figure this out, because we're losing potentially a really important asset.
I'm going to intervene in the conversation, if I may, just to say, important in my view to remember that this is a referral.
Right, that's right.
That it does not commit us to any course of action. That it would, however, refer to the administration, the request of this board, to report in just 2 weeks on their recommendations on how to deal with this set of issues. And to the conversation that's already taken place, this set of issues is both immediate and specific, but also relevant to some longer-term experiences that we've already had, and to Supervisor Chavez's point, are likely to have again in the future. So I can lean forward and vote yes on this today, because I am not committing to vote for any particular outcome, because I haven't yet seen the response from the administration, which we haven't yet asked them to provide. But if we do, and they do, then I'll be considering it and trying to figure out what I think the best course of action is immediately on this particular set of issues. And I was thinking before Supervisor Chavez referenced the longer-term issues. This is not an issue that's a one-off. We've had it before. I'm thinking of the attorneys in child support as an example. We're going to have it again as the organization makes decisions about how we might handle certain processes better in a good government way, in a sound procurement way. That's going to have impacts on our existing workforce or existing contractors. And this is yet another reminder that we want to think that the impact of that circumstance through before we get to the next one, even as we're talking about how we'd like to deal with this one.
An example of this would actually be EMS, where we did something more proactive, but that's right.
All right. Dr. Smith, good to go?
Good to go.
Ms. Ellenberg, your light is still on. Any remaining comments or questions? I don't want to cut off the conversation, but I was feeling like I sensed a growing consensus. All right. Then let's ask all 5 members of the board to please vote on their screens. That having been almost done. That having been done, we'll ask the clerk to please display the results and announce that the motion is carried on a 5-0 vote. Thank you all very much. Again, this is a referral, and we'll hear back from the administration on the 19th in a formal way on their recommendations regarding this particular matter. That takes us to the next item on our agenda, which is item number 12. And again, a referral from Supervisor Chavez. I'm going to turn to you, Supervisor.
Thank you. This item, for some of my colleagues, you may remember that last year we did a referral with the Office of Supportive Housing to encourage school districts and colleges in our community to partner with us. Thank you. To partner with us at the county level for opportunities to jointly develop or to use public lands that the universities, community colleges, or high schools had available to them. So that referral included an opportunity for us to co-invest in the development side of this, making it more feasible for more schools to participate. San Jose Unified has identified 4 actual sites for affordable housing, and this referral would authorize our staff to work with the district to actively evaluate these sites. So are there any questions before I go to the public? If not, then I want to invite up Superintendent Nancy Albaran from San Jose Unified School District, Carla Collins, and Teresa Castellanos, both members of the school board. So if you would like to come forward. You can come in any order, yeah, so just.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Carla Collins, and I'm here today as trustee for San Jose Unified School District. I am appointed to represent Area 3, which includes 9 schools in the Willow Glen area, and I serve nearly 30,000 K-12 students in our district, their families, and our neighborhoods, because our community deserves the best public schools to help shape our future of 21st century thinkers, leaders, and hopefully one day public servants like each of you. I was appointed to the board in January, and as a mother of 3 current students, I've seen firsthand some of the incredibly hardworking staff in our district, from those who work hard to keep our campuses safe and clean, to those who drive the school buses to deliver our scholars to campus, to the incredible campus support staff and teachers who truly dedicate all their waking hours to teaching, guiding, and supporting our children. I have immense respect for our teachers and staff. Unfortunately, respect does not pay the rent, and so I'm here to thank Supervisor Chavez for bringing forward item 12 and to urge all our members of the board to support item 12. Our children deserve the highest quality teachers and support staff. One of the greatest barriers we are facing as a district is one that you face as county leaders. The incredibly high cost of housing is keeping our dedicated staff from being able to live in the county they work. Each month I've been on the board, I've listened to teachers and staff share how much they love their work and their students, but are tired of living with 3 or 4 or 5 people renting rooms, or realizing not only can they not afford to buy a home here, they can't afford to start a family if they stay. Or are so tired not just from teaching and grading and working long hours as teachers, but knowing they must pick up additional shifts with Lyft or Uber or DoorDash so that they can make their rent. We know we are in a crisis, and this crisis has forced us to look for new options. One option is teacher and staff housing. Your proposal to support us on this effort is so important for our community. Thank you.
Good morning or good afternoon. I am here to express my gratitude for the vision and leadership that created Measure A funding in the context of the worst housing crisis in our history. I am Teresa Castellanos, Vice President of San Jose Unified School Board. And as a school district, San Jose Unified has gone from almost 35,000 students to a little bit over 29,000 students in a very short time period. For the past 3 years, we have been hearing the testimony regarding the effects of the housing crisis on children, families, staff, and teachers. Testimonials have included, as Carla mentioned, teachers talking about being 7 and 8 years of teaching and having 5 roommates because they can't afford to make ends meet, and sticking to that number of roommates because they are so committed to their profession. As a school district, we do everything possible to increase salaries, but we're competing with other districts that have much more funds to staff their schools. And as soon as we train them, they go to better places where there are better salaries. So we are seeing that context of competing over staff because we cannot increase salaries due to the state formula. The housing crisis is so big that we all have to do something to address this crisis. Together we can make this better. Thank you for your consideration of support for San Jose Unified School District's initiative. I am again grateful for your leadership.
Our last speaker, welcome Nancy.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name's Nancy Albron, and I have the privilege of serving as the superintendent of San Jose Unified, the largest school district in the county. I'm here on behalf of the board and our stakeholders, and I want to thank you for your commitment to helping address the housing crisis that plagues the Silicon Valley. As a public school system, we're committed to providing our students a transformational learning experience and to preparing today's students to be the thinkers, leaders, and creators of tomorrow. In order to do that, we rely heavily on our high-quality workforce. This includes our educators, support staff, and leaders. Each year, it's become harder and harder to recruit and retain employees. And we see young and long-term employees who are dedicated and loyal have to move out of the area due to the high cost of housing. Ensuring that people can live in the communities in which they serve is a challenge that transcends any single entity, and it takes a collaborative effort. Because we know this, San Jose Unified is excited about the possibility of a strong partnership with you that has the power to accelerate the development of affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, let me ask you that you'll display the voting panel on our screen so that we can get a motion on the floor. We have a motion now from Supervisor Chavez, and the motion, Supervisor, is, at least initially, simply the recommended action that is contained in the packet for item number 12. We have a second as well from Supervisor Ellenberg. Any additional discussion? Apparently not. All 5 members having cast their ballots, we'll ask the clerk to please display the results. All right, passes on a 5-0 basis. Thank you all very much, and thank you to those of you who came and who are looking forward to partnering with us to do good work in the future. Thank you. That takes us to item number 13, and this is a referral from Supervisor Chavez. We have one card on this item. Supervisor, why don't I let you make the initial presentation, then take the one speaker who's here, and then we'll go to discussion by our board. Does that work for you?
That'd be great. And thank you. What I just wanted to say to my colleagues is that one of the most important outcomes of our discussion around the Stanford GUP was having an opportunity to work with San Mateo County leadership and the cities in San Mateo County. And what became clear is that we have an opportunity to work with our sister organizations either side of the county line, because so many big developments happen right along that alignment. And to be frank with you, we don't want to be our needs to be traded off of each other, but rather have a more comprehensive way of at least having discussions. So what we thought is that this would be an opportunity for us to take a look at not just Stanford in the future, but Facebook and other large developments, and to create a working a working group or a compact with these jurisdictions who share the impact of large developments, but would also consult in shaping solutions and share those mitigations. This would definitely be a coalition of the willing. I don't want to create an MOU or a JPA, but really just a mechanism for us to more formally and on an ongoing basis engage with our colleagues in San Mateo County who are close to the county line and who share these big impact projects.
Thanks so much. We do have a card from Steve Monowitz, and if you would like to come to the microphone, nice to see you.
Good afternoon, President Simidian, supervisors and staff. My name is Steve Monowitz. I'm the Community Development Director for San Mateo County, and I'm here to thank you and your staff for being attentive to San Mateo County's concerns about the regional impacts of Stanford's growth. I also want to express our support for the concept of a regional land use collaboration compact introduced by Supervisor Chavez. Although Stanford has withdrawn its GUP application, our work towards ensuring that impacts of university growth are fully mitigated is not done. And the collaboration compact could provide an excellent forum for us to do this and to address other projects of regional impact because, as stated in the letter from our county manager and Supervisor Horsley, we're much stronger standing together on these issues than going it alone. So thank you once again, and I'll submit the letter for the record.
Thank you very much. We'll get a motion panel up on the screen so that Supervisor Chavez can make her motion. I'm going to lean in and second, and then I'm going to call on Supervisor Wasserman, whose light is on. I do have a couple of thoughts in a moment, but Supervisor Wasserman, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I had a couple of thoughts as well. Just wanted to share a couple of redundant in what I said during the Stanford meetings, but I have to admit, first and foremost, I guess you'd call me a homer. Elected by the people of Santa Clara County, paid for by the people of Santa Clara County, representing the people of Santa Clara County. And when there is a development, as we were talking about Stanford, so large and right on the border, naturally there are impacts to San Mateo County and to East Palo Alto and the surrounding area. I believe it was a 6-mile number that we used relative to housing, the impacts on housing. We also talked about traffic. What I like, Supervisor Chavez, when you said a coalition of the willing, because as I looked at the map of Santa Clara County and San Mateo County where they were adjacent, and I looked at what properties there were unincorporated lands versus which were incorporated. And if you do away with the Stanford project, which is kind of put on the shelf for right now, most of what we're talking about, any potential developments, are in the incorporated, which would not be the county's jurisdiction. So coalition of the willing, County of San Mateo, County of Santa Clara regarding projects in the county, I understand that. That makes sense. Also, if there's projects that are in the incorporated area of a city in Santa Clara County or the incorporated area of San Mateo County or the incorporated area of East Palo Alto, I would hope that we would be notified, Santa Clara County would have an EIR of some sort to determine what the impacts are to our county, and then we would be fighting for the people, again, that elected us, that we represent, that pay our salaries. I just didn't want this to be I don't want us to get into what I've heard from a number of city council members over the years, be it Mountain View, Cupertino, San Jose, where we allowed all the development and then the housing burden fell on you. And the dollars from the development went to the jurisdiction that had the development, and the burden of housing, because it costs more than it provides, fell on other areas. So the regional approach that you're looking at, that you're talking about here, the coalition of the willing, I'm in favor of that. The regional approach I'm in favor of. Distinction between cities and counties, I think we all recognize that. And I think no matter where a development is done, the onus, the burden of any jurisdiction that feels it's affected, and we call it an EIR, an environmental impact report, but environment includes sound, light, traffic, schools, etc. I think it's on the burden of whatever jurisdiction feels it's affected by that impact to come to the table and voice their demands to the applicant that's suggesting building this development that they're affecting. And I just wanted to get that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Perhaps not surprisingly, I have some thoughts on this subject. And you know, I'm going to share them because I'm thinking we have an opportunity here to start thinking about the way we do our work more regionally and more responsibly. And the first observation I would make, and I think probably all of my colleagues have had this experience, is that for as long as I can remember, there's been talk about regional governance. And for as long as I can remember, it mostly hasn't gotten very far. And the reason it hasn't gotten very far is because when people talk about regional governance, they all think everybody else should surrender their sovereignty, but that they shouldn't have to. And when you have 100 local governments, cities and counties in the Bay Area alone, that's before we get to the school districts and the other special districts, we shouldn't be surprised that the opportunities for collaboration often go unused. When we started down the process path on Stanford many, many months ago now, I thought it might be helpful to pull together the 6 governing land use jurisdictions that all had some portion of the Stanford campus within their jurisdictional boundaries. So we had a meeting with folks from the city of Palo Alto, the county of Santa Clara, the unincorporated San Mateo County, Menlo Park, Woodside, and Portola Valley. And what was striking about the meeting was the fact that everybody in the room looked around the table and said, you know, we've never had all 6 jurisdictions that contain Stanford lands in the same room having a common conversation about the same 8,000 acres, to the best of anyone's knowledge, ever. And, you know, we use the phrase, the left hand and the right hand, you know, need to know what they're doing. Well, we had, you know, an octopus is full of hands here where people hadn't been in a position to share information or understand what was happening in one jurisdiction and how it would clearly affect the others. We also quickly came to the realization that to have the conversations we needed to have, we needed to pull in partners and jurisdictions who were not necessarily governing Stanford lands, but that were undeniably impacted. And so that's why East Palo Alto was at the next meeting, along with the city of Redwood City, because while they may not have Stanford lands in the sense of the 8,000 acres, they were clearly key players whose input should be considered as we went through the exercise. And then, of course, ultimately, as you know, during the course of the process, we heard from folks in Los Altos and Mountain View, near neighbors who happen to be in Santa Clara County as well. And I think what's important about the referral from Supervisor Chavez is it reminds us of all of the time, Supervisor Wasserman, when we should be talking to the folks in Santa Cruz County, because guess what? The fire doesn't know any jurisdictional boundaries when it comes roaring over the hillside. And we should be talking to the folks in San Benito County, because guess what? The water issues that are ours are water issues that are theirs. And we should be talking to the folks in the East Bay and Alameda and Contra Costa County, because guess what? All the traffic that's flooding to our job centers, a bunch of that traffic is coming from there, and that's why we've been investing a significant amount of money in BART to San Jose, because the traffic problems of Alameda and Contra Costa County are traffic problems for Santa Clara County residents, the people we represent and are responsible for. So Supervisor Chavez never has a one-sentence referral in terms of the recommended action contained so much potential in my view. The one ask I would make at this time is, could we ask, since this is a referral, when the administration council come back, if they could reference with San Mateo County jurisdictions as well as relevant Santa Clara County jurisdictions, because as I just mentioned, I was struck by the fact that there are communities here in Santa Clara County, in addition to our own county organization, who should be part of those cross-boundary conversations. And the last thing I'll say is it's understandable, indeed even appropriate, that as elected officials, we take pride in the places we come from. The pride that we take in our county is, I think, manifest here almost every board meeting. We represent a particular district. Each one of us is an advocate for their district because we should be. But at the end of the day, most of the people who make their home in the Bay Area don't really care where the traffic came from or who pushed up the housing prices or why they can't access open space. They care about the fact that somebody ought to do something about it. And if that means talking across the artificial boundaries that are our city limit lines and our county limit lines, I think we not only should, I think we're absolutely obliged to. So on that note, thank you. I got that off my chest. I feel better already. I've seconded the motion. We'll see if there's anything else in the way of comments. Nope. Then we'll ask all 5 members to vote on the screen. And that having been done, we'll ask the clerk to please display the results. And it will carry 5-0. And we'll say thank you to Mr. Monowitz for being with us here today. Look forward to working with you. So that takes us to item number 14 and 15 on matters related to PG&E, public safety power shutoffs. And this one is a referral from Supervisor Chavez. And then item number 15 is a referral from Supervisor Cortese. And colleagues, who would like to, Supervisor, do we want to take these separately, together?
I think we can take them together. Are
Yes,
you okay with that?
I think Supervisor Chavez has multiple points, and I really want to focus on one, so maybe she could go first, and then I could just make sure mine gets covered. Thank you.
So thank you for that. So first of all, I just wanted to really thank our county staff for all the leadership they've played prior and during the fires and the power shutoffs, and recognize that we have men and women today fighting fires from our county to serve other counties. Bill Johnson, the president and CEO of PG&E, last week said the risk of power shutoffs is likely to go up during fire season statewide. PG&E's leadership could, and I think continues to need to step up to do a better job of preparing our residents. And I want to make sure that our residents in the future are fully prepared. And just to share with my colleagues, I received a phone call from a colleague at the city of San Jose who let me know that during a briefing that they had, that there was concern about the role of the county and other jurisdictions in addressing what was the challenges with the PG&E shutoffs. So what I'd like is to make sure that we have a real clear accounting of our response, and and in addition to that, I got another phone call from an individual who was asking us to do an assessment of, or not an assessment, but really understanding that this kind of situation really impacts low-income communities even more. So this is really a request for a report back on those impacts. And then the last thing I'd like to add is, and I don't think I clearly stated this in my referral, is that I'm very interested in making sure that we figure out a way to define the roles and responsibilities of the county and all of the jurisdictions, because I think we need to be able to share that information with all of our partners in the public sector, so there's not pointing at each other, but we're all pointing in the same direction. And I think this is a good opportunity for us to do that. So that's really the kind of the meat of mine. And then Dave, do you want to talk about yours?
Yeah, thank you. And first, let me acknowledge that I know that this board did a referral off the dais, basically during one of our meetings, in other words, to get some information, not only some information, but some testimony, hopefully, at some point back before the Hewlett Committee. And I appreciated Supervisor Wasserman agreeing to do that. I know he and I, at one time, multiple times when we were together on the Hewlett Committee, I would say took a pretty aggressive approach toward, getting our questions answered, particularly with PG&E personnel. So I'm looking forward to, at whatever point they show up, for that to happen. I just want to acknowledge that nothing in what I'm recommending is intended to interfere with that committee process. And I think under my referral, item 15, item A is redundant essentially to Supervisor Chavez's. That's just a coincidence, so I don't need to emphasize that again. That's estimating impact and cost basically. But B, I do want to make sure that we get a report back, whether it's open or closed session, on potential actions related to reimbursement. Essentially what I'm asking for is legal advice and opinion to the board on what kind of recourse we have. This has been generally discussed, again, off the dais prior, us wondering where we might be able to take action and direct it, given the complexities of the utility and the regulation with PUC and so forth. But just asking for a formal response on that and an opportunity to discuss it in the appropriate forum. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm very frustrated with how PG&E handled the power shutoff. It seemed to lack planning, execution, communication, and results. County resources, particularly through the Office of Emergency Management, which deserves our utmost gratitude, have been used and stretched thin in order to help people keep safe during the power outage. While fire dangers are real, I believe PG&E owes the people of California a much better planned and coordinated safety operation. PG&E's decisions to execute a power shutoff is very costly, both to local governments and our residents, who understandably feel ignored, scared, angry, and uncertain. I intend to find out why the shutoffs happened this way, why areas previously inspected and repaired were turned off again, and what can be done to improve future power shutoffs. I look forward to speaking with PG officials to obtain answers to these questions and their plans to improve. And Supervisor Chavez, I don't know if you're doing these as, I'm going to support the motions. I don't know if you're doing 14 by itself and then 15 or together.
Is it easier to do them? Can we do them together? Okay, so Dave, you want to make that motion?
No, you can. I just want to interject that I am not on the HULI committee anymore, in case I confused anybody who's listening that's not familiar with county government, but I'm still looking forward to whatever happens there, because we'll make sure to send staff and listen in. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll make sure we incorporate all of the comments from the board. So Dave, you want to go ahead and make the motion, and then I'll second it? All right. Great. Get all those in favor, and go ahead and put that screen up. And that passes unanimously with one away. Thank you. And thanks again to our staff who did just a phenomenal job. So we're going to go on then to item 16. We did 14 and 15 together. No, we did them I just did them together for 14 and 15. So on this item, let me just introduce this item, and then we'll go to the public for comment. So I will, and then I'll go to Supervisor Cortese. I wanted to thank Supervisor Cortese for bringing this referral forward today. We're asking for a plan and a path forward to assist very vulnerable members of the community who are mentally ill, dual diagnosed, and unhoused. We need to act with some urgency in providing safe places and support services for those who are unable to proactively access community-based mental health services. In this referral, we've included a number of requests for analysis by administration, and that is to enhance the role for LPS conservatorship, to consider whether or not we could use the implementation of assisted outpatient treatment, and that option was established in the Lora's Law legislation. Enhanced street outreach and engagement, which may require more training for folks who are really working with this hard-to-serve population. And we're asking administration to work closely with behavioral health experts, consumers, family members, and advocates in formulating this above-mentioned plan. And I just wanted to add one other thing, and that is that the document you have before you from Supervisor Cortese and I had the input of a number of our mental health services leaders in the community, because we are not intending to criminalize people who are mentally ill. We're really intending to figure out what are the best tools to serve those very, very hard to serve populations. With that, Dave, did you want to add anything?
Yes, I just want to emphasize on these bullet points that you just went over, especially the AOT. I suspect what will happen, at least one strong possibility that will occur when we get options back from the administration, is some sense that we're in effect well beyond Lora's Law, AOT type of work by the advancement of what's been going on with our courts, with the caseworkers that assist the courts, with the crisis intervention that we're doing and so forth. I know there's kind of a misnomer out there which kind of pops up in political forums from time to time that somehow we're neglecting an opportunity to mandate lockdown, beyond 5150s and 5152s, by not taking advantage of Laura's law. And I know that's been explained to us before as something that's not real, but I just want to emphasize with this, as usual, with the referral, that we're asking for these issues, including assisted outpatient treatment, to come back to us with a very thorough analysis that addresses those kinds of concerns, not just, well, you can do it or not, or we don't recommend that you do it because, there's problems with it. I think we've heard that level of analysis before. I think it's time, to put this to rest one way or the other. Are we truly factually, programmatically beyond what was contemplated, in the old legislation in terms of the day-to-day work that we do here at the county and our own advancements, or are we not? Is there something we should still be taking advantage of? And let's get right down to the brass tacks on that. So that's it. That's all I have to say on it, and I'm obviously happy to join in on helping bring this forward. Thank you.
And we have about 10 speakers on this item, so I'm going to get any other. Did you want to make a comment, and then I'll go to the public?
Sure. Thank you. HHC has been actively involved in these issues, and I think that the reports and the stakeholder input provided at our August meeting align with many of the elements of this referral. I appreciate that the referral includes several different approaches and resources that should be included in the report back. Given that our county has just stood up 720 new ACT, FACT, IFSP, and IHOT service slots in October, I think that it is critical to look at what we have just put in place and where we still have gaps and bottlenecks in accessing services. And I want to just take a minute to once again acknowledge and thank Toni Telles and her team and department for this tremendous amount of work and intense focus that clearly has been what the board as a whole, as well as what HHC has been asking for. I want to suggest that the report back also includes status reports on establishing the mental health triage center that's already in development, as well as the feasibility of establishing a medical detox facility. And as I'm sure my colleagues are aware, that ACT and FACT intensive services are the evidence-based services that other counties have used in their AOT programs. So as we discuss the utility of AOT and conservatorship as legal tools, I just want us to remember that the hard work really falls to providing the treatment and outreach for hundreds of new mental health the hundreds of new mental health treatment slots that we opened in October, and improving services that meet the needs of our residents.
Yeah, I think I'm fine to include those. I do just want to highlight that I think what's very interesting about what you just said is the opportunity and options necessary for medical detox. I think that's still kind of a missing link. And I will also say that I too want to acknowledge the incredible investment and work that's been done by our mental health department, our behavioral health department. I will say that many of these activities and investments are very critical, and I know that our staff, and I saw Toni walk in, are going to be giving the board some visual tool to look at to demonstrate where we were in 2015 to where we are today. And there's some tools we're missing relative to communication that we should probably also add in here, just in terms of making sure we're able to explain the full story to the public. So with that, I'm going to go to, did you have something else you want to add?
Just noting again and pushing a little bit on this along with you, that I think that one of the things that, a tool that I'm still lacking is an outward-facing community piece where I can show, look at all of the things that the county's doing, look at the programs, look at the beds, inpatient, outpatient, voluntary, compulsory. We are doing so much, and I think that one of the challenges, I won't speak for all of us, but one of the challenges I face is being able to put that into concrete, understandable terms at neighborhood meetings and with constituents to say we really are serious about this, are investing, and are having good results. So anything that can look like, whether it's the giant chart in my office or something less unwieldy, I'd be really excited to see it. Thanks.
So I'm going to go to the public. I'm going to invite up Megan Whelan, Debbie Pell, Lorraine Zeller, Seema Bahala, Kathy Forward, Nava Statman, Chloe Ship, Elisa Koff-Ginsburg, Andres Quintero, and Scott Largent. And you can come in any order. Just come right up to the front to the podium and just introduce yourself, and feel free to come in any order.
Hi, my name is Seema Balala. Dear esteemed members of the board, I am here today to speak against AB 1421, otherwise known as Laura's Law. Involuntary treatment is not the appropriate solution to providing compassionate and effective care. Just having come from the press conference held by Councilmember Johnny Camus, I'm deeply concerned with the rhetoric and mindset of some of the leadership in support of this bill. I witnessed a failure in ability to appropriately converse with consumers of mental health services, as well as dissemination of inaccurate information regarding the bill, in hopes of tempering people's concerns. As such, I implore you to collaborate with consumers in developing a better solution to serving this high-needs population. Please seek this input and clearly advertise about it so that we can attend before making this decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Just everybody come right on up. Any order, just come on.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Lorraine Zeller, and I'm a mental health peer support worker at Zephyr Self-Help Center, where we do serve people who are identified as having mental illness and or dual diagnosis, who are also homeless. I would like to I express my appreciation that you are asking for consumer input, and hope that our input can be robust and meaningful. Let's see. I want to say that, since we work, that consumer input is important because we work directly with people who are homeless. And also, some of us have experience with homelessness ourselves. I would like to make some suggestions, and that would be to increase the hours at Zephyr Self-Help Center, along with increased staffing. And, hold on. Also, a lot of our board and care homes are closing, licensed board and care homes that serve this population. And when they close, because they don't have enough support and enough funding, they wind up, people wind up being homeless or at risk of homelessness. And I would suggest opening up a second peer respite, especially since the peer respite that is happening, that is in operation right now, is very effective, and people can stay for up to 2 weeks, which means that other people have to wait.
Thank you.
And I have some suggestions in writing.
We'd appreciate them. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Debbie Pell from Bill Wilson Center. I'm the Chief Program Officer. And we believe that what your recommendation, your referral is a good model to provide immediate services to our homeless clients. who have mental illness, often dual diagnoses with substance abuse. And Bill Wilson Center has been doing this for many years through our outreach program, where we go out, we find these homeless people, and we try to engage them in services through our outreach workers, many who have their own life experience, which make them more relatable, and it's a little bit easier to engage with this population who are often pretty distrustful and not necessarily going to be running to get the services that they really need. We're open 7 days a week. We're a one-stop shop. We're so fortunate that we have our housing staff there, our behavioral health staff is there. We're one of the IHOT providers, thank you to behavioral health, in order to continue to reach this population. We have medical services, we have overnight respite, we have all the things that you're sort of many of the things, not maybe all of them, but a lot of them that you're talking about in your referral. And we also are looking to get them permanently housed off of the streets. We have a safe space on the same location for our LGBTQ community. And I think that's pretty much, I just wanted to let you know, all the basic needs are there for them. They can walk in at any time, and we can attend to everything they want. So thank you for this attention to this matter.
Good afternoon. I'm Elisa Koff-Ginsburg with the Behavioral Health Contractors Association. BHCA members serve this extremely vulnerable population, and as Supervisor Ellenberg mentioned, there's a number of new services coming online that our providers hope will allow them to better serve this population, in particular the ACT, or Assertive Community Treatment approach, which is the most intensive approach that's brought positive outcomes in other areas. BHCA supports the strengthening the continuum of voluntary services and addressing the barriers that make it more difficult for this population to engage in services. For example, providers see outreach and engagement resulting in a direct connection to services as critical, as well as coordination between different parts of the system like EPS and FSP providers. We appreciate the Health and Hospital Committee work on this issue and the request that the department respond to a detailed memo on removing barriers. We're pleased that the department has agreed with each recommendation and hope that you will fold those recommendations in with the others in the referral for consideration. And I've never done this on here and it went black. So I'll just say thank you very much.
Thanks, Elise. Welcome.
My name is Neva Statman. I'm from NAMI. I am sorry Kathy had to leave. It's been waiting long for this item. I'm here to speak in support of this referral. I think it's a very unique one in that it has a very, very comprehensive approach. As someone who's been around the mental health system for the past 30 years, I can tell you that oftentimes we get excited about putting together some plans. Right now, I think the greatest idea that we're working on, everybody in the community, is housing first. But for this particular population that is usually very small, housing first is not an option without treatment. And no matter what, let's not get bogged down in the issues around LPS and AOT, because we know this is a small group of people. It's not enough to offer them a safe space. It's not enough to offer them housing, and it's not enough to offer them treatment by itself. So I think that the time has come to really look into it. We have probably, if you look at the past 10 years with all the changes in the services and the improvements, you will still look at this population and you will see the same statistics, moving between under the bridge, the jail, and the hospital, and continuously so. So I thank you for bringing up this initiative, and I hope it comes to fruition.
Thank you, Nava. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name's Chloe Ship, and I'm the operations manager for the San Jose Downtown Association. I want to thank Supervisor Chavez and Cortese for bringing forth this referral. One of the things that we've seen in the last year is that our members are most concerned about our most vulnerable individuals in the downtown core. Our groundwork staff works with them every day and feels frustrated that they can't connect them with the services that they need, even though we have dedicated outreach in downtown with PATH. And this offers an opportunity to take a much more holistic, collaborative approach on dealing with those specific individuals with the greatest need. We've been fortunate enough to work with Tony Tellis and her team at Behavioral Health on the challenges that we have seen, and we look forward to continuing to work with her and the rest of the supervisor staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Chloe. Scott? And then while Scott's coming forward, I'll ask one more time for Megan and Andres, if they're here.
Quite the ringer. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm not always in here to criticize things, but the behavioral health system in our county, I'm not impressed. And everybody up here, I know Big Daddy Joe's not here, should be ashamed at what's happening downtown. I don't see any of you down there. Picture day, yeah, I see you guys at events, but I don't see you walking the streets. There's several supervisors out of Alameda County, and you see them out there. You see them talking to the public, interacting with the homeless. I understand you guys are in the high rent districts. You're not going closer to where it's really happening. Come December 25th, will be 4 years sobriety for me. Okay, and I am a success story in a way. I get to see my child 1 hour a week. That's it. 4 years. And begging and coming in here and explaining how difficult this all was for me. And especially the fact that I have a learning disability and that I do have mental health issues. But somebody should have held my hand. Somebody should have gone to bat for me. The DA's office should have helped me to have my visitation enforced. Nobody did a single thing. Where are the success stories in Santa Clara County? Why don't you guys have a meeting here like you do all the other dog and pony shows that you put on when you put your tables out there and you bring everybody in here? Start showing me success stories. Where are they? They're not in this room right now. Bless you. They're not in this room at all. We need to have meetings like that and make arrangements to have bicycles and shopping carts, okay? Because those people need to come in here and tell you what they need. I know what they need. Thank you.
And if Megan's not in the room, our last speaker is Andres Quintero.
Honorable members of the board, this is a statement from Councilmember Maya Esparza. I was hoping to be here in person, but today's city council meeting started earlier than usual. I'd like to share my strong support for this item and to support a process that includes feedback from mental health advocates and the community. I've met with stakeholders for months on this issue and would like to thank the many county departments who have been generous with their time and expertise. Here are some of the people in San Jose's District 7 that I can put a face to who urgently need intervention. A homeless woman, naked, traumatized, and brutalized, wandering Story or Tully Roads, who should not need to enter the criminal justice system to get help. The drug addicted selling drugs and shooting up in encampments directly across the street from an elementary school. The man who terrorizes the neighborhood, smashing windows and threatening people and prompting employees to leave work and never come back. A man who sets up a camp across from Educare, preschool, and Head Start, threatening children and their parents on their way to school, and attempted to choke a security guard. A fire at his pile of refuse next to a utility box took out telecommunications for a neighborhood for an entire week. There were approximately 11 visits from various government entities before county staff were able to get him into a bed, for which the Santee neighborhood and I are grateful. While the county has invested significant resources to our most vulnerable populations, more must be done to address the specific needs mentioned above. It is not enough to write citations or mandate treatment if there isn't treatment actually available. And I implore you to support this effort with a sense of urgency. There are people who need help and are severely traumatized, and so are the neighborhoods. There is only so much we can tell our children who live with this every day. Please help us. Thank you for your consideration. Maya Esparza.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Chavez, I gather that that is our last speaker on this item, yes?
It is.
Thank you. Then we have a motion on the floor from Supervisor Chavez, and forgive me, Supervisor, if you'll repeat the motion.
So the motion is to, this is on, let me back up, sorry, move to a different page. The motion is to, to approve a referral to administration to report to the board on December 17th, 2019, with options for consideration relating to the provision of safe places and support services for members of the community with high needs who are severely mentally ill, duly diagnosed, and unhoused. And we got some feedback from our colleagues about making sure that we're including medical detox as well, and for this item. I think that was the original, the other thing that you said.
Thank you. We do have a motion. Do we have a second from any member of our board or additional comments or questions? There are no additional comments or questions. All 5 members have voted on the screen, so we can ask the clerk to please display the results and announce the fact that the motion carries 5-0. Thank you again for being here on this item today. That takes us to item number 17, which is the human trafficking referral. And Supervisor Chavez and Cortese, I turn to you. We do have half a dozen cards on this item.
Thank you. I do want to just acknowledge that this was done in collaboration with Supervisor Cortese, and I want to highlight that Santa Clara County has had a long-standing commitment to combat human trafficking and all forms of human exploitation. This work started over a decade ago, really, with the South Bay Coalition to End Human Trafficking. The coalition is considered a leader in the nation as it relates to the service provision, innovative solutions, and regional cooperation. I, along with the District Attorney, Jeff Rosen, and Sheriff Smith, launched a commission, the Human Trafficking Commission, in 2017 to further strengthen the role of our institutions and partnerships to address this terrible crime. We've made investments and progress over the years, and we are continually improving our response, investigation, and service provision. However, our increased awareness and improvements have also led us toward identifying gaps regarding the provision of comprehensive services to victims of human trafficking, such as lack of services for transitional age youth who've been commercially sexually exploited or at risk of commercial sexual exploitation, culturally responsive outreach to the Asian Pacific Islander community, the LGBTQ community, and Latinx communities, and an increase in access to legal assistance for victims, just to name a few. This referral is asking the administration to work closely with our partners who provide services to human trafficking survivors in the county and to assess and prioritize funding gaps for this community. We are asking the administration to come back to the board, the first meeting in January, with funding and implementation plan that will close the service gaps and ensure comprehensive provisions of services to victims of human trafficking.
Thank you very much. We have a half dozen speakers, but I want to go to Supervisor Cortese next. I also want to ask, forgive me, Supervisor, I just wanted to ask if the voting panel could be placed on our screen so that the supervisors could put a formal motion on record if they chose to. Supervisor Chavez, and thank you for your patience, Mr. Cortese.
Yeah, I would be very brief and just say, in addition to what she said, because Supervisor Chavez did such a great job, is just a reminder, and mostly for, not for the board, but for others, listening in on the meeting, that this is or would be part of a continuing gradual but continuing increase in investment. There's no funding attached directly to this referral because it's a referral, but it points in the direction, much like we've done with gender violence, with domestic violence, and in the past with human trafficking, of actually putting some investment to our policy here. So I just wanted to let people know there's a lot of history, some of it's outlined in the referral, that this is building upon. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you'd like to second the motion, seconded by Supervisor Cortese. Colleagues, we have cards from the following, and I'll ask them to step on up in order, please. Sharon Danoa, to be followed by Ruth Silvertobe, to be followed by Siberia, to be followed by Perla Flores, to be followed by Amy Molika, to be followed by Kim Gutierrez. Come on up, folks, and thanks for your patience through the day. Sharon Denoa, Ruth Silvertaub, welcome.
Good morning. I'm not Sharon. Sharon had to leave. I'm Perla Flores. So I just want to take this opportunity to thank the board for the continued support that the South Bay Coalition has received to provide direct services and legal services to survivors of human trafficking, as well as outreach, and to increase coordination and collaboration within our own county and throughout the South Bay. This proposal was in response to an informal request from Supervisor Cortese in terms of what is the current state of funding and funding gaps for human trafficking survivors. So the South Bay Coalition to End Human Trafficking engaged in a process to analyze the current funding that the service and victim, the direct providers, legal providers receive from the county, from the state, at a federal level, and to also analyze what are some of the current funding gaps. And so we're going to speak today a little bit about those funding gaps that include coordination for the legal aspects of multi-victim operations, as well as outreach, particularly to the IPI community. We know that the API community is the community that least reports sexual assault, and there's also an overrepresentation of API community members in certain types of human trafficking, including illicit massage establishments and residential brothels. And yet, even though they're a large part of our community, they at least do not report sexual assaults and human trafficking as well. And we're also going to talk about the need for direct and legal services. But again, just want to express our deep appreciation and support to be part of this county, not just in terms of the funding for services, but also in the support that enhances policies or introduces policies to enhance support and protections for survivors of human trafficking. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I'm Ruth Silvertaub, Legal Services Chair of the South Bay Coalition to End Human Trafficking. I'm here today to advocate for the funding referral for human trafficking. I want to thank from the bottom of my heart the supervisors for their support in the past. I'm going to focus on the legal services gaps, particularly in labor trafficking. We need a victim rights attorney, immigration attorney, and part-time employment attorney. A victim rights attorney is a necessity in all criminal cases, and we need them to file liens where there are judgments. We're seeing multiple clients in the operations, most recently a care home case involving API clients, Filipino clients, testifying in a criminal court case that is going to trial in January. Employment lawyers are necessary to assist multiple clients with BOFI, Bureau of Field Enforcement, claims and at interviews, to assist in operations and to work with immigration lawyers seeking UNT certifications at government agencies. We're also in dire need of immigration attorneys. Cases take longer these days, which creates a backlog for survivors who need immediate services. There are more operations that need attorneys to respond on short notice. There are waves of multiple clients, and therefore the cases take longer to process. And the clients need ongoing support. And there are more clients in removal proceedings these days. I urge you to support the funding. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Siberia, welcome.
I'm going to interpret for Siberia after she reads her comments.
Please.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Siberia Moreno, soy de Venezuela. Hace 3 años, desafortunadamente, me tocó vivir un episodio bastante doloroso y traumático que me puso en un peligro de riesgo de acabar con mi vida, como lo fue haber sido víctima de tráfico humano. Afortunadamente, en aquellos oscuros e inolvidables momentos de mi vida, solo pude ver la luz cuando una agencia de ayuda social, como lo fue Community Solutions, me tendió una milagrosa y salvadora mano que me permitió primeramente ubicarme en un refugio sana y salva, brindándome lo que necesitaba en ese momento tan crucial, temeroso y confuso para mí, donde gracias a Community Solutions y su maravilloso programa con su personal altamente calificado, me ofrecieron techo, alimentos, transportación, un plan de seguridad, asistencia legal, conexiones con las diferentes instituciones del Estado para denunciar mi caso y, sobre todo, algo tan importante e indispensable, me ofrecieron ayuda psicológica a través de su programa de terapias, lo cual ha significado para mí un verdadero puente entre aquel episodio maligno que me hundió en un abismo hacia una verdadera inserción social al rescate de mi vida personal, familiar, estudiantil y profesional. Aprovecho esta importante oportunidad de estar aquí frente a ustedes y poder decirles que por favor continúen apoyando económicamente a estos indispensables programas que verdaderamente salvan vidas como la mía. Muchas gracias a quien lo hace posible, por siempre los llevaré en mi corazón. Hoy en día estoy en una vivienda segura, soy estudiante de inglés y del programa de Water Resource Management y soy miembro del Consejo de Sobrevivientes de Trata de Personas. Nuestra misión es crear conciencia en contra de la trata de personas, asegurándonos que hayan los recursos dispensables para ayudar a víctimas y sobrevivientes de este terrible problema social.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Siberia Moreno. I'm from Venezuela. 3 years ago, unfortunately, I had the experience of living through a horrible episode and painful episode in my life. I was in danger for my life as a result of being a victim of human trafficking. Fortunately, in those dark moments, I was able to seek support that was instrumental not only to save my life, but also to get out of the darkness that I was living in. I received social support through Community Solutions, including shelter, as well as case management. The support that was really crucial is therapy, and particularly support in overcoming the trauma of my abuse. The programs that are offered are very important to the community, particularly the psychological and therapeutic programs. These programs to me have served as a bridge so that to overcome a very painful episode in my life, and also to overcome the depression in which I was submerged for some time. Thanks to the support, I have been able to make changes in all aspects of my life, as a student, as a person, as a professional. Today, I am in a safe living environment. I'm a student. I'm also studying water resource management, and I'm a member of the South Bay Coalition to End Human Trafficking Survivor Advisory Council. The mission of the council is to create awareness about human trafficking issues and also to ensure that survivors and victims of human trafficking have all the resources and support they need to be able to overcome this horrible social problem.
Thank you to you both.
Thank you.
Next speaker is.
Hi, my name is Amy Malika. I'm the Anti-Human Trafficking Program Manager at the YWCA. I'm also the co-chair of the South Bay Coalition to End Human Trafficking. Since 2012, confidential advocacy services have been provided to identify CSEC youth in Santa Clara County. In the past year, referrals for a confidential advocate to serve at-risk youth and confirmed youth has risen. In fiscal year 16-17, we served 64 youth. In 17-18, we served 87 youth. This past fiscal year, we served 103 youth. This was with a cut in funding of 60% of a full-time advocate. As education around identifying at-risk and confirmed CSEC continues, the number of referrals is only projected to increase. An additional 3 full-time CSEC advocates would ensure that the quality level of care provided by confidential advocates continues. For the period of January 1st, 2016 to January 30th, 2018, services were also extended to young adults at risk or confirmed to have experienced commercial sexual exploitation through funding from the Office of Women's Policy. During this time, 67 young adults between the ages of 18 and 24 were served. 31 of these identified as at risk for commercial exploitation. We know that since 2015, transitional aged youth have accounted for 40% of prostitution-related arrests in San Jose. Without funding for services, young adults at risk of commercial sexual exploitation are left without advocacy services as they begin to navigate adulthood. The victim and legal service providers are committed to providing quality confidential services for all survivors of human trafficking. These recommendations would further strengthen the level of care and support available for survivors in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Kim Gutierrez. I'm the Human Trafficking Services Program Manager at Community Solutions and the Chair for the Victim Services Subcommittee of the South Bay Coalition to End Human Trafficking. Housing support is crucial to the rebuilding of safety and stability for survivors. For foreign-born and male survivors, there are additional barriers to accessing housing. Foreign-born survivors may be applying for some form of immigration relief, such as a T visa, and be waiting to receive a work permit.
This process can take 1 to 2 years. During that time, the survivor does not have stable income to provide for their basic needs. Victim service providers will use limited client assistance funds to support survivors during this time. Male survivors also have limited emergency and transitional housing supports. Emergency and extended hotel stays can also deplete already limited client assistance funds. For the period of July 1st, 2017 to June 30th, 2019, Community Solutions served 12 male survivors of human trafficking. 9 of these survivors requested housing assistance, and 7 of these survivors received support through rental assistance or hotel stays. This totaled over $26,000 to support these requests. Sustainable avenues for male and foreign-born survivors to access transitional and long-term housing are necessary. Pairing housing with intensive case management focused on self-sufficiency further supports our survivors. Thank you to Supervisors Chavez and to Cortese for putting forth this referral. This county is seen as a model when it comes to ensuring the highest level of services and protections for survivors of human trafficking. We have our law enforcement protocol in place that ensures a 1-hour response by a confidential advocate upon identification of that survivor. We want to ensure that the systems and protocols we have put into place to ensure a survivor has access to immediate and comprehensive support are fully resourced. Thank you.
Thank you. And let me just confirm one last time that Sharon Danoa is not here today. Thank you. All right, colleagues, confirming with the clerk, we have no other speakers on this item. We do not. That brings the matter back to the board. Additional comments or questions? If not, then should we just ask all 5 members to please vote on their screen if they haven't done so? All 5 votes have now been cast. We'll display the results and announce that the measure carries 5-0. Thank you very much. That takes us to our next item on the agenda, and that is item number 18. Here again, we're looking at referrals from members of the board, and this one is from Supervisors Cortese, I believe. Supervisor, we have about a dozen cards or so from folks who would like to speak to this item. How would you like to proceed, it being your item, sir?
Let me just make a brief opening, then we can hear from the speakers. I suppose that would be best, President Smidian, unless my colleagues disagree. The referral, just to state it, is asking for options for considerations relating to an immediate moratorium on placing children in the Receiving Assessment Intake Center, the RAIC. At a minimum, it's asking for those options to come back on the 19th. And I say at a minimum, I make a reference to the concept of an immediate moratorium. I will be interested in hearing from the county executive or his team, perhaps after we hear from the speakers, as to how immediate can be from his perspective, and also from my colleagues in that regard. I was here and present and accounted for and part of the voting quorum of this Board of Supervisors when we eliminated the children's shelter many years ago. And we, in its place, because of the commitment of county administration and the Board of Supervisors to immediate placement of the youth that would otherwise have been placed in a sheltered environment, that immediate placement was determined to best take place ever so temporarily, less than 24 hours, in a receiving and intake center, not a receiving and intake shelter, but a receiving and intake center for a long time. I would say, generally speaking, ever since that action, the CSFC committee, Standing Committee of this Board of Supervisors, has done, I think it's best to further direct, oversee, correct, call for changes to the temporary facility, call for relocation of the temporary facility, call for age-appropriate segregation to take place, call for an expansion of placement opportunities, even though we've been shown lists of dozens and dozens of those, all of which seem to be directives and requests that somehow end up getting defeated in favor of the alternative in each and every case. Commingling, a long, dragged-out process in terms of determining a holistic and healthy facility to keep children in when they've been traumatized like this on a short-term basis. And I think it's that, so I stated what the referral is about, and I'll just state one brief opinion. Certainly could be something that seeks reaction from the public speakers or my colleagues. But my opinion is that we need to get back to our original commitment that was made by the Board of Supervisors on closing the shelter, which was closed for good reason, much of the same reasons that this referral is being brought forward today, that we get back to an absolute commitment to immediate placement of the youth who are coming into our custody for this kind of safety net work. That's all I'll say at this point in time. I didn't want to make a general comment on action yet, President Simitian, but I wanted to say enough, at least to give some background on my thoughts and opinions that led up to bring forward this referral, and also my observations over the years, both as a member of this board, but also as a long-standing member and former chair of the CSFC committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. We have 13 cards so far. Let me just ask, if you haven't turned in a card yet, but plan to speak, would you raise your hand? Do we have cards from everybody who has planning to speak on this item? I'm just trying to help the board manage its time here. All right. Then 2 minutes each, which is our custom and practice, and we'll ask folks to line up so that we can move expeditiously if possible. Stephen Betts, then Steve Barron, then Debbie Pell, then Julian or Julian Soria, Angel Kelly, Patricia Irahita, Raquel, I believe it's Duenas, Lori Nepoth, Kathleen Harrison, and then some more. Thank you. You were expeditious indeed, so welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Betts. I'm a member of the Juvenile Justice Commission, and I'm here representing the Commission. My personal career has been working with children in a variety of settings, including residential treatment programs and at the Children's Shelter, where I was a manager for about 4 years and acting deputy director for a period. The Commission recognizes the many challenges facing the RAIC and shares the board's concern for the safety of children and for the staff there. A move away from placing children into the receiving center is definitely a move in the right direction. We support you there fully. Such a move can only be accomplished with planning and the development of new resources. The Commission urges you to reconsider placing an immediate moratorium on placing kids into the rake and to move forward instead in a more planful manner. Several commissioners visited the rake in the past week, and we believe with the support of staff from the probation department and from other measures that have been put in place, that there's effective support for the kids at the RAC as the DFC moves forward with its creation of a new model. Imposing a moratorium without a suitable, sustainable alternative is not a solution. We urge you to take time and to do this planfully. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Steve Barron, you're up next.
Thank you. Good afternoon. What Mr. Betts said, plus more. So I'm retired from the Juvenile Probation Department as a child abuse investigator and later as a therapist in the Child Sexual Abuse Treatment Program, and retired from my position as Director of Family Court Services for Superior Court and for teaching at Santa Clara for a lot of years on subjects including child abuse and trauma. Currently serve on the Child Abuse Prevention Council, Child Death Review Team, and Domestic Violence Death Review Team, but I'm not here representing them. I'm here representing my own opinions based on that experience. I'm going to ask, this Board of Supervisors always tries to do the right thing. This is not the right thing, to put a moratorium on placement.
Thank you.
So So now I will ask the obvious but sometimes disparaged question. What are you going to do when you put kids, with kids who are, when there are not enough homes, when children refuse to stay in those homes, when the resource of professional parents you are using are not equipped to provide the intense 24-hour skilled care supervision and service coordination that the consequences of severe and accumulated trauma and lack of early detection and lack of previous effective intervention have created. Because in reality, there is no magical solution, and there will always be a need for a receiving and assessment center, because there will be days and nights where you will not have places to put these kids. And you will have days and nights when people who are taking care of these kids are saying they can't do it anymore. I'll tell you another unintended consequence. These kinds of decisions put an immense amount of pressure on a system to divert kids from a system, kids who need to be interacted with and provided services from a system, and pressure them to go back to families, and pressure them to go back to foster parents, and pressure them to go back to situations that aren't equipped to deal with kids manifesting the natural consequences of a lifetime of intense and severe trauma, which sometimes makes them hard and challenging to deal with. Thank you.
Thank you. Debbie Pell, I believe you're up next. Welcome.
Thank you. Debbie Pell from Bill Wilson Center. Bill Wilson Center operates a safety net shelter serving youth between the ages of 11 and 17 years of age who are in need of emergency shelter due to homelessness, safety concerns, family conflict, CSEC, and many other issues that arise that lead to or contribute to the dysfunction and challenges within a family environment. It is not a placement or intended as a placement. It is a short-term emergency intervention program. Continuum of care reform has greatly reduced the placement options, which is why we're talking about this subject, for youth in the foster care system, which contributes to the challenges of the rake. Though the regulations no longer allow Bill Wilson Center to accept foster youth in the program, we could offer some support, if it's at all helpful, to pre-adjudicated youth who are taken into protective custody by providing a safe environment with comprehensive services while the Department of Social Services is conducting their investigations and or searching for relative placements. And going off script, I just want to make one recommendation as well. What we're looking for is we're looking for alternative placement. So I would suggest that the next chunk of funding that comes from the state for foster parent recruitment be looked at and targeted for those professional parent homes, intensive therapeutic foster care homes, and be a county effort to go to all of the providers who can do that, because the county doesn't do that special service.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Julian Soria. I've been a social worker at the Rake for a little over a year now. Since I last spoke, things have been changing at a fairly fast pace. Changes I feel that have moved in a positive direction. Rake staff have worked in conjunction with probation staff and behavioral health to help stabilize a really rough situation. Yet I still feel there can be things that could help move that along even further with consistent staff and adequately resourced training. This possibility of a moratorium coming or being brought up. Many questions have come up with me and my colleagues in regards to the future of the Rake or just children coming in to DFCS in general. From my position, on the front line, I feel, I have very little kind of recourse to kind of put pressure on DFCS to create these long-term, and sustainable solutions. This is, where I really feel the board can have the wherewithal, to have the necessary oversight to move those things in that direction for our most neediest children, with high acuity needs. I don't know if things have been brought up about, contracting some of this work out. I personally would be advised to, look in a different direction. I've worked with youth for well over a decade with high-intensity needs. I know the feeling to be trained, be supportive, and have the procedures put in place, and I know what it's like to not. And the outcomes are night and day. I'd like to thank the board for any comments as far as the health and safety of the children and the workers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Angel Kelly. I was asked recently what I would say to someone feeling stressed and overwhelmed. My reply was to breathe, smile, and go slowly. Your social workers at DFCS have been consistently under stress while trying to provide the best service they can. They have been working against great odds with insufficient staff and resources for years. There was mindfulness in voting for the unfair labor practice strike. The hope was this would help bring about change, a change different than the silo, top-down approach used thus far that has not worked. The county needs to work with its staff force and invest in services for families and children prior to them entering the foster system and prevent children being removed from their families. This means investing in community services, including hiring more social workers and having more resources available to families directly in their neighborhood, like the San Jose Family Resource Center that's in East San Jose. The unfair labor practice strike also placed a magnified spotlight on the concerning issues at the rake, which had not been adequately addressed. A wise gentleman named Reverend Alvarez, whom many of you knew, would frequently remind me that sometimes you must go slow to go fast, as this allows you to have mindfulness in your actions. I think of this as the board looks at placing a moratorium on the rake. The next steps taken must place responsibility on all involved, including CBOs that have contracted services to ensure that all children's placement needs are met. This is especially important for children who are diagnosed with mental health or developmental delays that may have a lot of behavioral issues because of their diagnosis coupled with trauma. These children often won't qualify for foster or group home placement. It is common for these children to be on a waiting list for placements that are equipped to serve their needs due to no openings. So although the Rake and the Keiki Center are supposed to be temporary transitional places until staff finds placement homes, they become ill-equipped and long-term housing solutions for these children.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Raquel Duenas, and I thank you for allowing me time to speak today. I'm a member of a community served by the County of Santa Clara. I'm a foster adopt parent, and I'm also an employee. And I have to be very honest, I was very appalled, and I was angered, and I was ashamed when I found out what was going on at the Rake. As a parent, you have no idea the amount of anger that I felt that this was being allowed, and that we allowed it, and we should be ashamed. Everyone sitting in this room who is aware of it needs to be ashamed, and we need to do better. Our kids deserve better. These kids have gone through things that none of us could ever even imagine that they've gone through. I have a 6-year-old who only sleeps 4 hours every night because of her trauma. We need to do better. And this moratorium, I'm sorry, yes, it's needed. We need to stop, we need to pause, we need to figure out a plan, but it needs to be strategic and it needs to be decisive. It needs to be real. It needs to be planned for with members of every aspect of this team that is built, that needs to be built to protect these kids. It needs to start with line staff. It needs to start with our sheriff's department who's actually finding this. You know, they're the ones finding it. It's not usually the social workers. You need to involve everyone, including your foster families. Everyone needs to be a part of this, and we need to take a few days. We need to figure out a real plan, real help. Our employees need training. Our employees need additional help in terms of additional staff, support from supervisors. We need to do better. And I'm asking you as a parent, as a member of this community, please, let's do better. And I understand social services is not the best place on the planet. I'm a former social services employee. I understand the challenges. I understand that you're getting money from nowhere, but we need to do better. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Patricia Irajeta. I have worked at the rake for 20 years as an office specialist. I do this work because I care about these children and believe in the work we do and the service we provide. However, we have been completely ignored time and time again when we have tried to raise concerns regarding the safety of our children and our workers. The rake location was supposed to be temporary. It much too small and understaffed. We are not trained to handle the needs of our special need kids that are staying with us, sometimes for months at a time due to difficulties with placement supervisors. Retention is also an issue. Management has been aware of this issue and has turned a blind eye. The safety of the children has clearly not been prioritized from DFCS. While I am thankful that we are finally talking about this issue at the rake, the solution is not closing the rake. We need a safe, caring, loving place for our children to go in their time of need. And we need to have more staff, more trainings, and for our workers. We need a real long-term solution, not another aid that is not well thought out. I want to know why the funds from the sale of the Union Avenue shelter weren't immediately used to invest in a small shelter that met the needs of our kids. Maybe we wouldn't be here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Lori Neepoth. I've come here several times to speak to you regarding the issues at the rake, and I thank you supervisors for calling for the moratorium, but as you've heard, it's probably not feasible to do immediately. Something does need to be done. We've seen that this model doesn't work. So instead of just reiterating, we do need more training, we need more staffing, we can do this. We just need the facility and the training and well thought out, clear planning. We need collaboration and transparency from our administration. They haven't involved us, but we can do this, but we need to do it together. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe our next speaker is Kathleen Harrison, and the next speaker will be followed by Andrew Kane, Stephen Dick, John Taylor, and Scott Largent. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Everybody said pretty much what I was going to say, except for I wanted to add that, well, first of all, I'm going to introduce myself. I'm a psychiatric social worker, too. I work with the Rake Youth. I've been with the county for over 20 years, and I've been working with the Rake Youth for about 12 years. I just wanted to add that recently the county moved some children to a different location, which they call Kiki. This facility, was used for supervised visitations, and what it appears is happening is management's using, depending on unqualified staff to care for these children. And there was no planning. They didn't have anything for the kids on day one. They didn't have diapers, they didn't have formula, they didn't have bottles, they had nothing. I was recently there and I saw a huge laundry list of things they still needed. This is yet another example of how management has made unilateral decisions without involving frontline staff in the process. Now we have workers who work their full shift at the rake. They come from Julian Street, also from the FRC, to fill in the gaps, the staffing gaps at Kiki. Kiki location is not adequate. It was actually meant to be, it was the original rake from Union. It was never meant to be a permanent space, but now youth are found there again to be placed there. So I think that's an issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. I'm speaking today in my role as a directing attorney at the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley, specifically overseeing our Legal Advocates for Children and Youth program. We represent approximately 90% of the dependents who are under the jurisdiction of the Santa Clara County Superior Court. And as a result, we are very familiar with what the conditions are at the rake, and we're working directly with many of the youth who are being served at the rake. And the 2 points in my commentary today are really just putting a slightly finer point on many of the things that have already been said. The first is, I don't think the need for a thorough, mindful, thoughtful planning process can be overstated here. And I do want to emphasize the importance of including a wide variety of voices in that process. Community-based organizations, county commission representatives. We have a long history of participating in stakeholder processes and planning processes, exactly like what is being envisioned here, and we all stand at the ready to work directly with the county to ensure that whatever the plan is moving forward is one that best serves the needs of the children that we are all here to serve. And the second is to continue to be mindful of the population that we're serving. There have been many speakers today who have talked about the trauma that these youth have experienced before entering the system. We continue to risk re-traumatizing these youth by how we're serving them in the system. We need to be mindful of our language for how we're describing the youth that we continue to serve. And my hope is whatever plan we choose moving forward continues to keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Stephen Dick, and I have the honor and privilege of serving as the chair of the Child Abuse Prevention Council for Santa Clara County. I was here when the shelter was sold, and I participated in the year-long study that took place afterwards. I was here when 725 opened up and all the issues rose about 725, everything that took place over there. And then when the flood took place, then we moved over to the current rake and all the issues at the rake. The reality of it is we have two separate issues. We have a physical building, and the question is whether or not that physical building is appropriate or not. And the second is the programming that's taking place at the physical building. The moratorium itself creates a problem with the physical building because all that we're doing is we're stopping children who need a place to go to have a place to go. So an immediate moratorium is not necessarily the answer. There may be issues that relating towards programming and what is taking place at the rake, and it also may be appropriate that we have to look at another location if a location is what we want. But an immediate moratorium puts children at risk. And that is a significant problem for the Child Abuse Prevention Council. We thoroughly and hopefully will participate in any activities or any programming or planning that the Board of Supervisors wishes to take place. We participated before and we would gladly and like to participate again, but we strongly encourage you not to do an immediate moratorium. It is a reaction that is going to put children who are going through trauma and going through incredibly emotional experiences and not help them. It makes things a little worse. Thank you very much for your time and for your consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Don Taylor, the Executive Director over at Uplift Family Services, one of the community-based organizations that provides core services for the foster youth who are oftentimes at the rake. What we know is that it takes a comprehensive approach to support these youth during these toughest times. And the combination of unresolved trauma, managing childhood itself, and struggling with belonging are complicated. And that can also oftentimes become more complicated and sometimes dangerous in congregate care settings. We have learned that intensive individualized community-based services, professional parents and intensive foster services, engaging with family and family finding, family search and engagement are all strategies that works. As noted before, it's worked in the past, hence the days from the shelter moving to where we're at today. We have no doubt we can solve this issue for the remaining youth that need the additional support that haven't got it yet. We look forward to further solving these issues with the county and fellow stakeholders, and I expect the outcomes will be a combination of different, new, or enhanced resources. And I do hope that when we come back on the 14th that we have some short-term solutions, as well as discussion on more comprehensive stakeholder process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I believe our last speaker on this item is Mr. Scott Largent.
Thank you, Tiffany. Thank you, everyone. I apologize if I'm off my game up here. It's weird to come up here and my palms are sweating and I feel like I'm gonna vomit. I became a ward of the state when I was 11, and I entered into the foster care system and the group home system, and it was out of Santa Clara County here. And I'm kind of a product of what happened. And this has been, we're 30 years later, and if you look through some of the archives of the Mercury articles and stuff, they indicted about, I believe, 28 guards from juvenile hall. They were shutting down these group homes left and right, and even the foster care system. They were beating children in our juvenile hall. They were beating them in group homes. And the video that's online of the child, it damn near makes me cry. I don't know what's going on, but how is this happening 30 years later? This is horrible. This is the reason I'm the way I am. It took me a long time to get over this. I was damaged from a child from dealing with the system. Being put into that made everything worse. And what are we gonna do? We can't wait for government to take 9 months, 10 months, a year, 2 years. It's not like the homeless situation where we keep kicking the can. I feel so bad for these children. It's weird. It's weird to feel, I'm sweating. It's like flashback stuff. It's really weird. And apologize, I'm talking my game. Fix it, thank you.
Let me just check with the clerk. Any additional speakers on this subject? No, thank you. All right. Colleagues, that brings it back to our board and Supervisor Cortese. I'll go to you, then Supervisor Chavez, then Supervisor Ellenberg. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Before making any further comments, I just wanted to ask that you acknowledge Supervisor Chavez. I know you can do that on your own, but I failed to acknowledge her efforts in bringing this referral forward during my opening statement, and I want to thank her for not only her efforts getting us to this agenda item today in the short term, just over the last week or two, but also her efforts as the most recent but longstanding chair of the CSFC committee, pushing on these issues month in and month out. So, President Smidian, I just want to defer to Supervisor Chavez at this point.
Duly noted, and we'll go to Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. Let me start by saying how much I appreciate Dave's leadership on this. And let me just, I don't know if Angel's still here. Kelly, did she have to leave?
She went to pay her parking meter.
Oh. So part of the reason I was calling her out is I think she is one of the most informed staff that we've had involved in this subject. And the fact that as a leader in a number of areas that she doesn't know the prevention work that we're trying to do tells me that overall for these young people, we have not had a sense of urgency about this since I got here. That's how I feel. And part of the reason that we're asking for something so drastic is because there's been, in my observation, a lot of fits and starts in terms of how we're trying to support these children. We put together a task force a foster youth task force. It was very difficult to get information. It was difficult to keep it on track. It was difficult to get some of the initial recommendations moving. When issues of the rake have come to me, and I think to Dave and perhaps to other people here, we have gotten good feedback about what we're going to be doing. And in my opinion, for children who are so dramatically in high need, for us not to respond with a sense of urgency, it can't keep happening anymore. I think that, frankly, whether it's been training or the needs of the children or having appropriate placement, again, not one of these issues is it's not new, none of it. It's been going on for years. So just a couple of things I wanted to say to my colleagues, that we had maybe over 2 years ago had a discussion about having a more active role in family finding. And what that means is that counties like LA have been able to keep 80% of children who they get called on to go investigate reunited with a family member and never coming into the services of their county. That's an evidence-based strategy. It's newer, but it's evidence-based. We've raised issues of having resource families. It's really expensive to live here. The strategies we're using for recruiting foster, and I'll talk about recruitment in a minute, but recruiting foster parents, getting them trained in a timely fashion, and then paying them as little as we do when so many of these kids are high need that you actually need a parent who can be there full time, and they have to be able to afford to live here. What we have been doing is training really wonderful people who then leave because they can't afford the rent. We know some approaches we can already take. And so the intent here is to get people focused, the county focused. I appreciate that we have to engage our line staff. I appreciate that we need to engage parents. But we can't have another 9, 10, 2-year planning process. And even about these locations at the rake, we had raised these issues. The advocates have been raising these issues about the rake for years, both on placement, on services, and on options. So, from my perspective, by putting a deadline on which we will continue to function the way we're functioning is the only way to get everybody's attention at the same time. And I think it's horrible that it took this. I think it's horrible that it took people in the community reaching out to us to share their personal experiences. But we have an obligation and a responsibility to look out for every one of these children. They are our kids. And I know a number of you, and let me just say for those of you who've been working at the rake, that you have felt alone and not supported. And I feel so badly about that. I really do. And here's an opportunity from my perspective to get our highest level of focus, the smartest people we have, to look out for the neediest humans in our community and the ones we are obligated to protect that we have not done that for. That's what the point of this is to get us focused, to do it fast. And I think honestly, we've been planning for years. I don't know how much more thoughtful planning we can do. That, to me, it's a cop-out. It doesn't mean that we don't go forward in a thoughtful way, but it does mean that we don't rehash what we've been doing for years, including at the foster youth task force that so many of us in this room worked on. So anyway, I'm very interested in hearing from you, Dr. Smith, but I just wanted you to understand the perspective that I bring to this issue.
Can I say something just before Dr. Smith speaks, in case he can speak to it now? That's all.
The only thing I want to remind everybody is that Supervisor Ellenberg is also in the queue. And would you like to chime in at this point to connect a thought, Supervisor Cortese, or can we defer to Supervisor Ellenberg? Thank you for that courtesy. We're going to go to Supervisor Ellenberg, then back to Supervisor Cortese, then Dr. Smith. I think the microphone will be yours. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you. I don't have the history that many of you do, and I hear the pain and the anguish and the frustration on both sides of the dais from my colleagues who have been working on these issues for a long time, and from the folks out here who have been primarily focused on these very vulnerable and repeatedly traumatized children. I get that. I feel the urgency. And my office has also been made aware of a number of operational issues, including lack of staffing, lack of training, and other elements that are clearly working to the detriment of both the traumatized children and our overworked staff. I agree that we should be moving away from the rake model, particularly given the federal and state reforms to congregate care. My office has been in contact with DFCS, and they have indicated that there is work currently in progress with probation and behavioral health to do a level change in wraparound care. And I will share, Cindy, reluctance to let this go on for months. I agree, and my bias is toward action as well. But I heard the speakers, and I share the concern about the phrase immediate moratorium, because if we do not have another plan in place, then that potentially puts kids at risk and opens another very dangerous situation. If 80%, and that is a phenomenal statistic, of kids in LA are avoiding having to be placed, that still means that 20% are. I don't know that we'll get to a place where we can divert 100% of children. So this is critical not only in the immediate sense, but to really think long-term. I would like to see us, I don't know what the motion will look like, and I won't be the maker, but something that engages the stakeholders that were here today, the line staff employees, CBOs like Uplift, the Child Abuse Council, Lacey representatives, to come together with a sense of urgency, not for another task force, not for a long drawn-out process. I think of it the way we think of childcare. We've read the studies, we know the statistics, we know the problem. Let's start moving on it. So I would support a reasonable deadline and whatever additional immediate safety measures we may need to put in place, whether it's security pieces, additional staffing, or whatever that would look like, but not something that includes the words immediate moratorium.
Thank you. Supervisor Cortese, back to you, and then we're going to go to Dr. Smith unless there's, we're going to go to Supervisor Cortese, then Supervisor Wasserman, then to Dr. Smith.
No, thank you. And again, I just want to, in terms of clarifying the referral, it is to bring back options for consideration relating to an immediate moratorium. And I'm certainly open to options for things other than an immediate moratorium, but I think that has to be one of the options that comes back to us. And it's a moratorium on utilizing a centralized receiving and intake center operating as it is now. That is just to further clarify what we're talking about. We're talking about a moratorium on the model that is being used now in a centralized facility. And, I can't emphasize enough, and I know it's been listened to and heard, part of the thoughtful approach here has to include the fact that we've been doing this for 10 years, that we've been convening stakeholders, that we've been pushing our social services department, that, we have been as aggressive as a board can be in saying, we'll pay for it, you locate it, you create it, and it's not happening. And there are certain items like this for me, and I don't want to make it personal, but the clock is really ticking for me. There are certain things for me that I do not want to walk away from this county a year from now knowing what I know, that there are egregious situations that haven't been remedied. And I think now, because of whistleblowers, and I won't air whistleblower linen, although I think we probably all have correspondence from folks that is damning, frankly. To read that out loud, I think is piling on, so I'm not going to do it. But what's going on there really can't go on for another day. I think we have to state that as a board. Doesn't mean we need, to call a moratorium instantly and throw everything into chaos. But the question I had, President Medina, I promise I had one for the county executive to consider among his comments is, why have we never considered, or should we consider, a decentralized model? I believe that the referrals that come in obviously need to go through intake, assessment, and placement. But the placement doesn't need to be right back in the office where the intake, assessment, and placement took place in the first place. In a county as big as we are, with ostensibly 700 parcels of property, offices, even a decentralized social services department, it seems to me that there's got to be a safe place to put vulnerable children in particularly vulnerable children who may create risk to other children, separate and apart from outsourcing and separate and apart from leaving them in the facility that they were brought into in the first place for intake purposes. So is a decentralized model one of the things that you can come back to us and talk to us about? Again, not to put a moratorium on placement here. That's not what this referral is asking for. It's asking for a moratorium on the current model at the current facility.
Supervisor Wasserman.
Thank you, President Simitian, and thank you, Supervisor Cortese, for that clarification on options for consideration relating to an immediate. When I first read that and saw the immediate moratorium, I thought, okay, what is the alternative? Where are we putting these kids that every time I read about them, it breaks my heart? And the fact they're being brought there to be taken away from abuse, neglect, or some other sort of wrongdoing breaks my heart. So what I was concerned about and did not come in here very supportive of was just, okay, let's close the rake. And then I'm going, and where do they go? Because the wrongdoing doesn't stop. And so I'm going to cut my comments short because you really covered them all. And I'm just going to say, I want a safe place for these kids to go ASAP.
Dr. Smith.
Yes, Mr. President, members of the board. The staff completely agrees with the board that the receiving center model is a model that no longer works. As Supervisor Cortese lays out the history quite correctly and accurately, it was a model that people thought many years ago when they closed the shelter was necessary. However, over the years with research, it's become clear that it doesn't work, and ever since the state embarked vigorously on continuum of care reform, as Ms. Pell pointed out, the closure of group homes, which in themselves were not a good model, meant that there are lots of older kids who have severe behavioral, mental health, and medical health issues who don't have any place to go. And what's really obvious to everyone, the state included, is that the only way that they are appropriately taken care of is with full wraparound of services, including medical health, mental health, substance abuse concerns, repatriation, reunification, social supports. The kind of services we've called wraparound in the past, which have been codified by the state in terms of STRTPs and other similar structures. These are short-term residential programs with intensive services. Once the state came out with the tentative regulations for licensing at the beginning of this year, a lot of group homes disappeared because they couldn't meet those requirements. And certainly we can't meet those requirements in the rake. So we ended up at the situation where a lot of these kids ended up at the rake because they had failed placements, and that was a failure on our part. Recently, we've moved the so-called non-dependent kids, the younger kids who really only need supervision for less than 6 hours, to the Keiki Center, which is located at the downtown clinic site. And we've been working for the last few months on contracts in the interim with those providers that we already have wraparound contracts with, in order to consider the possibility of having more permanent, or I should say temporary, more temporary comprehensive placements. And so we will clearly come back to you on the 19th with a comprehensive approach and suggestion. Obviously, as the board has pointed out and the public's pointed out, and the experts in the field from Uplift and Bill Wilson and others have pointed out, we have to be careful in our approach, but we completely understand that the rake ultimately will need to be closed. And we also understand that everyone who works at the rake ultimately needs to have a job where they're satisfied, safe, doing the work they need to do, and we will assure that is true. But we completely agree with the makers of the referral that the rake model is no longer a viable model. So we'll be back in 2 weeks with a comprehensive plan.
Supervisor Ellenberg and
Within
then
those-
Supervisor Chavez, forgive the interruption.
Dr. Smith, within those 2 weeks, that includes time to collaborate with and hear from the stakeholders that we mentioned today, or you're envisioning this being a comprehensive plan coming just internally from the county?
Well, I don't think in 2 weeks we'll be able to do a comprehensive stakeholder input structure, but we will reach out to at least a number of them. We've already been reaching out to the providers, and we'll basically come back with a suggestion for, as was pointed out, short, medium, and long-term approach, which the board obviously will consider and/or decide yes or no. We do think that it's not appropriate to put certain kids into the rake at all. And as Supervisor Cortese points out, it's probably not the best word to call it a moratorium, but we need to have a much better short-term solution than just using whatever bed happens to be available.
Agreed. So if you are coming back with short, medium, and long-term, perhaps it's the medium and long-term where there's opportunity for more engagement, but I certainly am not suggesting that this slow down one bit.
Yeah, right.
Supervisor Chavez,
So Dr. Smith, thank you very much. I do, even in this 2-week interim, I do want to request that our staff, our senior staff, have a conversation with our line staff and also with the Child Abuse Prevention Council specifically. I think that, and I know we're talking to nonprofits, I could hear that, but I think that the nonprofits that spoke today, because whatever comes back to us in 2 weeks, it, from my perspective, does need to have some on the short term, those things that lay the groundwork for us to do the next steps. And frankly, I don't think this is a mystery to us. I think you just laid out a lot of it, but I do want to make sure we get their input, and even in the short run. And second, I do want to understand when it comes back to us the timelines that are going to be in place that frankly are not movable, because I am fearful that we get exercised around something that's not working and then let it go. And one example I'll just use is the CAN Center. And I know that both Supervisor Simidian and I worked really with the staff on that, but even with a heightened sense of emergency and urgency, that took years. And really, anyway, so I'm not in the years, I'm in the weeks.
Yes.
Framework. Thank you.
We will talk to as many, obviously talk to the line staff, as many of the stakeholders as possible. But as you just spelled out, it will be talking with stakeholders for a while, more than 2 weeks.
Supervisor Cortese?
If I may, just to offer, in listening to those that have spoken thus far, knowing that there may be more, but a motion at this point that I would make would be the recommendation, because I don't want to take out the word moratorium at this point. I think it speaks to a reprieve until you figure out what your new model is. But options for consideration relating to an immediate moratorium, including but not, let me rephrase that, options for consideration including but not limited to an immediate moratorium, short-term, medium-term, and long-term options, and immediate engagement of senior staff with line staff in terms of making corrections and adjustments that can be made between now and when the report comes back on the 19th. I'm trying to capture what I've heard thus far.
Thank you. And Supervisor Cortese has made that motion on our voting panel, colleagues, on our screens. It has been seconded by Supervisor Chavez. Supervisor Cortese, your light is still on, sir. Any
I'm
questions?
done. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from members of the board? If not, all 5 members having voted on the motion will ask the clerk to display the results and announce that the motion passes. Announce, forgive me, that the motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Thank you to those of you who took time to be here today, and thank you to those of you who do the work. Thank you. All right, colleagues, how about a 5-minute recess? 5-minute recess without objection, and we'll try and make it a real 5 minutes if we can.
I get the swings.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if we could ask everyone to please return to their places in chambers, if we could ask the folks in chambers to take their places as well. We do need at least one more member of the board to constitute a quorum, and I am guessing that we probably can't do the reports from the county executive or the county council without the county executive and the county council present. So let's see if we can make that happen. There we go. Thank you, colleagues. Item 19 is to receive the report from the county executive. And
There's
Dr. Smith?
page up. If there's one more page. There's a page, next page. There we go. So as the board knows, I've been twitching recently about the economy and worried about what's going on in this county financially. I got even more concerned when I saw numerous articles about how, particularly in Santa Clara County and the so-called Silicon Valley, the increasing gulf between the rich and the poor and the disparity of wealth, and the fact that, according to most economic experts, that problem gives us a false sense of security because the economy that's talked about in the press is usually how the rich are doing, not how the poor are doing or the middle class are doing. So I just wanted to show this to the public. This is a graph of multiple years of our so-called roll growth. That's the value of the total properties in the county, which is reflected by property taxes. Property taxes or the county is very dependent upon property taxes to provide discretionary and urgent services, particularly social services, general assistance, fire, or police, libraries, medical services. All of those things are very dependent upon property tax. You can see the blue line at the bottom is where we are so far. The November numbers just came out, November 1st. We have a very flattened roll growth compared to previous years, where you can see we have 5 years or 5 years on top of that where there's been significant roll growth that's gotten ultimately at the end of the year up into the 7% range. I'm extremely concerned that we're flattening and not going toward a 4 to 7% range, which is a very problematic issue. And then just recently, another reflection of the economy and stability of our governmental institutions in the county. The state auditor just put out a report of the ranking 471 cities in the nation based on the financial stability that they have. And the largest city on the list at the beginning of the list was number 23, which is the city of San Jose, judged by the auditor as moderately at risk because of a huge debt portfolio. Anytime that happens, that has a huge effect on the county and county government because it's the largest city in the county. So I just want to ring the caution bell and let everyone know that we're watching very, very closely as how our local economy is going to affect our governmental resources. And with that very positive news, I'll shut up.
All right. Colleagues, any additional comments or questions under report from the county executive? If not, without objection and hearing none, we will deem the report received. That will take us to item number 20, which is to receive the report from the county council. Mr. County Council, Mr. Williams.
There were no reportable actions at the November 4, 2019 closed session meeting, and that concludes my report.
Thank you very much. That takes us to item 21 on our agenda. Item 21 is the recommended action on the San Jose Family Resource Center and options for relocation. We do have 2 cards on this. Why don't we ask staff to present briefly, then take the 2 cards, then see where we are, colleagues. We could ask staff to introduce yourselves, both for board members who may not know you, but for members of the public and those who are watching online.
Good afternoon. I'm Dan Little, the Assistant Director at DFCS.
Good afternoon. I'm Steve Bondacaro, Director of Central Services at Social Services Agency.
Hello, Dave Barry, Chief of Planning, FAF.
Thank you very much. Who'd like to present?
This is Dan Little. I can start with the presentation. So I wanted to provide an update, an addendum to the written report. Last week, Steve and I were able to meet with staff over at the current Family Resource Center at Kings Road to do some inquiry as to the concerns around the space, what they needed for programming, and specifically with our 3 voluntary teams. It was important to understand some of their concerns, some of the requirements that they needed to best engage the communities that they were serving. So after the meeting, Steve and I were able to put together a plan where we would like to keep those 3 voluntary teams at their current location for an additional 6 months while we put together a planning and implementation team that would include voluntary team staff, community stakeholders, community-based organizations, some of our parents, some of our youth, to again put together what a actual FRC program would look like. Then we can provide that to FAF to say this is the space that we would need for that type of a program, and be able to come back then to present that finalized plan to the board. We have additional teams there that we're meeting with tomorrow at our current 353 location that have expressed an interest to go ahead and move to the new building because I think they see themselves as part of the overall county operation. So after the meeting with Steve's staff tomorrow, and we get a greater understanding of what each one of those teams needs in the new building, then we'd like to start transitioning those teams once we get those plans in place.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, can we go to the two speakers, Veronica Moreno de Leon and then Angel Kelly?
Hello. I'm here with supporters of the Family Resource Center.
They've got your back literally and figuratively. Go ahead.
I am here once again to advocate for the San Jose Family Resource Center. My name is Veronica. I'm one of the supervisors at the Family Resource Center, and I'm the co-chair of El Comité. Since the lease expires in 2021, I'd like to request that the closure of the FRC be delayed 6 to 12 months to give us time to identify an alternate location. As Deputy Director Dan Little mentioned, he recently met with the FRC staff, and I am in support of the recommendation to delay the move for at least 6 months because we still have to hear from families and community. While staying at 591 is not an option, moving to the Julian campus should not be an option either. It's not just the informal supervision units who benefit from being out in the community. There's units such as the dually involved youth who want to remain in a neutral location away from probation and away from child welfare. There's the CSEC, the commercially sexually exploited children, who also wish to remain in the community. The non-minor dependents and the joint decision-making unit. In addition to that, there's a lot of classes and programs that we have at the Family Resource Center that we want accessible to the clients and families that we serve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all.
I didn't realize that was next. Okay, it's my turn. Hello, I'm Angel Kelly. I'm actually a prior chair from El Comité. And one of the things that really stands out to me is that when we had the Harvey Rose audit, one of the recommendations that was there spoke about co-location of resources out in our community. I know ARCC has been very strong about trying to do that for our community and looking at how they can work with the county, because ARCC provides a lot of counseling for our Latino families. And yet, if you can all think about how much that Harvey Rose report cost and how long it took, we're now so many years out, and not many of those recommendations were implemented. So what are we talking about in those co-locations? Those co-locations are, where are they the most integral in our community, such as, the East Side and Evergreen, different areas that have the capacity to have co-location. We have a lot of schools that have charter systems and a public school on their grounds, such as Cesar Chavez. Well, do they have space, right? That is what puts us specifically out in our community. That's what also follows recommendations that took a lot of time to gather information and to make the best decisions that was put before the board because you asked for it. So take a look back at some of the reports that you have, right? Look at some of those recommendations and see if they were not put in place, why weren't they? And it doesn't mean that it's not something that can work. It just means that maybe it didn't work then, or maybe somebody just didn't do follow through. But you have the opportunity and you have the responsibility to at least start looking at it again to make sure that you can go forward with recommendations that are sustainable and that are going to improve what our community needs. And that's my time.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Colleagues, Supervisor Ellenberg and Supervisor Chavez, and forgive me pointing.
Thank you. I appreciate the comments and want to particularly pick up on the notion of co-location. But first, I want to just make sure I extend my thanks and appreciation to the team right here, as well as Deborah, Portia Asher, and Jolene Smith, and the rest of the staff who has really worked hard on this in a very short time. The ledge file talks about DFCS and First Five being in discussion to create a long-term partnership for services to occur at FRCs throughout the county, and while working on doing so as a pilot with Educare and Somos FRCs. And we know that our community members place a tremendous amount of trust in the CBOs. So I want to emphasize as we think about co-location, as I believe we should, that we really emphasize the importance of maintaining these FRC relationships going forward. I have a couple of requests, but I wonder, before I make those, do you want to say anything about the Educare and Somos partnerships?
No, I can say that absolutely is still part of our long-term plan. That I think what we do with our teams that are at the Kings Road, we can do that concurrently with our ongoing partnership with how do we get more embedded in partnership with FRCs in their locations.
Okay, it seems to me that it all runs together and should best run together in a very integrated way throughout the communities. I'd like to ask SSA to report back to the board and present an implementation plan and timeline. I'm sure that would be of good comfort to the folks who are waiting as well to see what's happening with their current site. And for myself, in addition to my role as a supervisor, I'm the board appointee to the First Five Santa Clara County Commission, and we'll be looking for ways to champion and align these partnerships for greater impact. I know that First Five will want to make sure that we're evaluating this program to measure impact, and I hope that we as a county can assist families who are exiting out of our various systems to be integrated into their communities throughout the county. And in addition to the implementation plan, I'd like fleets and facilities to report back through an off-agenda memo on the progress they're making for the Parkmore site. This is in D4, so I'm paying particular attention to it. So I'm looking for a report back, including reviewing the draft Parkmore Avenue hub assessment. I just want to make sure that this as well is not delayed so that we don't face again the same issue once the King Road lease runs out, in case that's on the table as well.
And gentlemen, do I gather all that is manageable? Yes?
Yes.
Turn to Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. So first of all, I do want to say thank you for the research that's been done. I have another request. I actually have two requests, and really, Dr. Smith, I'm going to look to you on this. I just want to reiterate that we did not do a comprehensive assessment prior to deciding to move the Family Resource Center. And I'm saying that because I want to make sure that we just start to, we're going to talk a little bit about just culture, but how we, for lack of a better word, build in communication both with our clients and our staff, especially when we're doing something like moving what is a workplace for some, but a gathering place for the community. And I'm really interested in us continuing those discussions. And one of the areas that I wanted to raise is that there's an old site that I had a chance to talk to staff briefly about today, which is the Mexican American Community Services Agency Youth Center on Sinclair Drive. Mm-hmm. And we had approached, just for full disclosure, we had approached Alum Rock School District, my office had, just to ask them a little bit about what would be happening with that location in the future, in part because when we were working on the all-inclusive playgrounds, I was very interested in considering whether or not we could get an all-inclusive field, like for sports, and an all-inclusive gym, so that young people would be able to play intramural sports, for example. So we'd had some conversations with the Alum Rock School District. At the time that we had those conversations, they were in the midst of their own kind of challenges with their bond and all that. Right. So I have had an opportunity to have a discussion with them now about whether or not a portion of that site could be available. This site is just about 1.5 miles from the current location, and it's across the street from a community center, and it's also kitty corner to a school and kitty corner to a community garden area. And it's a place that both the city of San Jose, I actually think, I don't know if there's a family resource center connected to that, but it's an area where we've been really trying to put resources in so that it kind of spreads out. This is Cesar Chavez's old neighborhood, actually, not too far from there. So anyway, I wanted to make sure that we asked the staff to take a look at that. I would request that that we not move, that we come back with a plan that says, we're going to look for this many. Right. We're going to do the interviews, we're going to look this many months for a location, and this is how we'll proceed, and something that we can share both with the community and with our line staff. That's really what I would like to do with today's
Sure.
information.
Will do.
And then whatever the feedback that Susan gave, I don't think that's incongruous to what, yeah. So if I will make a motion to receive the report with further direction based on the feedback that both Susan and I gave. And I see that Supervisor Cortese's lights on, and my head's in your way.
Supervisor Cortese.
Thank you, President Smith. So I just want to be clear. I mean, my understanding is that, somewhere on the line, as far back as 2015, Julian Street was targeted for the relocation that we didn't become aware of until 2019, very recently in 2019. So I hate to, ask for a clarification that's going to trash somebody's efforts over the last 5 years, but it seems to me we need to be clear that Julian is off the table completely. I don't see any scenario based on the comments that my two colleagues have made or anyone else has proposed at this point on the board side of the equation where Julian continues to be a desirable option. I just want to be clear because I think it'll be frustrating or concerning for us if either at a committee meeting or back here at the board, somebody's still talking about Julian. So I'd like to see that clearly stated in the motion.
I'm fine with that. The only exception I would make, Dan, could you talk a little bit about the group that is voluntarily wants to move there and say who they are and a little bit about them?
Yeah, so it's the Child and Family Team Meeting Unit, so the unit that helps facilitate our team meetings across the county. It is our duly involved youth unit, the non-minor dependent unit. I think I'm missing another.
You know, may I just suggest that with that group, that if I think it's worth taking a deeper dive in the implications of them leaving the center, because, I mean, leaving that team, in part because I think we're trying to do both things, which is keep people in the field and then also keep them connected. But before we take that action, if you could just give us something that explains what those implications are.
Right, and we'll know more after tomorrow when they come through and do the walkthrough of the new building.
When you do the walkthrough? Yeah, that would be helpful. So I'm comfortable not, with saying today we're not moving anyone. We're going to figure out how to keep this resource on the east side where there may be programmatic opportunities to enhance our services, that be considered, but that those considerations come back to the board. And really, Dave, on one of the three that Dan just rolled out, I know that they were trying to do a little more collaborative work around the team meetings for foster youth and team meetings for those families that are trying to get reunited. So if you could just explain that, I think that would be helpful. Dave, does that answer your question?
I think so. These services that we're looking for a new home for, predominantly in proximity to where they are now, I just want to make sure it's clear that those services shouldn't move to Julian. I think it's an absurdity to think that people are going to go.
Right. I'm saying.
I know that you're not saying that, but I want to make sure.
Yeah, on the record.
I don't want to leave space there for, but we heard one of the supervisors.
As the
say-
motion, no, nothing moves. Anything that's recommended for movement, come to the full board with an explanation about why and the implications to the current service.
Okay. And the other, through the chair, the other request that I have is that we consider, I don't know when this is coming back again. I know that I've just, and I may have missed that in the motion, so maybe I should ask you to clarify that. But what I heard is there's sort of a 6-month reprieve here. I'm a little concerned about our capacity without a central real estate function or department here to actually determine what's available out there. I base that a little bit on, the reports that we've received thus far, including, for the board members present, we've received a couple reports already at CSFC where they have been very, very limiting. The packet is very limited today, to 3 sites that, honestly, Supervisor Chavez and I recommended. They weren't part of any comprehensive analysis or mapping or inventory done by anybody here at the administration. So, I mean, I'm just wondering if we need to bring an independent set of eyes in, with expertise in terms of determining where commercial, and campus-like facilities are available. It surprised me, for one thing, that, while we've been talking about this, the Evergreen School District just surplus 2 sites, and nobody's talking about that. So it makes me believe that we don't have the capacity to pick up on that kind of information in-house. And if this is going to come back soon for another update, I think we can wait to see what we get and then make that determination later. But if it's not going to come back for a few months, I'd hate to have it come back with limited options again.
Let me ask board members to take a pause while I turn to Dr. Smith, please.
I just wanted to clarify one thing with regard to Julian. One of the things that's been discussed is actually having another family resource center, not moving the current staff, but having a duplicate also at Julian. So at least from what I'm understanding from your concern, Supervisor, that would not be off the table if we had the addition of services at Julian without subtracting any of the services in the east side. Is that true?
I'm not for that, but I don't think Julian's suitable as a location for this kind of a facility. I think if we want a downtown location, we should put it right next to a transit stop downtown somewhere and seek that opportunity. Again, it's a real estate opportunity to put it in the right place, get the best location we can possibly get, and put the best people we have in that location. That would be my priorities, and I don't think Julian's the best location for these kind of services. So that's me. I can be. You asked just me, not for a vote of the board. So the rest of the board may want to see Julian utilized that way.
Let me go to Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable categorically excluding Julian. I am happy to make it clear that for this FRC, that's not a desired move. I'm not going to support something that is done in a similar manner without staff and community buy-in. But I'm not sure from a policy perspective that I want to completely eliminate that from consideration just because we don't know what other options will pan out, whether this works either for this group, and there is need in this neighborhood as well. It's a much more mixed neighborhood, but again, taking it off of the list for consideration for all FRCs, I don't want to support, so maybe we need to separate the motion out. I did second it, and I am in full agreement that the current FRC that we are talking about should not be the group that is moved to Julian.
Supervisor Chavez.
So just as the maker of the motion, what I would recommend is that we would do an assessment of the clients, because I think the point both that Susan and Dave are raising is that we're making an important real estate decision, which I'm all for let's not rent, but we're renting this big building and we're filling it up so that we, in a good way, can be fiduciarily responsible. I do think that there's the programmatic component is what we have to get in front of. And what I would recommend that when we're doing these assessments, these needs assessments and these interviews, that we're taking a look at the most appropriate placement. And let me just make one point about the Julian Street site. On the east side site, where the King Road site is, it's got easy access with even disabled parking because it's such a flat lot and you're just walking right into the front. Mayfair has that similar, Moxa, the Moxa site has that similar character. That's not the character at Julian. Now, that being said, what is also at Julian is our foster family center, and that's off to the side. You know, it's got a good ingress and egress for people who don't have to go into that big structure and get stuck in the back, and also it's not scary to walk into. But all the other buildings that we have there are so secure that you do not feel like you're going into a resource center. You're going to get access to a service potentially. So anyway, I think all of those things need to be considered so that we're customizing the service to the people who need it. If we did an assessment, I think what both points Susan and Dave are raising is that one of the things we'd have to be able to take a look at is that whether it's transportation, parking, ingress and egress, and even how accessible the physical plant is to somebody being able to access it.
Yeah, I'm not trying to argue for Julian. Obviously, we do have to come back with a more thorough analysis. However, one of the reasons Julian was thought of was because of the foster family services and because we're expecting a lot of a new population downtown with the Google expansion, which is not too far away, and the Diridon station is a couple blocks away from Julian. So, trying to plan for the future, that's not totally irrational, but obviously we won't move the East County services to Julian, and we'll have to do a more thorough analysis, and nothing dramatically is going to happen with, any of those things that I just mentioned in the next, couple of years. So I just didn't want to necessarily totally exclude it from the future.
But one thing, and I don't know if Hewlett has already heard a discussion of Google yet, if it's come to you, but you might want to consider putting it on an agenda just to get a briefing from the city of San Jose. And the reason I mention that is from talking to some of our colleagues who represent other transportation hubs. We on one of the boards I've been sitting on have already gotten outreach as to whether or not we'd want to put a mental health services facility near there because of the combination of all the different transportation accesses and people getting, frankly, coming off and not being able to get services. So I think there is value in us having a bigger discussion about the impact of
Right.
Google, and also because so little affordable housing will be built there that it may even make us rethink what we're doing, sooner rather than later around Julian. Because moving services may
Yep.
mean more north or south and
Right.
not central. So,
Good idea.
yeah.
Colleagues, let me ask you all to lean forward and turn off your microphone lights. No, and then I want to say, if anyone would still like to comment, please lean forward and turn on your microphone light. I just was thinking that maybe those 3 lights were legacy lights, as it were. So any other comments on this item? I don't want to cut anybody off, truly, in all seriousness. No, all right. Then, Dr. Smith, do you feel like you have clarity on the motion for your staff?
Yes.
Okay. Then we'll ask all 5 members to please vote on the screen. With 1 more member. And all votes now have been cast. We'll ask the clerk to display the results so we can announce the motion carries 5-0. Thank you all very much. Thank you to the team that presented today. Thank you. Next item is item 22. And my recollection is we agreed to take item 22 and item 23 together. We did. And we have cards from about a dozen or so folks on this one. And what I'm going to do, colleagues, with your permission, is ask folks after we get the presentation and take comments, we will give folks 2 minutes. But really, if it's been said, please just try and say, I associate myself with so-and-so's remarks. Or if you can just cut to the chase a little bit more quickly, please help us in doing that. Support, oppose, whatever your point may be. But I want to give those who need the full 2 minutes the full 2 minutes. So, Dr. Cody, would you like to present the team that's there on these items, plural? Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Simidian and members of the board. We're here to present this item. We do have a presentation which we're happy to hold given the hour and just have discussion or make the presentation. I'm joined by Tony Lopresti from the Office of County Counsel and Nicole Cox, the program manager for our Tobacco Prevention and Control Program.
Thank you. Colleagues, notwithstanding the fact it's been a long day, I think the topic's an important one. We're being asked to take action on an ordinance that's breaking a little bit of new ground. So if we can ask if people are willing, I'd like to ask you to go ahead and make the presentation. Try and do it expeditiously if you can, please. Thank you.
Certainly. Then I'll turn it over to Nicole Cox.
The expeditious Nicole Cox. All right, go to it.
I will. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Cody and members of the Board of Supervisors. We'll begin our presentation by providing an overview of the recent data findings from the California Student Tobacco Survey Report, as well as an update on where cities are in regards to tobacco control policies. By way of background, the survey was administered to 10th and 12th grade students in terms of the findings presented today that was collected between September 2017 and December 2018. So the slide before you represents data on ever and current use of various tobacco products among high school students in the county. The punchline here is that 1/3 of high school students reported they had ever used a tobacco product, and much of that is the use of e-cigarettes. Nearly 1/3 of high school students have tried an e-cigarette, and over 1 in 8 are currently using them. And that means there's been use within the past 30 days. While current use of other combustible tobacco products like cigarettes and little cigars and cigarillos is at an all-time low, this is good news. However, the bad news is that we are seeing one of the most rapid increases in youth use of nicotine-containing products in the country's history. We also know that there are differences in use among different groups of high school students. E-cigarette use is more common among older high school students, where you see use increasing by grade levels. Use is also more common among students who do not define their gender as male or female, We see rates as high as 20%, bordering 21%. And differences in use between male and female students was very small. Use of e-cigarettes was also much higher among white high school students in the county, and although our sample size for the county was unreliable due to a smaller sample size, the results for the statewide survey also found e-cigarette use the highest among white students statewide. Additionally, among students who identified as LGBTQ, use of e-cigarettes was slightly higher than the county average at nearly 15%. Flavors also play a pivotal role in getting teens to initiate use of tobacco products. More than 1 in 8 high school students in the county who use tobacco reported using a flavored tobacco product. Flavored tobacco product use was high for all different types of product categories as well as demographic categories. It's worth noting that mint and menthol is the only category of flavors that is still allowed for cigarette sales nationally, and even then the use was over 60%. And I'd like to borrow a quote from Dr. Brian King from the CDC about this issue, where advertising brings the horse to water, flavors get them to drink, and nicotine keeps them coming back for more. And in terms of where we are hearing that youth are getting access to e-cigarettes, where they're acquiring these products, while most teens report getting tobacco from social sources such as friends, siblings, or family members, 2 in 5 teens reported purchasing their own e-cigarettes. And over a quarter of those students report buying them directly from a store, with vape shops being the most common store type where youth are actually making purchases of e-cigarettes. This compares with only 14% of students who are reporting that they're buying them from the internet. When students were asked whether they thought it was easy to get e-cigarettes, 63% said it was somewhat or very easy to get e-cigarettes. Students overall thought it was easier to get e-cigarettes than combustible cigarettes, and it's worth noting that the ease of getting these products was higher among those who had formerly used the products or were current users of e-cigarettes or cigarettes. Additionally, intention is a strong predictor of performing a behavior, and research has shown that it is possible to identify students who are at risk of using tobacco products in the future based on their level of intention to use a tobacco product into the future. Students who had never used a tobacco product were asked whether they would use a product if their best friend offered it to them. Those who answered anything other than definitely not were considered susceptible to future tobacco use, which in our county was 2 in 5 students being at risk for future use. Additionally, over 1 in 4 students reported that they were offered a tobacco product within the last 30 days. And in closing this part of the presentation, we wanted to highlight the work that's been happening across many of our with our city partners around tobacco control. So we've been tracking tobacco control policies across the county, and this grid shows policies aimed at reducing secondhand smoke exposure featured on the left-hand side of the grid, and policies aimed at reducing youth access and exposure to tobacco products on the right-hand side. And over the past 8 years, the Public Health Department has provided more than $1.2 million in funding to support cities' implementation of tobacco prevention strategies, including many of the policies before you in the grid. These funding partnerships with cities have already resulted in over 65 tobacco prevention policies being implemented in 13 cities in the county. Additionally, the county has entered into partnership agreements with the town of Los Gatos and Palo Alto in 2017, where the county administers and monitors compliance for the 2 cities who have enacted their own ordinances that mirror the county's regulations. And just to quickly touch upon many of the strategies for addressing the e-cigarette epidemic amongst youth that we have outlined in our report. We have identified the following strategies to continue our work with cities to implement comprehensive tobacco control policies. It's worth mentioning that we'll be presenting to the Cities Association next week to share about the county's efforts, as well as new funding opportunities to help them advance this important work. community engagement and education strategies that are aimed at youth, parents, schools, and other priority populations. And this will include a mix of funding for community organizations that are already engaging with diverse youth in the county. And our current funding application is currently out for agencies to apply. And as well as strategies to educate and train youth to lead and mobilize on policy change efforts here across the county. Additional strategies that we've outlined to address this epidemic is media and communication strategies in order to provide needed information to youth and parents. This includes youth media messaging and communication strategies that are aimed at specific peer groups where those messages really reflect the values, interests, and culture of those teen peer groups rather than just demographics. Enabling youth in the community to lead on media advocacy activities and providing tips for parents and other adult role models about how to engage in conversations with their teenagers and children about e-cigarette use. And one of the strategies we will be coming back with further recommendations around is the issue of how to support people and young people in particular from quitting vaping and e-cigarette use. So we will continue to promote youth-oriented cessation services, although there are not very many currently in the community. Support for brief intervention counseling for students, and addressing the intersecting issues of to why teens might be using these products in the first place due to anxiety, stress, or other mental health issues. And while some of this work is currently underway, we need additional time to really examine the impacts of our ordinance changes and coordination with city partners, further recommendations around media cessation and education, and any potential fiscal impacts that may be related to additional recommendations. And with that, I did want to mention that we've worked in partnership with the County Council's office on the proposed changes. We have also conducted in-person outreach to each of the tobacco retailers within the unincorporated areas to outline the proposed changes, as well as to provide information about today's public hearing. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Tony Lopresti to describe the proposed changes before you.
Good afternoon, President Simidian, supervisors. There are two core provisions in the proposed ordinance. First, a provision that bans the sale and distribution of electronic cigarette products, and second, a provision that eliminates the existing exemption that allows certain retailers to sell flavored tobacco products. These prohibitions phase in for retailers with existing permits. Those retailers will be allowed to continue selling these products until they renew their permits, at which point the new prohibitions would take effect. There's one additional substantive change to note. The proposed ordinance extends the look-back period for suspension of permits from 12 months to 60 months. So what this change does is it provides that if a retailer violates the ordinance repeatedly within a 60-month period, as opposed to within a 12-month period, there will be an escalating period of suspension. We'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Colleagues, Supervisor Ellenberg and I heard this at some length in committee. Quick questions if we have them, and then we do have a dozen speakers I'd like to get to.
Oh, I don't have questions.
All right. Nam Nguyen, Tanya P., Vanessa Marvin, come on up, folks, if you're still here. Carol Baker. Lata Palaniappan, Jade Chow, Erwin Morton, Eileen Kim, Grace Ma, Deanna, forgive me, Deanna, I think it's Pang, but it could be missing a letter or two, and Rithwan Dabashi. Hi.
Hey, President, thank you for having me. Board of Supervisors, thank you for having me as well. Once again, banning has never worked. You can't regulate it, nor get your taxes from it. You're giving it to the black market, which is going to make it more dangerous. Let's do stricter penalties and not ban vaping completely. Get rid of the online sales. Get rid of the bad apples that are selling to these kids. Stop marketing with candy names, cartoons. Higher taxes. Have regulations to lower nicotine levels. Why does the ordinance we have do a complete ban when we have FDA in May 2020 to regulate the product? Why are other states doing only a flavor ban and we're doing a complete ban? Cigarettes kill 400 a day, 500,000 people a year, but yet you don't ban cigarettes. Why are you leaving the only option for adults is to smoke cigarettes? CDC stated October 29, 2019, THC is present in most samples tested and played a major role in the outbreak. Why don't you ban cannabis? Why didn't you get this information from any health officials? Please, I beg of you, not to ban vaping, and let's combat this kids epidemic with stricter penalties. You want to ban something? Ban Juuls. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, come on up. Welcome.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Tanya Paipalli. I am from Breathe, California. Breathe, California is a local nonprofit. We have been in the Bay Area since 1911, and we promote lung health in all forms. So you must have already heard in the news that about the deaths and the vaping-associated illnesses, and this has been rising, and it has been rising every week. There has been at least 13,000 cases vaping-associated illnesses, and considering the facts already presented by Nicole, I don't think I have to take more time to reiterate that this is going to affect our youth in Santa Clara County also. And you as elected officials, you have a duty to take action against this, because unless something is done about it, this is going to just continue to rise. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Vanessa Marvin. I'm a volunteer with the Tobacco Education Coalition here in Santa Clara County, and I'm also a parent. And I'm really appreciative that you guys are considering these options and these ordinances here today. And although the recent deaths and incidents have been getting a lot of attention in the news this past summer, this has been an issue that we've been concerned on for a number of years, and just seeing the statistics that were just shared about how this has really become an epidemic with our youth is a real concern. I don't want to go over all of the statistics and reiterate everything, but I want to say that one of the things we've heard a lot as we've talked to other communities and to people about this issue, and you may hear some of this today too, is just about how if only the parents were stopping these kids, we wouldn't have to regulate these businesses, and why are we doing a ban? Why aren't parents doing more? And I think, we could see that the health department is taking a lot of steps. There's a lot of other public health agencies at the state level and other places who are taking steps to educate parents, to educate the teens. But I think anyone who has had any experience with teenagers knows that more and more they're not listening to their parents maybe, they're listening to other sources of information and outside influences. And I think we really need to work as a community to support the parents, to support these children, and make it really harder for them to access these products, that we work together to be the buffer that helps make sure that they're listening to their parents, but are also being protected by the community. So thank you for taking the time to consider this issue.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Carol Baker. I'm the chair of the Tobacco Free Coalition of Santa Clara County. And I want to thank you for taking into consideration the dangerous results of e-cigarette use amongst the teens in Santa Clara. Any steps you take to stop this growing plague have the support of the Tobacco Free Coalition of Santa Clara, a group of more than 26 health and youth organizations and individual citizens. I hope you listened this morning. It's been a long day, I know, but I hope you listened to Charlie this morning. He came in, he was a student. He came in to tell you that this is happening. This is not something that's happening over there or up there or down there. It's happening here. It's happening in your neighborhood. It's happening in your schools, that the children are smoking more and more. In fact, I spoke to some that said that it's a challenge for them to figure ways to smoke in the classroom when the teacher is there giving lectures, and they get, kudos from their friends for it. Of course, the most shocking fact about e-cigarettes and vaping among teens is now that 38 deaths have been connected to the use of these tobacco products. So do you know what chemicals are in those? No, you don't, because they are not listed. You can't pick up a package of vapes and see what chemicals are in there that are harming your citizens. And the FDA has been slow to take control over regulating that. So we hope you will continue to be in the vanguard. You have done so much for your community as it is. You've been a leader in several tobacco issues that I appreciate. So I encourage you to go ahead and keep moving on this subject. It's almost too late, so thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, supervisors and staff. My name is Jade Chow. I'm a resident of Palo Alto, mother of 2 children, volunteer in the Palo Alto Unified School District. Thank you, Supervisors Chavez and Supervisor Cortese, who sounded the alarm for our kids and for the excellent background health and hospital committee research work and community outreach calls, all supervisors, President Joe Simidian, Susan Ellenberg, Mike Wasserman, thank you all for your leadership. I am entirely supportive of this county's adoption of the banning of the sale and distribution of e-cigarettes to our youth. I and many parents support you, our elected officials at the county, to pass tobacco control resolutions and ordinances and taking enforcement actions to protect our kids. I would also be supportive for any future legislation that is more stringent, as bans in proximity to public and private schools, libraries, school locations, sports locations where students are regularly present. Thank you for all that you are doing and that you will be doing. This afternoon, I'm here to speak on the new teen inhaling aerosolized tobacco-derived nicotine and chemicals directly into their developing lungs and causing injury and death. In my role as president of the Palo Alto PTA Council, we have formed an anti-vaping committee, and we are bringing forth a California state vaping resolution. I am the maker of that resolution. The main part of our advocacy effort is educating parents, teachers, and students. We work closely with all of our 17 PTAs, hosting middle school joint parent events and community leader breakfasts to pass along these tip sheets and the latest statistics from the CDC. Our students are already forming their own groups that peer educate, and the campus newspaper articles chronicle 3 high school seniors already addicted to e-cigarettes. So please do your part to pass laws that will protect all children to enable them to have a lifetime of health benefits. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Erwin Morton, also from Palo Alto. I want to thank all of you personally for your efforts on this scourge. I note with approval the no e-cigarettes signs at the entrance to this building, so thank you for that. I don't want to repeat myself. I've spoken about this stuff before. I just wanted to add a few little comments. One, smoking certainly kills. Everyone knows that. But I do not recall ever hearing about smokers in their teens or 20s ending up in the emergency room or in the morgue. This is new, and this is worse. I want to encourage the supervisors and staff to listen carefully to the words of national experts, such as Stanford's Dr. Bonnie Halpern-Felsher, who has been testifying to Congress and various states. We think she has it right. And I just want to note that ultimately this boils down to a choice between, on the one hand, commercial interests and the right of adult users to abuse their own bodies, versus, on the other side, our responsibility to protect the health of children, and secondarily, the concerns of all of us as taxpayers and a community about the future healthcare costs if we don't nip this in the bud. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And let me welcome our next speaker.
Good afternoon, President Simidian, members of the board, and staff. Thank you for your service and attention to the vaping epidemic among Santa Clara teens. My name is Grace Ma, and I'm on the Santa Clara County Board of Education, along with the Gun High School PTSA Advocacy Chair. I'm not speaking for my board today, but we did pass a resolution supporting jurisdictions to restrict tobacco sales, to prevent access to youth, and prohibit the sale of flavored products. In fact, your neighbors to the north, your colleagues on the San Mateo Board of Supervisors, just today unanimously passed a similar ordinance as this item 23. Their second reading is expected to be on their consent agenda next week on November 12th. Nothing like a little bit of county-to-county competition. Our plans are to work with other PTA leaders and school board members in the county to build off the strong groundwork that you've laid so they know how to advocate in their municipalities for their city councils to adopt county tobacco retailer licenses and also the ordinance to ban the sale of flavored tobacco. The county school board's joint legislative advisory committee is also monitoring legislation at the state. Together, we can prevent generations of addicted teens and tragic deaths. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker, welcome.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Diana Pang. I'm a resident of Palo Alto, volunteer, and the vice president of parent education from the Palo Alto High School PTA. I'm here to talk about anti-vaping legislation in a personal capacity. E-cigarettes are prevalent in our high schools, hurting the students, and is an immediate life risk. This situation needs to be changed right now. We find ourselves in this terrible situation because e-cigarette products are designed to hide in plain sight. It's a clever design to look like school supplies such as pens, highlighters, and USB sticks. This fourth-generation e-cigarettes have much higher nicotine levels to hook kids. Flavors such as mango, mint, and cotton candy were on purpose. The e-cigarettes were directly marketed to kids on social media where kids hang out these days. I was really upset when I started educating myself and come to find out the social media and ad campaigns specifically targeted our kids using teens' idol looks alike. But nicotine is nicotine, period. As busy and caring moms, we look up to your leadership in removing access of e-cigarettes from our student lives, away from Pali, from Palo Alto, from every teen. We want the kids to grow up healthy, happy, and useful to our society. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Rathwan Dabashi. I'm actually a smoke shop owner, and I have one of the businesses that will get affected. And I found out there's only 2 businesses in this county or in the unincorporated area that will only get affected, compared to the San Jose City side, which I have another one there, will not get affected. The question is, how will one store be affected while right around the corner you have 3 more that are not going to be affected? Now, the thing what really disturbs me is everyone is saying that vaping is bad. Well, the decision is up to the person 21 years and over. Now, if that's the case, we're eliminating one, but we're favoring another. Now, back in the days, all we had was cigarettes. Today, we have vape. The moment we take away vape, where do you think they're going to go? I was so shocked when my son told me, he said, "Dad, you know how easy it is to get vape?" And I said, "Help me out." He said, "Simple. You go to 7-Eleven, you buy a card, the throwaway refill cards. You go online and you order it. And you can create a bogus name, whatever, order from China, and it's right to your door." I thought he was joking, so I decided, you know what? I do it all the time. I order from China, but I never gave up any information. I said, "Man, how does he know this?" When I talked to him, he said, "Wow," and he's 13 years old. 13 years old. So, you know, if we consider banning stuff, it ain't going to work. Rather than putting all this effort into banning, how about we educate more? Because parents, when we stress, that is the #1 killer. Stress is our #1 killer, and if we don't address the issue, then I don't care how much bans we put. The people will get their hands on what they want. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, President Simidian, members of the board, and county staff. My name is Latha Palnipan. I'm a physician, and I'm here representing the California chapter of the American College of Cardiology today, which represents the voice of more than 4,000 cardiovascular specialists, cardiologists, advanced practice nurses, pharmacists, physician assistants, and other clinicians in the care team in California. I have a written comment on behalf of the California chapter of the American College of Cardiology, which I'll submit to the board. And the American College of Cardiology is in support of the ordinance as amended.
Thank you very much. We'll ask the clerk to receive the written correspondence and make sure it is shared with the full board and included in the record. And do we have any other speakers on this issue? I had a card from Eileen Kim, who may have had to leave. All right, then, colleagues, the matter is back before our board. Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. I wanted to start, I know this is something that Dave and I brought to my colleagues, but I just wanted to compliment the staff on one thing, which is we brought this to the board less than 6 weeks ago. And so I appreciate that you did so much work to get us here today and to do it with a sense of not just urgency, but recognizing that children's lives are on the line, as well as adults, but children in particular. I was hoping you could put up the slide that you had of all the boxes of where all the cities are that you had worked with, and really to harken back to Supervisors Cortese and Yeager, who I think helped with funding for this. And the reason I wanted to pull it up is that I just wanted to say to my colleagues that in 2000, I think it was really 2010, 2011, the board put forward a small amount of money so that to support cities in doing the research they needed to do to create their own ordinances, to do that planning work and whatever other resources that the cities needed in order to be able to move forward. And I think that this is an opportunity for us to be able to do two things. Frankly, fill in the boxes on some of the older proposals that we had, to go revisit them. I think particularly the multi-unit housing and common areas of multi-unit housing ordinances, and this was really focused on tobacco. This was pre-e-cigarettes. So I think there's an opportunity to both fill in the blanks of the work that was done last time, along with layering new policies forward for our colleagues, and would really, when you come back with some recommended, with a recommended work plan, I'd be really interested in seeing that. The second thing I wanted to say is that I think we need to be much more sophisticated about how we think about advertising. And I just wanted to share with my colleagues that as both Dave and our offices were doing research on this over the summer, that I looked up one of the articles that one of our interns sent me. And when I went to pull up the article, an advertisement popped up for a piece of clothing that had, like for hoods that have the hood strings in them, that had the vaping mechanism in the hood string. So you know how kids gnaw on those, and hopefully not adults, but kids gnaw on those, that you would not know that you just bought a piece of clothing, and it popped right up. Not my age, not, I don't know, maybe they know I'm old, but nonetheless, it popped up on my screen. So I share that because what I would like to see the staff come back with is really taking a look at the social media framework that we're operating in, including the advertisements from China or wherever for helping young people and other people to access this. And the other thing that I as it relates to that is we had two people, Amber and Charlie, who came and spoke. They did a press conference with us yesterday, but Charlie came and spoke this morning. I thought one of the most illuminating things he said, besides how the peer pressure worked, in less than a minute, he was able to give a picture to parents of what they're not seeing in their own houses. And I think we have to be able to do video communication in really short vignettes like that, where you have a really articulate young person who explains exactly how he did it. And when he said at the press conference, he didn't say this here, but he was explaining how he was able to take in vaping equipment to his SAT and use it during his test. And they're pretty strict about what you take in and take out. So I think that's just an example of how prevalent this is, and would really like to encourage that we take a look at working with young people on communication, both peer-to-peer, but also peer-to-parent, because I think that will be really helpful. And then last, I put forward a referral for vape detection devices for bathrooms at high schools, and I think we put in 20,000, 10 for Eastside Union High School District and 10 for San Jose Unified. The reason we did that is that one of the things that the students were complaining about is not being able to use the restroom during the school day because of the overwhelming vaping, and whether that's marijuana products or whatever the other products are. And I just want to highlight that that creates a whole nother problem if young people can't use the restroom during the day. And this is complaints we've gotten from middle school to high school. So some schools have been reluctant to use the vaping detection devices. I'm not entirely sure why, but I think without trying to trap kids, that's really not what my intent was. My intent was to make my intent was to make the restrooms available to students, and also not allow for, closeted activity during the day that an adult couldn't intervene or give education. So that's a lot. But those are all issues that I would really like to better understand how we address them. And those are all my comments. I would be very excited to move approval, particularly of the ordinance. And I know that other colleagues feel a lot of ownership over this too. So I don't need to do it for everything, but I did want to do that on the ordinance.
Let's pull up the voting panel.
So Dave, do you want to do this one?
We'll get a motion
panel's not
from
working.
someone in a moment. So we have a motion to approve the recommended action. Is that correct, Supervisor Cortese? That's correct. On both items 22 and 23, for the record, Madam Clerk. And the motion is by Supervisor Cortese. The second is by Supervisor Chavez. We now have all 5 members voting on the screen. We'll ask all 5 members. There we go. We have displayed the result, and the motion passes. Motions plural pass 5-0. Thank you very much. Thank you to all who took time to be here, regardless of your point of view, and thank you to the team for the outreach effort in these last weeks. Thank you. And Madam Clerk, I think that takes us to item 24. Yes? Mr. Mills, who are these people, and what are they here to share with us?
Thank you, President Simidian. John Mills, Director, Employee Services Agency. To my immediate right is Brandon Pham. He is the Program Manager 2 over the Employee Services Agency's Organizational Development and Change Management Unit. And to his right is Kelly Estes. She is a management analyst in our unit who facilitates some of our Center for Leadership and Transformation teams in the agency.
Thank you all for being here.
And thank you for the opportunity to present this broad overview of ESA's organizational transformation efforts in partnership with the Stanford Center for Leadership and Transformation. I'm going to present a little bit of background and history that brings us up to where we are today, and then I'll turn it over to Brandon to give an overview of the CLT efforts in ESA, and Kelly will provide a little bit of detail on our efforts, particularly in the Human Resources Department, and then I'll sum up with some final thoughts at the end. So on the next slide, we have a timeline which I thought was important to include in the presentation, particularly for a couple of the milestones that are noted on the far left, because they are some of the foundational sort of preliminary steps that started us along the path that brought us to where we are today. And what I will draw your attention to are the first 2 milestones in 2012, when the Health and Hospital System HR Department became part of the ESA budget unit, and then in 2014, when the Social Services Agency HR Department became part of the ESA budget unit. And some other more recent milestones with which the board might be familiar are in 2017, there's the references to our Service Centers initiative, which we launched to bring consistency to the work practices and processes across the departmental employee service centers in the county. And then also even more recently, if we fast forward to spring 2019, was when, as the board knows, we onboarded 1,600 staff from the former Verity Health facilities and enrolled them in county health benefits. And then more recently, when the board adopted and we implemented the Information Technology Career Compass classification study. So quite large milestones that have been happening concurrently with our organizational transformation efforts. So on the next slide, we're just going to rewind 3 fiscal years back to FY 2018. And this was actually the first budget that I participated in as the Employee Services Agency Director. And at that point in time, we had made an assessment with county administration, with the support of Dr. Smith, related to the staffing complement of ESA relative to the staffing complement of the county at large. And it was very apparent that ESA had not added staff as the rest of the county had recovered from the Great Recession. So initially, in FY 2018, we sought to remedy the fact that the county had grown by several thousand employees, but staff had not been added to ESA over those intervening years. So we had a lot of catching up to do, and as you'll see in this slide, we added several staff in our primary programmatic areas in the Human Resources Department, the Employee Benefits Department, and Labor Relations. And then on the next slide, takes us to the fiscal year prior to the one that we are in currently. Once we were able to bolster our programmatic staff, we sought to optimize their effectiveness by providing adequate administrative infrastructure and support in the areas of communications, training, data support, contracting, position control, employee onboarding, offboarding, interfacing with internal service departments such as TSS and facilities and fleet. All of those functions prior to FY19 were all handled in a decentralized fashion across ESA by various programmatic employees. And that, of course, was taking them away from their core duties, whether that be benefits administration, recruitment, classification, labor relations, et cetera. But it was also creating some operational issues for us within ESA due to the decentralization and the inconsistency of practice. And so on the left-hand side of the slide, you'll see the positions that were added in FY19 that are in those areas of internal administrative infrastructure support. And then on the right hand of the slide, you'll see the positions that were added relative to the hospital acquisition during the course of FY 2019. Some of those were added in order to absorb existing employees who were at the Verity Health facilities performing their personnel functions. And then some of them were also added to help the Employee Services Agency be able to support the 1,600 new health system employees that were added to the county employee population. So then that takes us to the next slide, which is the current fiscal year, fiscal year 2020. And the positions that we added in fiscal year 2020 allowed us to create the organizational structure that we thought would best facilitate our organizational transformation efforts, and particularly allow ESA employees' process improvement efforts through the various CLT teams to have the greatest impact across the agency. And so you'll see on the left-hand side of the slide is the depiction of the organizational structure that existed in ESA prior to July 1, 2020. We've color-coded the org chart so that functions that are functions that fall under the purview of the Employee Benefits Department are color-coded in green, and the recruiting and classification functions that are the purview of the Human Resources Department are color-coded in blue. And you'll see prior to July 1, 2020, that there were conflicting lines of reporting between certain service lines that were the same but were housed in different departments, and which contributed to not only inconsistencies in work practices and processes, but also contributed to a silo effect in terms of being able to look at the agency as a whole in terms of opportunities for efficiencies, equitable distribution of workload, and being able to not only promote consistency of processes and practices, but offer professional opportunities for our staff. So if you look on the right-hand side of the slide, you'll see the organizational structure that we have in existence now, where we have realigned our services with the appropriate department reporting structure. And we believe that this structure will allow us to most effectively bring our employees together from across the agency who may be located in multiple locations, but will now have the same consistent organizational leadership structure, and allow them to analyze the existing work practices and processes and develop recommendations for best practices that we can adopt consistently across ESA. So without stealing any more thunder from the CLT group, I'll turn it over to Brandon for the CLT overview, and then to Kelly for an overview specifically of the CLT efforts related to the Human Resources Department.
Good afternoon. So as John mentioned, we are utilizing CLT in ESA's organizational transformation efforts. So what is CLT? CLT teams are organic, employee-driven initiatives to identify issues, gather baseline data and feedback, and implement solutions. So as John has mentioned to me, ESA staff are the experts in their day-to-day jobs. ESA has historically been a top-down organization where management makes the decisions, they send it down the line, and staff carry out those decisions without question. And I hope the ESA directors that are watching don't take any offense, but they're not always right. So the truth is, one of the main purposes of CLT is to shift the mindset that staff don't have a decision in ESA. They do. If there's something that they see that it can be improved, we want them to speak up. So CLT assists in this transition by empowering staff to make impacts through employee-driven initiatives and teams. It gives them a safe space for staff to diagnose the issues, gather feedback and input, and brainstorm ideas to improve processes, service delivery, and customer outcomes. So the CLT transformation effort started back in November of 2018. We partnered with Dr. Behnam Tabrizi and the Stanford Center for Leadership and Transformation. We launched 4 inaugural ESA CLT teams, Human Resources, Labor Relations, Benefits and Finance, and the Employee Service Centers. They went through their diagnosis phase and presented in front of Dr. Smith, as well as a few department heads that we collaborated with. And now they're in the implementation phase of their diagnosis. So in addition to those 4 teams and myself, we expanded the CLT unit by adding 2 staff, Kelly and Nicodemus. And then we also met with ESA-wide small staff, we met with staff within ESA in small groups to gather feedback for additional CLT teams. And we launched 7 additional teams in 2019. And we as the CLT teams will support the transition teams overseeing the alignment of services within the Employee Benefits and Human Resources Department.
And I'll just mention that note on the transition teams. The transition teams are a new sort of creation in ESA, and they're designed to support the shift in the organizational structure that had been depicted on the slide with the blue and green boxes. And they're essentially steering committees for both the Human Resources Department and the Employee Benefits Department that's supporting the organizational alignment of services, but also supporting the change management efforts and working with the CLT teams in their respective departments.
So I'll go over a brief overview of the current ESA CLT teams. As mentioned before, there are 4 initial teams, and in June 2019, we launched 7 additional teams. I also want to give credit to the actual team members or ESA staff that are on these teams. Although me and Kelly are sitting up here in front of you guys, we are not the faces of the transformation effort. The staff that dedicate and go to these weekly meetings are the ones that are impacting ESA for the better. And with that, I will turn it over to Kelly to talk a little bit more about the human resources recruitment team.
Can you hear me? Okay. So the following statistics are just related to HR, and they were generated from the NeoGov system. That's our system that we handle all the recruitments in. So we received 4,332 requests to hire from departments, and that was just in fiscal year 2018. The time to complete a recruitment could only be measured on 44% of those requests. Due to incomplete data entry on the department side of the applicant tracking system. And of those completed for open competitive recruitments, it took an average of 42.5 calendar days for ESA HR to review those applications for employment standards, administer an exam to qualified candidates, and establish a certified eligible list to refer to the departments. And then after that, it took departments an average of 31.9 calendar days to interview those candidates and finally make an offer. So based on surveys sent internally and to departments and roundtable discussions that we had, the pain points identified by departments were the timelines being lengthy, communication between our analysts and department liaisons breaking down somewhere in the process, and overall just inconsistencies in the process across ESA locations. That proved to be an issue. And then when we asked HR staff for their perspective, they agreed that communication to departments was an issue, but also communication internally within HR was an issue. There was also a need for professional development and training opportunities. And another issue that was identified was department escalation. So if they weren't getting the answer they wanted, they'd go straight to John or one of the leadership officials in HR. So that proved to be an issue as well in handling any of the concerns that they had. So based on those points, we established some goals. And really, it came down to establishing an understanding and partnerships between ESA and HR and our departments, mitigating any of that frustration that happens throughout the process. So we're working on improving communication, both internally and to our external customers, providing training to our own staff and our liaisons so that everybody's on the same page. We have one consistent process, and that goes along with reducing the inconsistencies. And we also want to increase transparency and visibility on where are the recruitments at, giving some status to our customers. We're currently in the process through CLT of handling a lot of different initiatives, standardizing the recruitment process, creating a dashboard for departments so again they can see the status in real time of where recruitment is in the process. And one thing I'm really excited about, because it's one of my initiatives, is developing an HR academy for our analysts. So we want to make sure that our staff is well equipped to do their job. They have the resources and the training they need to be able to all be on the same page, consistent process, train that out to staff. So what we've done so far, starting in spring of this year, I was an analyst formerly for recruitment, so I was able to actually put the initial material together for our training. So it came down to 24 modules, 800 slides for our staff to be trained. And this is just for our recruitment and classification process. So once that initial material was created, we met as a CLT group. We established an HR Academy CLT group with a mix of different levels of analysts, different levels of experience, to take a look at that material and make sure everything was, the content was accurate and everything looked good in their eyes. And once that was completed on September 30th, on October 1st, it was handed over to HR leadership. So that includes our HR managers and seniors, and they're going to get together over the course of the next at least 6 months to review that material, establish the prevailing best practices. So again, we're all on the same page. And once that material is finalized, then we're going to move into a pilot program for our analysts to take the training. And once that is complete, we're going to officially launch the academy, and it will be mandatory for all of our analysts to go through. And at the end, they will graduate, they'll get a certificate, and we'll know that everybody's been sufficiently trained. So we're going to have that academy model also for department liaisons so that, again, everybody's consistent in their process. And that's kind of what we're trying to do in terms of staff development and training. So we're excited about it. Our staff is excited about it. And this is just kind of our way of making sure that we're doing our part to make sure our analysts are equipped to do their job and that we can mitigate some of the frustration that departments are experiencing and do whatever we can on our end to make sure things are moving smoothly.
So with that, we'll move to the next slide in terms of just the future and next steps. In terms of CLT as the future, the CLT approach is basically our new sort of ongoing way of being and working in ESA. And we realize that organizational transformation does not happen overnight, but CLT is helping to create the learning organization culture that we seek, where our employees are engaged in designing how the work gets done across the agency. And one note that I will make related to this point about technology, in addition to the appropriate organizational structure that we've now created and the programmatic and administrative support resources that we've added over the last couple of years, that I thought were necessary and foundational to sustain the ongoing transformation efforts. Technology is definitely a critical tool that we'll need to support these efforts going forward. So with that, we're available to respond to any questions that you may have. And just in closing, to mention, just to echo what Brandon said too about the employees across ESA who are participating in this effort. You know, we're not really the face of CLT. The face of CLT is all of the employees who are participating in all these various teams and who are bringing, you know, their best thinking and ideas and contributing to the work that we do for the county. And so I just really want to thank them for their initiative and for their willingness to join us for this effort. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I know we don't have any speakers on this item. I do want to turn to Dr. Smith before I go to my colleagues, only because I know this is, CLT has been his baby. I'm then going to make a couple comments and then I'll turn to my colleagues.
Yes, I am really proud of the team in ESA. You know, for many years, ESA operated sort of like a kingdom. If you knew the right people, you got what you wanted. If you didn't know the right people, you never got what you wanted. It's being transformed now to a democracy. You know, we still have a lot of work to do, but basically all of the employees in the team have been very involved. Brandon and everybody has been great leaders. And we're making lots of progress. We're getting policies and procedures in place, communication improving, which is the most important part of the process, making sure everybody understands what they're supposed to be doing, when they're supposed to be doing it. So it's really been a great team, and they've done a fabulous job. And I think we're on our way to a much more learning organization style of department. So thank you very much.
The only thing I was going to say to my colleagues is that one of the things that is happening in FGOC is we're reviewing the hiring audit done by Harvey Rose. And so I only say that because I think this is a good framework, but I will be suggesting that when the audit comes back to the full board through the chair, that we bring the progress of this report along with what that audit is, because the audit has I mean, there's just a lot of moving pieces to it. This covers some of it, but not kind of the whole of it. And it feels a little disjointed for me to take them separately. But anyway, I just wanted to alert you to that.
Supervisor Ellenberg to be followed by Supervisor Wasserman.
Thank you. Kelly, I loved your enthusiasm for HR. And at 3:45 on a Tuesday afternoon, it was exactly the voice I needed to hear. So thank you. And thank you, John, and your whole team for this work implementing CLT within ESA. I recognize that you've had really major initiatives that you've needed to undertake. The IT Career Compass and the hospital staffing transition, to name just a couple of the biggest ones. And I recognize, and I know you do, that your department has endured a lot of criticism, and I appreciate that that you have not been defensive, and that your team is really actively working, seeking out feedback, and trying to improve processes. So I just want to recognize and thank you for that. Again, certainly everyone in the county wants our hiring process to work better. I am really interested in the creation of the recruitment dashboard and would love an opportunity to see that when it's ready. But I also know that ESA needs tools to make tracking and measuring results less time intensive. So the other thing that I would like to get is a report back from administration on what resources TSS will be devoting to the recruitment dashboard project and a project timeline, please.
Thank you. Supervisor Wasserman.
Thank you, President Simitian. Thank you for the report. It was about 7 years ago that Dr. Smith introduced me to CLT when it came to the Planning and Building Department. And going through that with the good doctor, and he had just written his book. And it was an interesting education for me, coming from the private sector of 35 years. What I still, I understand, Dr. Smith, what you're saying about, from a kingdom to a democracy. I know about CLT, and I'm sure you and I could talk over what departments it's worked with and what departments it hasn't worked as well as we thought. I'm glad to see the 24 FTEs added to ESA, as you show on, I'm not even going to make a page number joke, as you show in your report. But at the end of the day, in our budget, we have all these funded positions. Some are vacant, some are not. The vacant ones we like to see get filled, and they're funded. And at the end of the day, I see one of ESA's chief roles, besides answering all the questions that people have all day long about retirement and benefits and all the other stuff that you do. I'm talking about I think we're very much focused right now on the hiring process. At least this board is, I believe. And at the end of the day, it's filling spots, filling funded vacant positions as quickly as possible with qualified people. That's really what we're looking to do. And Supervisor Chavez and I kid about that, once we get them, we'll be the employer of choice, so they'll want to come here. And then they'll enjoy things so much here, they'll want to stay here and be retained. But at the end of the day, when I think about a help wanted sign out outside, and I think about the budget we passed that funds the position, so the money's there, it's filling funded vacant positions with qualified people as soon as possible. And I appreciate a couple of your slides here where you didn't mention certain, where departments filled out 44% of this instead of 100% of this, or they did 48% of this. Because when we meet with department heads, it's not so much what they're doing wrong. That's not what I hear, okay? We hear the other side of the story. So hearing this from you, taking 35 days, for instance, to interview people afterwards to make a decision, okay? That's problematic. Again, I came from the private sector. We'd put out a help wanted sign and we'd advertise for something. And as people came in, we interviewed them. And when we got somebody we wanted that filled what we were looking for, we said, "You're hired, stop." And I'm trying and looking forward in my last 3 years to getting a way where when we have a funded vacant position and we advertise it, a person applies for it, that gets to the department head ASAP, And if they like that person who you've determined is qualified, meets the minimum requirements, they hire them and it's over. That's how it should be happening. And unless we're paying really low salaries, or unless we're asking a whole lot more of people than other people, we should be filling up these spots faster. And that's what's frustrating to me. And we hear so much during public comment. We have 12 vacant positions. We have 30% of our department is vacant. Blah, 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 blah. And it's true. Because they're showing, that they're approved for 60 spots, and they have 52 filled, so they have 28 vacant. So they come in with and talk about 30% is, they're 30% short on people. Their department's 20% empty. They only have, 4 out of 10 people. And what I would love is if we can hire people, qualified people faster, that then they wouldn't feel that on the other end. They wouldn't feel the need to work overtime. They wouldn't feel the need to be understaffed. They wouldn't feel the need to be yelled at by customers coming to the 7th floor planning department, let's say, and their application permit's not processed timely. And when I talk to the department, it says, well, they don't have enough people. When I say, why don't you have enough people? Well, it's our hiring process. And then when I hear the hiring process, well, the department head hasn't responded. We're all on the same team. I want to get away from that. I just want all of us to focus on getting qualified people hired as fast as possible for funded vacant positions. I'll shut up there. It's the most I've said all day. Thank you very much.
Any other comments or questions at this time? Anything else? All right. If not, we'll ask the clerk to display a voting panel on the screen. And we are being asked, colleagues, to receive the report. This is item 24, right? Yes.
To the clerk through you, Rhonda, I have, okay. I've got 25 on my screen, but 24 is I'm voting on 24. Thank you. I can't get to 24 for whatever reason, but I'm voting on 24, so it's done.
And the motion is from Supervisor Ellenberg, seconded by Supervisor Wasserman. And of course, today we're simply receiving the report from ESA. And all votes have been cast, so we'll ask the clerk to please display the results overhead. And the motion carries 5-0. We'll say thank you all very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. That takes us to item 25. Went on consent. Thank you for that reminder. Which takes us to item 26, organizational structure of the county jails. Could we ask staff to please come down to the, Mr. Williams, before you make a presentation, I'm going to see if I can cut to the chase on this one, and maybe I can and maybe I can't. My understanding is this item is here before us because we are coming up on the expiration of the authorization we have provided, yes?
That is correct.
And it takes a 4/5 vote to change the current ordinance, yes?
Correct.
We haven't had much opportunity to talk about that of late, yes?
Correct.
And the OCLEM folks are going to come join us. That would be the Office of Corrections and Law Enforcement Monitoring sometime in early 2020. Is that correct, we hope?
Yes.
Okay. Colleagues, I think we ought to simply extend the current practice for 1 year and refer this as one of the first items of business to the Office of Corrections and Law Enforcement Management. And if I could ask the clerk to post a screen, I will lean forward. Madam Clerk, could we get the voting panel on our screens? I'm sorry, I wasn't particularly clear. I'll make that motion. We'll see if there's a second. Now, comments or questions, if any? Supervisor Cortese?
I know we haven't made a lot of changes of late on this, but a year seems a little lengthy to me. I'm not inclined to support that. Would 6 months be acceptable and to get us past the beginning of the year and get an initial report from the folks that are coming on board?
Sure. My recollection is that we're hoping they're going to come on board March the 1st.
Yes, I don't think realistically a 6-month extension would allow them to provide meaningful input on this question.
That being said, excuse the interruption, Supervisor Cortese, if you'd like to go with July 1st as a date, and then see if we just happen to fall into a great big puddle of good fortune and actually feel like we're ready to go forward, I wouldn't be opposed to that. And if it turns out we need another 6 months, we can punt again at that time. I'm not terribly optimistic that 6 months is going to get us there, but certainly I don't have any objection to that if that would be your preference or the preference of the board.
So July 1?
Yeah, so that's, they'll be here March 1st, and,
Assuming that we will have a board meeting that first week of July. Again, I understand there's some discussion about not having to have the homeless.
I should have said June 30th. I mean,
Thank you.
sometime-
That would make me feel a little bit better.
All right,
And the
June-
board, just to clarify, the board would have to act in advance, actually by a couple meetings in advance of that deadline because of the.
So July 1 would end up
July 1
being
means that
mid-June.
the board would have
okay.
to act in May.
I think you're both making the same good point, which is, we'll have a sense sometime in the new year whether or not we can act that expeditiously. As I say, I'm not inclined to think that's likely, but I appreciate the sense of optimism and urgency that the suggestion conveys. I'm happy to incorporate that in the motion if the seconder, Ms. Ellenberg, has no objection. She does not. So we'll ask all 5 members to please vote on the screen. All 5 votes having been cast, we'll ask the clerk to please display the results. There were no cards on this item, and the motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, are we done? Board members, without objection and hearing none, we stand adjourned. Thank you all very much.
This is the ordinance list report for the Board of Supervisors meeting of Tuesday, November 5th, 2019. Item number 23, introduction and preliminary adoption of ordinance number NS-517.93, repealing Chapter 23 of Division A18 and adding Chapter 22, permits for retailers of tobacco products, of Division B11 of the Santa Clara County Ordinance Code relating to prohibitions and limitations on the sale and distribution of electronic cigarette products and other tobacco products. Item number 38, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.20.40, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.20 relating to compensation of employees, increasing the salary of the Park Services attendant classification by 28%. Item number 40, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.20.44, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.20 relating to compensation of employees, amending the salary schedule to add the classification of elections aid extra help. Item number 51, introduction of preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.20.43, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.20 relating to compensation of employees, adding 5 unclassified IT service desk specialist or associate IT service desk specialist positions in the Technology Services and Solutions Department. Positions shall expire at 11:59 p.m. on May 20th, 2021. Item number 60, introduction preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.20.42, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.20 relating to compensation of employees, adding 1 management analyst or associate management analyst position and 1 accountant 2 or accountant 1 position in the probation department. Item number 61, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.20.41, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.20 relating to compensation of employees, adding 1 senior victim witness advocate position in the office of the district attorney. Item number 78, introduction and preliminary adoption of Santa Clara County Central Fire Protection District Ordinance number CFPD-2020-3, repealing Santa Clara County Central Fire Protection District Ordinance number CFPD-2009.1 to eliminate the hiring plan. Item number 79, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number CFPD.2020-2, amending Santa Clara County Central Fire Protection District salary ordinance number CFPD-2020-1, adding the classifications of firefighter and systems administrator, deleting 165 firefighter engineer or firefighter trainee positions, 1 information technology project coordinator position, and 3 deputy fire marshal trainee 1 positions, and adding 165 firefighter engineer or firefighter trainee positions, 1 system administrator position, and 3 deputy fire marshal 1 or deputy fire marshal trainee positions. This concludes the ordinance record list report for the Board of Supervisors meeting of Tuesday, November 5th, 2019.